Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Yet, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to
arguing with them. Hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Tate glows like a nuclear reactor? I don't think Tate glows. I feel like anybody that's that super famous and toxic and bad is probably just bribing politicians. Like, I don't know that it's like he's a plant, you know? What is this? Why? All right, hold on. I guess I'll check out this link. Give me a second. Apparently, I'm not logged into Streamlabs. I mean, I am on the app, but not into the chat bot. Where'd you go? Bot. Okay, it says it's active. All right. Maybe. All right, what do you want me to start the show off with? What are you hijacking my show with? All right. Mark wants to hijack the stream for a second. It better be good. It better be good. Oh, fuck.
Hey, Mr. Value Select, what's the hot tank? You see, today's question comes from Lurver.
There we go.
Hey, Mr. Value Select, what's the hot tank? You see, today's question comes from Lurver D2. He asks, how can I become more well-read? So I'd say if you truly want books to be of use to you, de-romanticize them and view them more as instruction manuals. If you just read through the instruction manual and you never build the shelf, what are you doing? The point of knowledge is to apply it. Pick a problem in your life that needs solving. Then find the books that cover those themes. And then as you read, make it a game. Follow the story, the visuals, the emotions, sure. but also scan for those useful truth nuggets that you'll find embedded.
Why are we starting this? Why are we starting stream off with value select self-help guide?
Edit in the text and then write it down. Take those orbs of truth and make an essay. Put it in your own words. Something I like to do is make a sketch about it. In my view, being well-read isn't an end in itself. It's a prerequisite for becoming a well-spoken man of positive, forward-moving action. Back to the...
Okay, yeah, sure. I like to make a sketch about it. Yeah, that's what you do for a living, bro.
instruction manual. You want to be the guy who read it and at each point is putting together something useful. I'd recommend reading Martin Eden by Jack London. I'd recommend reading Signa by Ouida. I'd recommend reading Ivanov by Anton Chekhov. But truthfully, I'd recommend starting anywhere that helps you build the reading habit. To get back to the gym, if you're coming in trying to lift the 200 pounds right out the gate, you're not going to keep going to the gym. You got to start with books that you actually look forward to reading. And again, part of what comprises that is what's useful to you right now. So where are you right now? What are the life circumstances you're struggling to navigate? Let me know down below, and not so many words.
Why did we start with this self-help guide? The vibe is all fucked up now, boys. I can't be fun. This is no longer a fun stream. We're out, boys. Goodbye. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I agree with that. For the most part. I think you should read just to read. I mean, like, I think there's value in reading just to read at first, to like gain better vocabulary and things like that. But yeah, sure. If you want to be a reader, you want to be a self-actualized man and read things so that you can put a plan into action, etc. I mean, it just depends on where you are in your life. Like, you should be able to read just for shits and giggles too, you know? And then when it comes to philosophy, like good philosophy, you're not going to get shit out of one book. I mean, you get a little bit out of one book, but you got to keep reading. Is it cool if I start out making a video on objective morality, then the next one will be on how Christianity is incompatible with libertarianism? Man, just make what you want to make. And then I'll shit on it then. You know what I mean? Much like with reading, right? Making videos or things like that. I think it's more of just about like doing it. Like, do it. You'll get better as you do it. If you want 2 flawed videos, then go ahead. You know what I mean? Just go. Just do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, things just, eventually you get used to the medium, whatever that medium is. Here's the thing, because Mark's in here, he can attest to this. When I first started streaming, I had to jam music for like 30 minutes to get into like an entertainer mode. Like, I had to like in order to have the energy and be able to stream, I had to have like motivating dance music or hip hop and things like that for like a half hour to like gas myself up, right? On like being confident and having energy, especially when there was like very few viewers. Now I just cut the fucking camera on. Like, this is who I am. Like, it's fine. Boom, click on, we're good to go. Right? Like, there's so many things. You don't know what you don't know. And you don't know what you don't know until you start just creating and then finding all those roadblocks. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of them, boys. There's a lot of hidden roadblocks out there, no matter what you're doing. And so I feel like the big thing is to just make a ton of crap. Make a ton of shit. Right, Chris? Make a ton of shit. And then when you feel confident you really know what the fuck you're doing, make a whole new YouTube channel. Make like 2 or 3 really good videos, preferably 5. Some can be short form content, right? But not YouTube shorts, right? And then launch that channel with 5. I've already made a ton of shit. Well, then do whatever it is you're going to do. But what I would do is I'd start a new channel. If you're going to do like a philosophy, politics thing. Make like 5 good videos. Some can be an hour long, some can be 10 minutes long. Yeah, I know I watched one of them. It was fucking a nightmare. It was kind of funny, but it was definitely not like a philosophy video. It was a game review that was interesting. Just cut the camera on and go. It's easy. I'm at 100 subs now. That's funny. 5 million trolling. Oh, I thought you had like, I thought it said 100, not 100K. I was like, oh shit, is Slope is Dope got 100 subs? I wonder what he's doing. Right, and then the thing is relaunch an entire new video with a theme where all of the videos are related. Because here's what's gonna happen: you make a YouTube channel and you're not a live streamer, and you put out one video. People are gonna put out one video, or sorry, you're gonna put out the video. People are gonna look at the video, and then they're gonna go, "Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, he doesn't have any other videos," and then they're gonna move on. And then YouTube is gonna be like, "Oh, your channel doesn't gain subscribers. It causes them to click off of your channel. Therefore, this is a bad channel. Therefore, we're going to kill your one video in the algorithm because we don't want people clicking off, because every time they click off of something, instead of just going to the next thing they naturally click them towards, is an opportunity for YouTube to lose money because they went off site, off platform. But if you make 5 videos, then somebody watches one and then they get suggested another video and they're like, "Oh, I don't have time for this." And then they go to your channel and you have 4 other videos that all launched at the same time. They're like, "Dude, I got to sub to this channel." And then YouTube goes, some people watch all 5 videos. Some people only watch 2 of the videos, but a lot more people are going back to that channel page and a lot of them are choosing to subscribe. Therefore, let's give this video 1,000 views and see how it does. And if it does well, let's give it 10,000 views. Like launching a video, once you figure out what it is that you're doing, relaunch your YouTube channel. I wish I had taken this advice, because now I'm stuck in this YouTube channel and I just kind of have to let it do what it's doing. If I'd taken this advice like a year and a half ago, I'd have like 10K subscribers. If that's the only thing different I did, I guarantee you. Ogre is a neo-Jew? Let's hope. I know you guys hate each other, but neo-Jew is a hilarious thing to call Christians. That's just funny. Stupid, but funny. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. So yeah, I just got back from Nashville. I cut my shit. I now have 2 shits to give instead of 1. Debatecon was fun. I went mostly just for grid stuff. Got to go, explore a little bit. Nashville's a shit city, dude. Nashville is a party city. It's not a shit city. Let me take that back. Nashville is a thriving city, which is really weird coming from Richmond, Virginia, right? Like, there's not like a whole bunch of broken down buildings that are like abandoned because nobody wanted to buy them for a shop or anything. It's a growing, vibrant city, which is really cool. And it has a ton of hot women in it. Nashville is definitely the caliber of bitches in Nashville is certainly better than where I live. But also, lot of fucking asshole, aggressive drivers. Like, honestly, it felt like driving in, like, New York. A lot of people yelling and screaming. A lot of people just blatantly violating traffic laws everywhere. A lot of people, like party buses just holding up all of traffic, and then somebody getting super angry as they, like, whip around and shit. So it's like, Neo-Jew as opposed to Paleo-Jew, I suppose. I don't know. I just think it's a funny insult. I'm probably going to side with Silver Ogre here, even though I'm an atheist. But Neo-Jew is way better than Angry Cricket. I'm just going to throw that out there. Cut that fucking music down a little bit. What's worse? Asshole drivers or slow, clueless drivers? I feel like... Here's the question. Are the slow, clueless drivers polite? Because if the slow, clueless drivers are polite, those are the worst drivers ever. Right? Like, though I cannot stand someone that has the right of way being like, oh, you go. Yeah, I'm going to let you go. Do I go? Do I not go? Those people cause fucking accidents. Right? But if they're just like slow and kind of in the way, whatever, I'll get around them. It's not a big deal. I'd rather that than like a super aggressive driver that's like losing their shit. Who did I hang out with? I saw Rob Noir. I didn't really get to hang out with him. Saw Andrew. Andrew was cool. He was exactly as I expected him to be. His wife was can I say this? I hope Andrew does. I hope no one clips this and sends this to Andrew and he takes it the wrong way. Rachel was more attractive than I was expecting. Like, I know she had some weight issues in the past, and like, so some of her pictures, like, she kind of looks haggard, right? But like, I never like, I'm not like I want to be like, oh, I want to fuck. None of that, right? Like, none of that. But like, she looked good. Like, she looked healthy. She looked happy. Like, her skin was good. She looked in shape. I was like, oh, like, she does not look good on camera compared to in person. Right? Like, you know, some people just look better on camera and then some people look better in person. Like, she was definitely wow, you look a lot better in person. Like, it's funny you say that. I saw photos from Debatecon and thought she looked so much better than when she streams. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, man. Because like when I saw her in person, I was like, oh shit, like, this is a good looking woman. Like, not like hot or like I'm drooling over or anything. Andrew looked exactly like I expected Andrew to look and act, right? But like Rachel was like, oh shit, like, you've done well, Andrew. You have a smart, passionate woman that also doesn't look like shit. Cool for you. Like, it wasn't anything sexual or anything. It also might just be because I'm really tall, so I tend to see people from like better angles because I look down on people and people tend to look better from like a higher angle. Maybe that's part of it. I think she could tweak the lighting and camera to be more true to how she looks IRL. Maybe, I don't know. I don't watch a bunch of her streams. I just see her occasionally. And then when I saw her in person, I was like, oh shit. Other thing, Jim Bob. Whatever hate I had for Jim Bob, I could not maintain the moment I saw him. And I mean this in the least gay way possible. But he's just like a little adorable gremlin. Like his voice, his demeanor, he just came off so sweet and like he came off like Jim Bob came off like a Charlie Brown teacher or Sims. Like I was expecting him to start speaking in like Sim language. He's a little guy with like a big beard and he's real thin with a Hawaiian shirt on and he's just like and I'm like, hey, Jim Bob. Like, I was just like, dude. How do you think people reacted to seeing you? I'm not 6'7", I'm 6'5". Yeah, a lot of people were like, oh, I didn't know you were tall. I just assumed you were lying. And I'm like, why does everyone assume I'm a liar? Whatever. That's how Gibbs is, dude. Gibbs is a natural showman. Dude, like I went to, like when we did the first debate, I was sitting there before the debate goes live, and Gibbs is just sitting there. First of all, he's shotgunning a beer, and he's like, who's got a vape? My shit, I had to fly. Like, he's like hitting a vape, and then he's like shotgunning a beer, and he's like, yeah, the fucking, he's like, I gotta be careful, and I gotta drink water. The Addies make me thirsty. And it's just, he's just hopped up on Addies and alcohol, and like high, ready to moderate like 8 hours straight in a row. And he's just like, what's this place called? And he's like, oh, I don't know that this place has a name. And he's like, yeah, I'll make up something. And then like 20 seconds later, it goes live. And he's like, we're the motorcade, Coliseum. And it's like, let me tell you, folks, this is a great. And he's just like immediately went into it, made a name and shit. And it was very fascinating to watch that Gibbs is genuinely like a born, like Gibbs reminds me more in person of like a sports announcer than like a Twitch streamer. I mean, I'll probably download it tomorrow and re-upload it to my channel, my debate. And then, of course, there were a lot of weirdos there, right? Like, it was a self-selection of a self-selection of people, right? Like, it's people that are willing to spend hundreds of dollars and drive across the country or from a state or two to come meet us. Some of those people were fucking weird. I'm not going to name any specific names or anything. Some of them were cool. Some of them were super weird. Aren't you a weirdo? Dude, I am a weirdo, but like, some of these people, you know, they're strange. Is Peacecraft there? No, he was. He was at Debatecon, but he wasn't at Grid's event. Hi, baby girl, come here. What's going on? I think my cat liked me traveling. Okay. And now you want down? All right. Well, what do you want? What are you being weird? Put the shock collar on. You will be in frame. Fabian wasn't 6'5", dude would not even be able to pull blacks. Probably. We could have met Peacecraft. I mean, presumably. Bold spot spotted? Brother. That's just where the headphones sit. See how there's a line? Try again, brother. Headphone dent is wild? Yeah, there's a headphone dent in my hair. Like, there's not a headphone. Like, I don't have one of those, like... Here we go. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fat, all right? Don't be trying to add fucking extra struggles to me. No more shot collar. Hassan ate the dog in China already. I saw him like... I saw that he like went to China. He got his phone run through by the police at Tiananmen Square. And then also they were bugging his room and the rooms adjacent to him to make sure that he only spoke good things about China. And meanwhile, dude is still, and he's still just glazing the fuck out of China. Like, this is the place. I hate America. I don't believe in anything American. China is a place that represents my values. And I'm just sitting there like, I saw like those clips pop up, and I'm like, dude got stopped by the Gestapo and fucking, the Stasi coming up to his ass, and they're bugging his place, and he's still like, China #1. like, I mean, dude, like, get the fuck out of there, you retard. It was crazy, man. You know what? I watched Hassan the other day, right? And I don't really watch a lot of Hassan, but like, I watched a clip of him at normal speed. I'm just going to find something from Hassan's stream. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Here he is blowing Bubba, right? I'm assuming he's going through, the Epstein files. And by him going through, I mean he's reading headlines and some moderators gave him some bullshit to talk about, right? But like, I listened to him at like normal speed because I don't normally listen to him unless somebody's reacting to him or something. And dude, it is crazy how, like, if you knew nothing about this man, you would be like, oh, do you need me to open the door for you, buddy? Like he's like clearly mentally challenged.
Mr. Suck, we previously knew him as the PP pedophile president, but I think
this is an editor clipping it together to make him talk faster. Hold on, let me just go to his like regular stream.
Liberal and Republican, both Democrat and Republican Party boosters.
No, they're still clipping him. Like the editors are still having to clip out the like notice how there's hard cuts in this? Because I had never noticed because I don't really watch him. They have to edit him together to make him sound like a normal person because he just has these long, weird pauses where his brain is trying to come up with the second half of a sentence.
That were so embedded with Jeffrey Epstein, so directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Why is Donald Trump so directly
just look at the look how many cuts there are.
So directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein.
Cut.
Why is Donald
Cut.
Trump so directly
There was a cut right there.
Connected with Jeffrey
Cut
Epstein.
right there.
Now, of course,
Cut
a lot
right
of this
there.
is off of pure speculation. Jeffrey Epstein asked his brother Mark Epstein whether Putin has photos of Trump blowing Bubba, which is Bill Clinton's nickname, and this obviously took a whole different
cut right there. Like, dude, there are so many cuts in this because he cannot complete a sentence in like a reasonable amount of time for it not to be obvious that like he has an intellectual disability. And I just like I'd never really engaged with his content that much in years, and then I saw it and I was like, "Yo, this is bad." Like they just keep having to just do cut, like a Hollywood movie of a 12-year-old girl beating up a bunch of jack chiseled dudes, where we have to do 62 cuts so that we can put in the stunt people and change the camera angles so it's not blatantly obvious that this 14-year-old girl like can't do this.
life of its own. People lost their dang minds over it. They're like,
I will talk shit on him a lot. His fashion sense is like probably pretty good, dude. I mean, it's not I don't get it, but like he gets glazed for it a lot. Like I'm pretty sure he just wears expensive clothing and he's a really good-looking man, so he gets away with kind of wearing crazy, ostentatious, random shit. Like fashion is not about the clothing. Fashion is about, are you hot enough to pull off the dumbest looking shit? His mama dresses him good. I'm pretty sure he dresses himself. I'm just saying, like, it's just like it popped up and I was just like, dude, this guy is a mushmouth retard. Like, just take away whatever his presumed ideas are. He struggles to read. LOL, he is not a good looking man. I don't want to fuck him. I'm not gay, but like, I mean, he's a tall, jacked man with a good chin. Like, I don't know, man. Like he looks like, I mean, and everybody says he looks fucking great. As a resident F-slur, yeah, he's very attractive. Like, I'm not gay, and I can still be like, nah, dude looks good. Also, guys, 14 likes, 32 concurrent viewers. Like, share, subscribe. Consider donating to the channel. Super chats. Got to buy those war bonds. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. I appreciate all the love and support from everybody. I know holidays are coming up, and like for whatever reason, people tend to donate more on the holidays. But also, like if you're broke, right, and you're trying to save money for like Black Friday deals, don't give me money. I want your money. I need money. I got Christmas coming up too. I want to buy cool shit. But at the same time, if you don't have it, please don't give it to me. Right? Like if you're like, man, I really need to save up for Christmas gifts and shit, then do that, right? Your family always comes first. Just sit back, enjoy the content. But like 12 of you haven't liked the stream. You know what I mean? Like the fucking stream. If you're not gonna pay me, that's fine. Don't pay me if you ain't got it. But like the stream, you know? Oh, I was about to give you $500, but if you don't want it, that's okay. No, I want it. Why you ban me for exposing? Nobody's banning you for exposing Raging Tomatoes, Slope is Dope. I banned you because I have tried multiple times to get you to behave like at least at the level of a 14-year-old boy. And like you cannot manage the maturity or the ability to follow the rules like a tween. Like your behavior on Discord is of someone that is incapable of consenting to sex. Right. You know what I mean? It's like nobody cares that you bitched about her. You're in the fucking, you're in a fucking self-promo channel calling her a whore and a bunch. You didn't even like post any receipts or anything. You just threw out a bunch of gendered insults at somebody that's, guess what? A much larger content creator than you'll ever be in your entire fucking life, who's trying to fucking build avenues or whatever, especially since she kind of fucked up with Andrew, and you brought that on yourself, bitch. I heard the whole story. You kind of brought that on yourself. I'll still go on your show. I don't give a fuck about the drama, but I heard the whole story. You kind of brought it on yourself, hon. But nevertheless, you know what I mean? She's trying to do what she's trying to do. The vid has a recite. Hot for increasingly growing third world standards in the West. Are you like one of those people that thinks that like only the Aryans are hot or something? I don't get that comment. That's weird. But yeah, 10 of you still haven't liked the channel. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, pay me. Did you see that fucking former IGN journalist or whatever, that game reviewer dude that's notoriously bad at games, that was like talking about how he'll never go on Kick again unless they give him donos, because he's supposed to be this famous journalist and shit, and he got 1 sub on Kick for the entire stream. And I was just like, ooh. Also, has there been any news on the Ubisoft? Does anybody know who might have acquired Ubisoft? Did you guys hear about that or not? I don't know. The Guillemot family is like still manages it, right? But they shut down the ability to buy and sell or buy Ubisoft. And like there's a bunch of backroom deals or something going on. So somebody is like likely to acquire Ubisoft. And I've heard like rumors that it's like kind of already basically a done deal. I'm guessing, if I had to get, my guess is that Tencent acquired a larger stake, and then somebody big like Microsoft or the Saudis, maybe somebody stepping into the game like the Saudis, or Microsoft or, you know, Amazon or something, wanted to gobble up all that IP. And like, you know, obviously the studios and the talent, but mostly just grab all the IP. So it looks like somebody's about to enjoy your Maoist paradise. $5. Him saying that American cops are worse than Chinese cops is insane. Like, the American cops can't just disappear people for saying Trump sucks. Well, the other thing too is like, now that I like watched him and like it popped up, it's like very clear that this guy's too retarded to like understand complicated things. And so like in his mind, he probably thinks that like cops are just out here harassing the blacks constantly. And like, it's barely double digits most years of like unarmed black people killed by the police. And there's like 60 million police interactions in the United States. Look, I have issues with cops. I'm all for First Amendment auditors. I'm all for like fucking taking power away from the cops. I'm not a fan of cops. Fucking hate cops. But like, they function fairly well most of the time, right? Like that's why we still maintain this system. That's why it's hard to break down that system. They function well at maintaining order and at not stepping over the line before people get too increasingly concerned. But like, if you say too much about China, yeah, the cops just come and disappear you. Buying a Canadian unionized studio, great way to lose money. I hope they shut down. I mean, like, it depends on who bought it. Like, if a major player wanted to grab Ubisoft, they can very easily grab all their IP, shut down their French studios, shut down their Canadian studios, open up some studios in like Sweden where they do good work, open up some auxiliary studios in like Vietnam or like places where they can like do some of the cheap work, and then have all of Ubisoft's IP.
And like that IP, you know, with the way IP laws are, is worth quite a bit. Gotta love how people are IP till it affects them on one thing, and then they're like, oh yeah, they shouldn't be able to patent that. Yeah, for sure. My favorite thing is gamers that are all like, IP's good, and it's like, hey, you realize Warner Brothers owns the IP for the Nemesis system from Shadows of Mordor, and they've shut down their entire game studio and refused to open source that IP. So now no one can make a game until like 2036 or something, where people use where a game allows you to recruit people that are on the enemy forces and then use those enemy forces as spies. Like anything similar to the Nemesis system is a violation of their IP. So we cannot get any game like that because they're literally just sitting on the IP, doing nothing with it, and refuse to let anybody use it. There was supposed to be a Wonder Woman game using the Nemesis IP, using the Nemesis system, right? Where like Wonder Woman could like recruit, you know, different soldiers and shit like that. But now it's literally illegal for you to just make a game, even if you're not using the system itself, you're just using something that does the same thing. EA was bought by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, which paid most of the $55 billion. So there's going to be a bidding war for game studios. Yeah, like I said the Saudis. I said my guess was Microsoft, Saudis, or Amazon. Like I'm thinking a big player stepped in, and I'm guessing Tencent probably acquired a larger share so that they could have, because like Tencent likes to have reacting to anything today. I'm going on Prime in like 40 minutes. But like Tencent likes to have just enough power in a company to be able to influence it in like a profitable direction without having to actually be like deeply involved in the development process, right? Like Tencent, for example, owns a percentage of From Software. I mean, it's not From Software, it's like the company that is From Software or whatever that owns From Software, but you get it, right? But like Tencent probably fucked up with that Elden Ring, like Night Rain or whatever. That might be a Tencent problem, but for the most part, like Tencent, like they're cool with studios doing whatever works, so long as, you know, they can bankroll it. And I think Tencent is kind of a nemesis to Nemesis system, right? A nemesis to like, you know, Sweet Baby Inc. and type shit. They're not woke. They're anti-capitalist while being a capitalist business, which is, you know, ironic, right? But they're socialists, but they're not woke socialists. You put a 3-minute video in media recommendations about a guy who went through. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me check it out. I'll check it out. Fuck it. I mean, like I have shit, but it's just like monarchy is inevitable. Okay. So this will just take me about a half hour. Let's go. Let's go ahead and monarchy is inevitable. I mean, some voluntary monarchies, I'm sure, would spring about under anarcho-capitalism.
If you're a Gen Z right-winger, you've probably had a libertarian phase. We all did. But now chances are you've become more authoritarian.
Yeah, we've had a libertarian. Yeah, that is something that I do think was a lot of Gen Zers had a quote-unquote libertarian phase. But like none of them knew, almost none of the Gen Zs had any concept of like what libertarianism is. GDP up means world gooder is a perfect example of how this person, along with most of the Gen Zers that had a quote unquote libertarian phase, have no concept of what libertarianism is. They just had a phase where they culturally adopted much of the liberal philosophy of live and let live, like I just want to be free. I just want to be able to do what I want to do. And I'm sick of all these government, all of these government interventions causing all these problems. And then it gets worse. And then And so now they want to use that power to fight back against, the opponent, which is, it's lazy. It's intellectual laziness.
How did that happen?
Dave Smith fans? Yeah, probably.
Yes, we all did. But now chances are you've become more authoritarian. How did that happen? The libertarian slogan is, "Don't tread on me," a call to be left alone. But what happens when someone does anyway? When not just individuals.
Again, the libertarian slogan is "Don't tread on me." No, it's not. That's the slogan of the Gadsden flag. Right? Like that's a revolutionary slogan on fighting against an oppressive empire for freedom. It's "Don't tread on me" is not, "Hey, live and let live." "Don't tread on me" is a slogan that says we are going to take on the most powerful empire in world history to fight for our liberty because you fuckers wanted to impose a 3.5% import tax on a few goods. Like, we will go to war, we will fight and die, and we will hide in the bushes using Indian warfare, and I mean Indian as in Native American warfare, to slaughter you wholesale if you try and impose a 3.5% tax on one good. That's what "Don't tread on me" means. It doesn't mean live and let live. Right? So again, this person is both ignorant of world history as well as libertarianism.
Not just individuals, not just the state, but an entire global elite violates the non-aggression principle, especially in such covert and ruthlessly effective ways as today.
Everyone that violates the non-aggression principle and calls for violating the non-aggression principle is an outlaw. They are a criminal. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do to them. Every single communist that says, "I'm a communist," right? They have given you explicit permission to blow their brains out, and there is absolutely no violation of the non-aggression principle to publicly and brutally kill them. Now, if they recant communism, well, they've given away that permission, and unless they've actually violated the non-aggression principle through some action, then that's different. But every politician, every Democrat politician, you can kill them. You can blow their brains out. You can slit their throat in front of their families, and there's nothing unjustifiable about what you have done. Now, do I think that's a good strategy for libertarianism to succeed? No, that's a good strategy for the state to come in with guns and start arresting people and start making it look like libertarians are like, these violent, insane, revolutionaries. So I don't think it's a good strategy. I don't think it's morally good, but there's absolutely, it's not very self-interested to have the Gestapo come kick your door in and like arrest you and fuck up your movement. But it's not an unjustifiable position. It's one that through objectivist philosophy, I would say is morally wrong because there are better ways to try and bring about our freedom. But as far as the nap is concerned, kill them all.
Should libertarianism be "Don't tread on me, pretty please"? Or should it be "Don't tread on me or else"? Your answer to that question is what set you on the path to the new right. Because once you try to actually defend your rights...
Right, hold on. So now you're on the path to the new right. Reed's Hoppe will forcefully remove you, right? So now there's this concept that Hoppe is a gateway to the new right and is somehow not libertarian. When in reality is you just have a bunch of pole smokers and prags in DC and in podcast space that have no concept of what libertarianism is, and they're selling you a fake and gay version of libertarianism. You read the only real libertarian, and then you decided to reject libertarianism because you were like, well, this guy's kind of base. I'll find a new one. I'll find a new philosophy that's even more quote unquote based. Your brain fell out, brother.
New right. Because once you try to actually defend your rights, you realize something harsh. You, alone, can do nothing against a coordinated multi-state actor that doesn't play by your rules. The libertarian boogeyman was always the state.
History has shown several successful means of libertarians and, anti-government people in Washington, in Tennessee, in several places that have pushed back and defended against the state because the state doesn't want another Waco. But But by and large, yeah, if you're by yourself and you decide that you want to like not pay taxes, you're going to go to jail. Sure. You should collectivize in a community of shared values for your own safety. Yeah, duh.
Man was always the state. But to defend yourself against the leviathan of globalism, you've realized you must wield the state as a tool. It's like the gun debate. The liberal fears guns because of what they can do in the wrong hand.
No, and this is you don't need to wield the power of the state insofar as it is good. I mean, like if you mean you must wield the power of the state to get rid of that power, then like yeah, sure. But the idea that like you need to wield the power of the state to like fight corporations and fight the left is just justifying and giving power to the state.
But we know.
Like literally you're arming your enemy with guns and saying, see, you have to use guns against them. They want to use the ring against Sauron, 100%.
But we know it's not the gun that's dangerous, it's the user. Power is the same. It's a tool.
This goy saw Alice decay and then became fashy. I don't blame him.
Tool, neither moral nor immoral.
Hey, bitch, stop. Stop it. Stop doing that. Stop tearing up my couch.
Its stance is dependent on the wielder.
Well,
sure,
let me
power corrupts.
reach
That's a
over
fair
real
warning.
quick.
But it's still better in our hands than the hands of those who want to destroy us. Some libertarians love to say that we don't need a state, that private defense and mutual agreements can protect us from the Leviathan. Alright then, go ahead. Establish your libertarian societies. What's stopping you? Oh, right.
You, motherfucker, you are in the way. You specifically are stopping us. You are an enemy of liberty. You are an enemy of human flourishment. You are an enemy of mankind. You are an enemy of all that is good in this world because you abandoned reason for madness. That was a throwback. It was a throwback to the Lord of the Rings reference, right? You abandoned reason for madness. You said, actually, we need to embolden and empower the state to use it against our enemies. And then you, motherfuckers, will lose an election. And then after you lose an election, you just get more justification for more state power to use against other people. You can't bring about liberty through coercion. I mean, I feel like you probably could consequentially, but like, yeah, you don't create the mindset for it that way. What's stopping you? The philosophy of the day being wrong.
Stopping you. Oh, right. The Leviathan. The one that won't even let you build the tools you need to defend yourself from it. And so, the new right was born, when libertarians realized the threat of their own extinction. When we realized the stakes were too high to keep
Gen Z is characterized by a single fact. Defeat is annihilation, which means victory is worth any cost. When faced with assured destruction, nothing is off the table. Yeah, so you abandon all reason. You abandon all hope or values so that you could just then have you could say two wrongs make a right. I hope Christians lead this movement. When the stakes are this high and the emotions this what Christianity got us here. The Constitution got us here. I need to be very, very clear to all of the Christians and all of the constitutional conservatives, right? Is look, if you want to be Christian, go be Christian, right? It doesn't really fucking bother me. I think that your ideology is wrong, but like, so long as you're doing your own fucking thing in your own fucking community, I don't really give a fuck. I'm not that concerned with like going in and preaching the gospel of reason to you. Okay, but it is super important to understand that everyone that says, well, if only we get Christians in charge, if only we could go back to the Constitution, understand that the Constitution and Christians set up this nation and they failed. And they failed because of the weakness of the Constitution and the weakness of Christianity. Christianity has been tried, it has been weighed, it has been measured, and it has been found wanting. Christianity cannot bring about the utopia. It is an ideology of contradiction. It is an ideology that is socialist in part. I know you guys fucking hate it when the socialists are like, Jesus would be a socialist. But one of the main tenets of Christianity is sacrifice. One of the main tenets, read the book of Judges. It's all sacrifice. It's all you're failing to be your brother's keeper shit. Christianity has already failed to bring about the utopia. The Constitution and liberalism have already failed to bring about the utopia. Going back is literally just two steps forward, one step back, or 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 1 step forward, 1 step forward. You cannot fucking you cannot just go back in time ideologically and then think that that all things else being equal, that we don't just end up in the same fucking place we are.
Power itself. It's not about
it's so blatantly obvious that like if you try and impose Christianity onto society, that like all you're doing is return to a time that inevitably led up to where we are today. You haven't solved any problems by replacing the current ideology through coercion, through, an economic and military cost to a moment that then led to this. You have to have a new philosophy.
It's not about abandoning principles. It's about proving them in real life, not just in online debate forums. Marxism is said to be good in theory, bad in practice. That's nonsense.
Yeah, that's nonsense. Marxism is bad in theory and bad in practice.
It's idiotic in theory and murderous in practice. But libertarianism actually is good in theory, which means if we want to test it in practice, we first need power to enforce it. Now the world order is...
I don't necessarily disagree that you need power to enforce libertarianism, right? That is true. But that's what libertarianism is. Libertarianism isn't anti-power. Libertarianism is anti-giving power to individuals to justify them using power to force people to do whatever it is that you want to do. But you absolutely, if people violate the non-aggression principle, then they're criminals and they should be treated as such. And in order to treat them as such, you need power to treat them as such. So libertarianism is not anti-power. What you're arguing for is wiping what the new Gen Z monarchy, ultra-base Christ-nat people are doing is they're arguing for power to impose against the will of other people to stamp out anything that they view as degenerate. Anything that goes against their fucked up and flawed religious belief system.
Now the world order is collapsing, democracy is dying, and as Polybius wrote 2,000 years ago, when democracies fall, monarchies rise. Every vulture is already circling the crown, so why not seize it for yourself?
I mean, that's true. I mean, unfortunately, we have communism now, so you know what I mean? There's this obsession that the Gen Z right have with liberal, the false claim of liberalism as the end of history, and they're kind of right in that, right? That is a false claim, but it doesn't necessitate that we get monarchy, and we certainly won't get a monarchy that looks like it did in medieval Europe, right? It's not going to look like a Hollywood monarchy. It's going to look like North Korea. That's what monarchy looks like in the modern sense. It's a dictatorship where people sell people on socialism, just like all of the people on the new right and the far right are doing. They're just sucking the dick of anybody that talks about socialist programs for their race. And what it ends up looking like, if it doesn't get destroyed, by liberal democracies fighting it or whatever, is that it looks like North Korea. What you're begging for is you're begging to live in a nation state where you own nothing and you're not happy. And maybe your children will be able to sneak away in the middle of the night to escape to South Korea.
Even if only to make sure no one else does. After all, some of the freest eras in history were ironically under monarchs. Kings who had absolute power on paper, but rarely used it. Compare that to our democracies today.
Yeah, but again, this is medieval peasantry, is not the type of monarchy that you get in the modern age.
Limited on paper, but in practice controlling every aspect of your life. The freer you want to be, the stronger.
I mean, yeah, I get that we start off as a republic. Please don't do the Republican thing. It's it's a republic, not a democracy. I get what you mean. I'm just using liberal democracy to be a catch-all term for constitutional republics, constitutional monarchies, like England and technically Canada, etc. Right? A philosophy of liberalism and limited government, through some constitutional basis, either direct democracy or, republicanism, moral parliamentary system. I'm just using liberal democracy as Hoppe does in Democracy, the God That Failed.
Every aspect of your life. The freer you want to be, the stronger not only you, but your family and your community and your people must be. And that's the final, undeniable logic. It's not a betrayal of libertarianism, it's the fulfillment of it. The old libertarian asked to be left alone. The new right demands it.
Again, the new right is not demanding liberty. The new right is demanding socialism and demanding increases in state power, but they want it to be wielded by people with their values. And that's all well and good for them if it works out. But the moment that that shoe is on the other foot and you have a bunch of embedded institutions that you empowered to enforce their preferences onto people against their will, it's real fucking bad. I hope that video was worth it. I enjoy your insights. I appreciate it. Now pay me money. No, I'm just kidding. Most people don't know what Republican means. LOL. They think it's like Federalists or something. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I feel like there are some Eastern Island monarchies that aren't bad. Yeah, I mean, there are good examples and bad examples, obviously. In order to be a stronger individual, you must strengthen all of this collectivist bullshit. I mean, like, my favorite quote from Hayek's Road to Serfdom is in chapter 4, right? And it explains so much. It's just this. Centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. When you try and give a bunch of power to the state to impose your values, you destroy the spontaneous order that is made that actually makes a strong collective. The strongest collective is one without a state. The more you try and force the state, the more people don't talk to each other. The more people don't give a fuck about other people in their community because everything is already kind of solved for them. Oh, my retirement, I'm going to plan for my retirement, but if it doesn't work out, I've got Social Security. I don't need to have a bunch of kids to take care of me. I don't necessarily need a legacy. Why do I care who my neighbors are when I can call the police if there's any problems, right? Like, I don't need to be a part of a community because it's already been destroyed by the state and multiculturalism that has used all of these different influences to create this mashed together pseudo community that has no actual real community. Scott, why can't I find your debate with Jay Dyer on Tag anywhere but his channel? Did you not record it or something? I didn't record it because I was begging almost for a debate. Like, I was in his DMs like, hey, you said you want to debate, let's debate, to schedule a debate. And then he just kept sending me spam and not actually engaging with me. He had some bot just replying to me with spam being like, I'm on Twitter Spaces now. And then like one time he did that, I was like, dude, like, do you want to fucking do it on Twitter or something? Like, it's fine. Like, whatever, I'll hop on. And then he responded, like actually responded, and it was a Twitter Spaces. And so I just thought it was like, I thought we were just hopping on for like an impromptu discussion on Twitter Spaces. He was recording on his channel, and I wasn't recording because it was like in the middle of the day. So there's that. Like, it was like a Twitter Spaces, and I didn't know that which, like, I'm not like, oh, he sneakily recorded me. Like, it's fine, record me, I don't care. But it was like, it wasn't during a time I stream or a time I normally do debates. And then I hopped in and he spurred out. And that was part of the reason I was just like, dude, can we schedule a debate with a moderator? And he was like, no, and then I ended up doing it, and it was just, the rest unfolds from there. You just watched him rage quit Zulu debate? Yeah, he straight up rage quit the Zulu debate, and he tries to act like he didn't. Would you say American Revolution was bad as it costed more American lives in the long term, as more people suffered with slavery, American Civil War, and the World War I and World War II? Would you say American Revolution was bad? Okay, you just repeated. No, I wouldn't say the American Revolution was bad because people died. I mean, what? I don't understand this. So anything is bad if throughout time afterwards people die and mistakes are made? No, it was a good thing. It was, I mean, like, would I have preferred we like worked harder to maintain the Articles of Confederation instead of creating like the Constitutional Republic, you know, and ratifying the Constitution in 1789? Like, yeah, I would have preferred that, right? Like, we almost had a currency war between Virginia and Maryland, and you know, there was some issues. But I think it established a step in the right direction. Oh, computer carnage, fucking mind melding, right? Established a step in the right direction. We've just been going in the wrong direction since then. Expand, like, if you read the founding fathers and the way that they viewed that, like, this was like, they understood that the state was evil. They understood that this state would collapse once Congress understood its power to tax. This was meant to be like, this wasn't meant to be like a 300-year thing that we just hearkened to. It was meant to be an evolving process that they thought would get better and better. And they couldn't have predicted all of those things. I say in bad in terms of the long-term political effects where the U.S. government turned tyrannical over time, where they took more corruption from the UK government to become a more destructive nation. I feel like that's a post hoc consequentialist rationalization to arrive at the idea that because there are weaknesses and flaws in the Constitution, then we can just tack on all the bad shit that came after. I disagree. Thomas Jefferson was super based, for example. Yeah, dude, Thomas Jefferson has like insanely good quotes. Let me find some. Let me just grab some random quotes on democracy. That popped up first. Let's see. Quotes about democracy, just A to Z quotes. The end of democracy and the defeat of the American Revolution will occur when government falls into the hands of lending institutions and moneyed corporations. The issue today is the same it has been throughout all history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself or be ruled by a small elite. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. I disagree, but there's some base things in there. Sorry. Let's see. Cornerstone of democracy rests on the foundation of an educated electorate. A free people claim their rights as derived from the laws of nature and not as the gift of their chief magistrate. That one goes fucking hard. So I'm gonna restate this one. A free people claim their rights as derived from the laws of nature and not as the gift of their chief magistrate. Properly functioning democracy depends. Oh, that's the same one. Every man cannot have his way in all things. If his opinion prevails at some times, he should acquiesce on seeing that of others' preponderance at other times. With this mutual disposition, we are disjointed individuals, but not a society. The majority, oppressing an individual, is guilty of a crime, abuses its strength, and by acting on the law of the strongest, breaks up the foundations of society. Like, these people did not view government the way that fucking people today view government. They viewed it as a necessary evil. People today seem to think of, like, government as good. They were all socialists in some way, but I forgive them for not having been alive with Austrian economic theory or, libertarianism. The founders accepted natural law because they believed in a natural lawmaker. I mean, dog. Cool. A bunch of deists, fucking, a whole bunch of deists that were nominally Christian, fucking, accepted natural law theory in the way that they purported it. Meanwhile, every Christian society before them was statist. Like, come on, dude. You don't get to fucking claim the Constitution or the Enlightenment for Christianity other than, you can claim the Enlightenment, actually. I take that back. You can claim the Enlightenment as a vessel of Christianity insofar as Christianity had a focus on logos, had a focus on truth. And so that focus on an adherence to truth ultimately defeated the lie that is Christianity, right? Like, Christianity had to die to be replaced by reason. And there were a lot of people that tried to blend those two things together, right? Thomas Aquinas, a huge one, a great man. But it is Christianity's insistence on truth that ultimately creates the Enlightenment, creates the backlash against Christianity, because Christianity is an imposed power system on people throughout all of history until we kind of create liberal democracies. And even then, so it's still kind of there. Lots of big founders were deists, not Christian. I mean, I said a bunch of deists, but like in reality, I don't fucking know what was in their hearts. And like, I can only somewhat trust what they wrote because of the times. It wouldn't shock me at all to learn that Thomas Jefferson was just a straight up atheist. Whereas at the same time, it also wouldn't shock me if like he was a Christian, but just believed that like the major institutions in the churches had gotten away from, what ought be taught or what was true, right? Like that they were flawed, and thus he was like, yeah, sure, I'm a deist, you know what I mean? To like not be involved in like an Anglican or a Catholic, Ortho kind of like war between denominations. Thomas Paine was pretty based. Yeah, Thomas Paine was good. Thomas Paine's Common Sense is a phenomenal read. Thomas Paine was a pain in the ass. What a goofy joke. I love you guys. Oh fuck. Did you see have you seen the new MAGA cope? Here we go, boys. From Austin Peterson, a true libertarian, by the way, guys. Remember, pragmatism is the real libertarianism. Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't trust the plan. This is from Donald Trump's, right, about the Epstein files. I'm sure most of you have seen it, right? I was kind of busy, so this has been big news. But as I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files. Oh, now that they have the votes and they're going to vote to release the files, now all of a sudden the plan is changed. If you just trusted the plan, he was going to get the files out all along. Why didn't you guys trust the plan? And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetuated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. Yeah, your victory is you had the longest government shutdown in American history, I believe, 42 days. And your victory was to pass the Biden bill, plus banning the entire hemp industry, losing 300,000 jobs, and trying to destroy every form of like medical marijuana and the usage of hemp and paper, hempcrete, and all these other industries, because the tobacco and alcohol lobby paid, not Mitch McConnell, who was it? Oh God, are funding the Democrats to force through this portion of the bill. So your big victory was destroying 300,000 jobs and fighting the war on drugs against the hemp industry. Hemp is set to be like illegal and phased out in the United States in like, I believe it's January or February of 2026, according to the new CR. So you pass Biden's spending plus destroying jobs. I thought Rand Paul was trying to defend it. Defend what? No, he was trying to stop the fucking the rider that had been attached to the new CR that was designed to kill the hemp industry. The irony was Trump passed the 2018 Farm Bill legalizing hemp. Everything is just a negotiation to him. And he's negotiating with your lives and your money. So he doesn't care so long as he can sell it like the car salesman he is. Yeah, Rand didn't vote for it. Continue on. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and their relationship to Epstein. So is it a fucking hoax, as you said one sentence ago, or is it a real problem? And the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. You know what really makes it feel like you don't care? All caps lock. All caps lock. All I do care is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, which we're going to win big. Yeah, 50-year mortgages, the largest tax increases of any president since fucking FDR. That's really going to help with affordability crisis. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing. Yeah, the government lying about inflation. We all see everything is still inflating. And we're all just pretending like it's not because the MAGA cult said so. And because fucking government data is bullshit. So obviously bullshit. Hot take here, I know, but I'm kind of in agreement with Mentis that Trump winning over Kamala was slightly better. I think Kamala probably would have governed maybe more socialist than Trump, or at the same degree, but it would have been the status quo socialism that we have, so it wouldn't have been a lot of changes, whereas Donald Trump is making cuts in areas of socialism that he doesn't agree with, and then massive increase in socialism that he does agree with, like tariffs, for example. The problem I have with saying that maybe she would have been slightly worse in that regard is that I feel like Kamala would have galvanized the right against the socialism, whereas Donald Trump is selling the right on socialism. He has the entirety of Gen X and boomers on the right convinced that right-wing socialism is good. Whereas like Kamala being in for another 4 years would have been the status quo increasingly circling down the drain, but may have galvanized the right to come together, get rid of Trump as the figurehead, and allow leaders to step forward that would have been fiscal conservatives. I'm not saying it would have happened, but it could have happened. LL, no, she wanted to fully legalize weed? Who fucking knows? She also kept a bunch of people in prison for weed crimes. Like, yeah, you can say she ran on legalizing weed, but she governed, or not governed, but, we'll say she presided over being district attorney and going hard on weed and on drug crimes and keeping people in prison even for crimes they didn't commit to use them as slave labor. So like, yeah, it's anybody's guess as if she actually would have done that. If the right pockets got greased, she would have given us another bullshit thing like both Obama did in the end and Biden did, where they like release some federal prisoners on like weed laws and then be like, that's all I can do. I can't do anything about state crimes. There's nothing I can do. I really do wish that we would legalize weed. Anyways, I made sure that none of that legislation ended up passing because I got millions and millions of dollars from the tobacco and alcohol industry. Like we're seeing with the Democrats right now with them killing hemp. Here we go. Bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts. This is a complete lie. You've increased taxes, and prices are not going down. Gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record. When you have inflation, then it's pretty easy to set records on investment. When you presided over the beginning of COVID, which was the largest wealth transfer from the poor and the middle class to the elite, and then you have a bunch of inflation, well, then you have a whole bunch of people that are far more wealthy in dollars that are worth less. Yeah, of course you have record investment. Now let's adjust it for inflation and let's adjust it for COVID wealth transfer. I wonder if that tells a different story. The rebuilding of our military. Why the fuck do we need more military if we're not fighting wars? Why do we need to spend more money on the military? It's kind of an afterthought when our entire budget towards the military is less than the debt we're paying on the quote unquote late credit card payment. But, you know, securing our border. I mean, I guess you've secured the border. I'm not really like a big fan of it. You haven't done anything. You haven't actually stopped the socialism that's causing the problem. You just violated human rights. Deporting criminal illegal aliens. Yeah, I'm all for deporting criminal illegal aliens. Yay, you did that. Cool. I'm all for getting rid of Tren de Agua. Yay. I'll give you that one. That's such a great piece of your agenda. It's like the bare minimum, though, of a president is to like get rid of violent gangs and cartels that are operating in this country. Like, it's not some huge success. You have all the money and guns. It should be, it just do it. You know? Ending men and women's sports. Get out of sports. Just get the government out of sports. Get rid of Title IX and shit. Actually solve problems, dude. You haven't solved anything. You put a Band-Aid on shit. You want to get rid of men and women's sports? Then get rid of state funding and local tax cuts for sports teams and let schools use tuition and let professional programs that use television, you know, and sales and tickets, let them all decide whether or not they want men and women together or whether or not they want men and women separate. Because most of us don't want men and women's sports. So most of us aren't going to watch a fucking sports program where there's a bunch of dudes in it. The economy literally can solve this if you just get the fuck out of the way. Stopping transgender for everyone is just a retarded authoritarian message. Yeah, I don't want them trooning the fucking kids or doing story, you know, I don't want schools with drag queen story hour or whatever. But who knows what the fuck stopping transgender for everyone means, other than you're just signaling to the MAGA cultists that are like rabid, drooling, fucking knuckle dragging retards that just go, oh, transgender, bad, oh. Like, it's such a like. Do you not have someone edit your tweets, brother? And so much more. Nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive. A lot of people did, including you. And if the Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. So it's a Democrat hoax that definitely the conservatives are completely free from. But also, it's all the Democrats, as you said earlier. But also, if they had anything, they would have released it. Like, this dude just goes whatever way the wind blows in the hopes that the majority of Republicans are too retarded to see what's going on. I'm sorry, you've spent all your fucking time trying to get rid of Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And now you have pretend libertarians like Austin Peterson simping for you. Some members of the Republican Party are being used, and we can't let that happen. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America great again. Complete and utter fucking nonsense, but what do you expect from Trump? Time for me to take a piss and hop on this panel, boys. Is what true? Gay porn is heavily watched in the Deep South at disproportionately high rates. I wonder why. Is it all Atlanta, Georgia? Like, I'm just curious. Is there like a heat map and Atlanta, Georgia is just fucking throbbing like a big veiny gay dick? But no, seriously, I mean, yeah, there are people repressing their homosexuality in the South, so they're watching the porn instead of just being openly in gay relationships. I'd guess. That'd be my guess. but I don't fucking know. All right, let me change the camera. Gotta be careful. All right, allow the music. Oh, yeah. Let's try that again. There we go. And then we're going to mute dude's tab because that's annoying as fuck. All right, boys, I'm going to take a quick whiz bang and then I'll be right back. And then we'll get this panel started. There's a lot of gays in Muslim countries too. Well, I mean, just turn trans and then you won't get stoned to death. That's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, why would you be gay in the Middle East when you can wear a dress and pretend to be a girl and then you don't die? That's why there's a really, really high rate of transgenderism and personality disorders and psychic problems amongst transgender Iranians. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back, boys. I'm back. Only a few of you left. And then we'll put out something in the Discord. Let everybody know we're getting this party started. It has new people, by the way. Eucharist is coming back for all you hardcore Christians out there. Eucharist will take up the mantle of Christianity from a philosophical position pretty well. Though I think he's kind of left-leaning. And then somebody else is, some new guy is here as well. Let me unmute.
Let's bring in other people. Hey, can you hear me, friend?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to mute again until that fucking music is gone.
Fine.
StreamYard just needs to let me mute it on my end. Like, that is like such a simple feature that should be a thing. You know what I mean? Just like let you put whatever fucking background music you want on the stream. I should be able to mute it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, that's better. But great. Happy to have you here, friend. And
Yeah. Just got back from Nashville. It was a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to everybody that went to Debatecon.
What did you actually do? Like, were you on stage or?
James is fucking terrible about getting back in DMs and shit. Like, he'll debate me and be like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And then he'll just leave you on red for like a month. Fucker. So like I didn't do anything at the Debatecon. I did like a grids event. I debated Pentuple on whether or not Trump is the most socialist president in our lifetime.
And you won, of course.
Yeah. Well, so what happened is like it was kind of a shit show because I was supposed to debate Enemy Charlie, and then she had like a photo shoot to go to, and then it was like, okay, well, we had a
As we
backup,
do.
right? Well, yeah, and then we had a backup, which was Corinth from Crucible. He's like one of the resident lefty. He was like a backup in case something happened. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm not coming last minute." And so like I'm going down there, and I'm like, "Yo, what's happening? What are we doing?" And then Pentuple, like we like decided like we were good. And so like I found out as I'm driving to Nashville that night, like fucking I'm debating Pentuple and what the topic is. And then so like I do like an hour and a half, 2 hours of prep in the morning, right? I wake up early as fucking prep. And then I get there and Pentuple's like, "I'm debating? What do you mean?" I was like, "You don't fucking know?" And so like I grabbed him at the event and I was like, "Here's all my notes. Here's my opening statement. Here are my arguments. I'm going to teach you how to debate me in 45 minutes. And then after that, you'll have Sadie, which is like the other person that works for MAGA HQ or whatever. It was like I was like, then let her give you like a half hour of prep. So you will know literally every argument I've prepped. Plus you can bring new shit and we'll get it. We'll make a show of it." And like people were just like, "This was a great debate. You guys did so good researching and shit." And I'm just like, "Oh, if you only knew." Like this was thrown together so fucking last minute. But yeah, it was a good time.
Wow.
People there were good. Everybody was nice, which I feel like is maybe it's just because I'm like a giant dude or something, but like a lot of people have like a lot of energy for me, and then in person they're like, "Hey, buddy." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right. See how it is."
Pentuple is pretty cool. I had met him.
He's a good guy.
Yeah. I met him when I went to do Tim Pool's thing because Gibbs happened to know him, and then so we like met up, dicked around at a casino, good times. So I would have him one here, but it doesn't work for his schedule, unfortunately. But it was always nice to meet a conservative I can get along with. So yeah,
he's super chill in person. Most everybody there was. Andrew was super chill. Jim Bob, I don't think it's a secret that I'm not like super big fans of Jim Bob, but like we tacitly get along, whatever. We're both in the right wing spaces. And then I met him, and he was like a little elf on the shelf, man. He's just like this adorable little guy with this big beard, skinny little dude in a Hawaiian shirt. And I just like wanted to go up to him like a grandpa and like grab his little cheeks, like no homo. But like I was just like, "Oh my God, you adorable little." He's got that high pitched voice, and like instantly every negative thought I had about him, I was just like, "Oh man, like look at this little guy, he's so cool." And I feel like that's probably more insulting than like if I maintain the hate. But like,
yeah.
But he was cool. He was nice. You know what I mean? Everybody was chill. It was a good time.
Yeah.
You should go next year.
If my travel will be covered, sure.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, my travel wasn't covered. I just did it to network and shit, meet people, you know?
Where was this again? Sorry, I came in late.
It was in Nashville.
What was it, though?
Debatecon.
Oh, okay, cool. Make a note of it.
If you follow the channel, YouTube channel, Modern Day Debates.
Yeah.
But there was
James
like side
and
events and stuff there too, right?
sick.
And Grid, who's a regular on this show, was like hosting a thing there.
Sick.
Yeah. He was trying to get me to come. I guess it was tough to recruit lefties for his event, but I was busy this weekend with one thing, and then I saw Begonia with some friends. That was pretty sick.
Hell yeah, dude. Finding competent left wingers is really, really difficult in debates.
Finding competent left wingers who want to
Really
get on the stage and debate. Did women destroy America or?
Well, yeah. Well, it's like the problem that I see mostly is that if they're confident and they're competent and they have a decent size audience, right? They're not like a nobody. They usually get picked up by some media group, right? Like, and so doing mid-level debate, like they're like, you know, some NGO activist organization or something is willing to fund their show, you know, get them a bunch more followers, get them onto larger platforms, right? So it's like Tim Pool bitches about finding left-wingers. He's full of shit, right? Like he can find anybody, right? Because he's a big enough name to where even if they, so long as they're competent and they don't make the left look terrible, right? Like it's good for their brand. It's good for the left. It's exposure. It's good for everybody, right? But like if you're like a mid-tier person, you know, streaming to a couple hundred people, you know, it's and then you try and find like another competent left-wing person that has more than 10 live viewers, it's a struggle because it's all the bottom of the barrel or the people that are like, they're not coming on your show. They have better opportunities. It's not even an insult against the left, right? It's just how the media landscape is that there isn't much of a middle for the left. You're kind of either small or you're big. Whereas on the right, there's a lot more. And the landscape is just bigger on online spaces on the right? Like, because that's where all of the right-wing media has gone, right? Is in online spaces, whereas the left has
a huge amount of money for
right. So there's kind of something for everybody at every size audience on the right, whereas on the left, it's like you either kind of one of the big fish or you're a nobody.
Yeah, you're either totally crowdfunded or you go to CNN and get picked up by something corporate.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that turned out well for you.
Yeah, I had a good time.
This was one of the more difficult ones to streams to put together, unfortunately. So like well, the good thing about that is that we've got a bit more of an eclectic group, so I'm really excited about that. Yeah.
I haven't seen you in forever, Socrates or Greg. All right, like both of you guys. I'm happy to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Like I haven't seen Greg since like you know COVID debate days.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I think you were my second to last video on my YouTube channel. Like...
There you go. I didn't put that shit on YouTube. I put that shit on Rumble. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. That was dangerous back then for the quote unquote anti-vax. I don't know that I've ever really been anti-vax. But you know what I mean.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, it can be rough in all directions. I did a video that got taken down by YouTube because I was
critiquing something that was in
quote
unquote missing
on his YouTube video talking about COVID in a misinforming way.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got banned on TikTok for a week. For like last month, I got banned for a week for.
Brother, I've made 3 TikToks and gotten banned within 24 hours on all of them. So calm down a little bit there, okay? I just gave up on TikTok.
I'm agreeing with you.
The Chi-Coms do not like ANCAPs, all right? Like, of all the ideologies they hate, I think the hardcore capitalist limited government ones they hate the most.
Greg, you're agreeing with him, and Scott's saying, well, no, he's more oppressed than you. That's what's happening right now.
Exactly.
Welcome, listen, welcome to the new politics where white people are competing to see who are most oppressed. Okay, Prime? Your black card's gone, okay? The new landscape is that the whites are oppressed, and we will compete to see who is more so.
Totally new future in America.
In terms of the rest of the group, we have one person who's going to be a bit late, and then another person who's going to be really late, and then another person who
is already late.
I don't know. Yeah, just already late. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the third person. Hopefully they'll be here soon. I don't know. Whatever.
All right, so we're gonna throw out something random while we wait for people. Have you guys seen that video that is like both sidesing hardcore as fuck, where the lady apparently is a DoorDash driver, got fired from DoorDash for filming a guy naked without his consent because she like opened the door and his pants were off and he was naked, and then like people are defending the girl because they're like, hey, this guy was trying to like show you his dick, and then other people are defending the dude like, why did you open this dude's door when the delivery thing said sat on the porch? I'm curious about other people's opinions on this because I'm like 50-50, and here's why I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50 because there's a lot of exhibitionist, perverted, weird dudes, and there's no shock to me whatsoever that dude was like, let me just leave this door cracked and see what happens, right? Like, I 100% kind of believe that was the thing. But then also, you show up to some dude's house, you open his door further so you can get a good film of it, and then you post on the dude naked on TikTok and talk about how you're oppressed, and then get mad when you lose your DoorDash job after your, like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like this is one of those I hate everybody things, but I'm wondering if anybody else has strong opinions here.
I think first of all we need to play the video. Prime, can you put that up?
Let's not.
Wait a second now.
You can get away with that shit on Twitter. That's about it.
Wait, no, you can't show dick pics on Twitter, right? That's the whole.
I mean,
so yeah,
in certain contexts you could, but like this one.
So look, okay. I guess I'll go first. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what we were talking about. We're talking about this.
Really? You're gonna make me 50-50 on this? You know what I mean? Like I was like,
don't backpedal now.
All right, so I haven't seen the video, right? So I'm just gonna go off of our friend Scott's.
Well, nobody has.
Right?
Hold on, real quick. Nobody has seen the video of how open or closed the door was, because apparently the man in question was drunk and passed out on his couch, supposedly. And then he sent ring light footage to the police. And then after that, the police decided to charge her.
Okay.
So the degree of which it was...
You videotape them naked. You put that on the internet.
Right.
No,
but,
I don't think...
But her claim, right, which doesn't seem to be refuted by any known evidence, is that the door was cracked. And she goes to drop off the food, and then she's going up to a cracked, partially open door, and there's a dude like exposing himself. So she's like, I gotta fucking film this. What the fuck is this? Etc. Still a bad decision, right?
Okay.
But like also could be a perv.
Critical fact: did he actually put in the description, or whatever, leave food on porch?
I think that's the default. So no one knows whether or not it was in the description, because I think the default is you're just supposed to leave it at the door unless you write specific instructions.
Okay. I feel that's like a shut and closed. Like, why did she's like, oh, the door's kind of open. Let me look inside.
Yeah. Unless there were the specific instructions were to, like, oh, the door's open, right? Like, if you could please be so kind as to, put it immediately inside, right? Unless that was the instructions. Then
yeah, I think it was just the default. You're supposed to just leave it on the porch or whatever in front of the door.
Yeah. So,
but also, you're supposed to leave it in front of a cracked door where a dude's got his dick out.
I think I'm with the drunk pervert on this.
I don't know, right? You know what I mean? Like, I want the ring light camera footage. I want to see how cracked is the door, right? Is the door like kind of right? Like, where's the foil on this, boys? These are the answers we need in our society.
So hold on, if it's
we don't need the Epstein files, we just need this.
Well, hold on.
We're taking down all the perverts. We're starting small, specifically talking about the size of this man's penis.
Wait a minute, hold on. Before we get there, okay, right? So, at what point does it make it okay, right? Like, at what angle of openness is a door that matters? Like, is it 5 degrees? Is it 10 degrees? 45 degrees? Does that say like, oh, I should be able to tape this person? It'd be one thing if he was like standing right there, right?
Right.
Opposite, right? But like, he seems to be off to the side from this description, right?
He's passed out on his couch with his pants around his ankles.
Like, what the fuck then?
Drunk and pass out. I'm assuming dude ordered DoorDash drunk was like if we want to be charitable that he's not a pervert, right? He's like drunk, orders food, decides he's gonna rub one out first for some reason, and then just is like, and then the food comes, right? Like, why is the door cracked, man? Like, I'm just saying, can we all just agree that I don't know how risky you guys are being with your masturbation, but unless you got like an exhibition kink,
always
right?
Angle.
Right, you know what I mean? Like, are we jerking off with the front door cracked on the couch? Because I feel like that in and of itself is already like a, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? Right?
Well,
like I'm kind of, that's why I'm 50-50, right? Like, I feel like he did some weird perverted shit, but like what she did was definitely illegal.
On like a dirt road somewhere, or was this in like a city? Because like that
Ooh,
also,
I don't know. It looked like it was in a neighborhood, like a suburban neighborhood. But I'd have to.
I don't understand. What difference does that make?
Well, I mean,
if
you know,
he's
if
like-
he's way
if
out
he's a
far enough,
very-
he gets
yeah.
he gets less of a ding 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 dong ding dong ding tax, right? Like we understand those people are a little weird.
If your nearest neighbor is like a mile away versus like just next door to you,
Right, like what is
that's
the likelihood that you have the door slightly cracked or whatever
why is this door
because you're
unlocked
trying to
in
expose
the first
yourself, or is it like, you know, like in a suburbs or in a city, you're exposed, like, let's be honest, that's your intention.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of nowhere, maybe that's just how you leave your front door.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't believe that. One in
Neither do I.
any environment. Yeah,
I was just trying
In
to I was
any
trying to steal, man.
Sure, in any environment, right? Like this series of events is plausible, right? Hey, I managed to order pizza, right, through my drunken stupor. I stumble into my house. I like push the door closed. It doesn't latch, right? I fall asleep on my couch and my pants are on my ankle.
Well, I have to read this comment.
Was he wearing a belt?
I have to read
Was
this
there a belt
comment
on him.
It says, "It was too warm, Scott. Can a man feel the breeze of the cold night on his balls without any problems?"
Can
Well,
we get
hold
the
on.
barometric data from that?
I have, and I've told you guys
Like a
before,
speeding
I'm pretty
ticket.
sure
What was it? Inclement weather? You know.
I'm pretty sure I've told you guys before that I streamed with no pants on because it's like super fucking hot in here sometimes, right? I need the breeze, right?
Your front door, though.
It's not, but I'm just saying. But what was the temperature? What was the temperature? Do we know? Right? Like, to the drunk mind, does it not make sense to like pull down your pants? And again, if the door is closed, right, but cracked slightly somehow, right?
Maybe he went to check, like, oh, is the food here? And then he tried to close the door. He was really drunk, so he thought he closed it. And then, I don't know. If there was a belt on his pants, that feels more intentional. If there's no belt, maybe they just slipped down.
Okay, well, you have to update me on what's going on.
Yeah, title. It tells you.
We're talking about the app.
Oh,
not worth it.
Okay.
Like, I just I threw a wrench while we were waiting, right?
Okay.
And the wrench
Based
was
off of the
just
title, my answer is no, a hard no. But
yeah.
more
It's
information.
a salacious title. So here's what we
I'm
know
always
of
hard,
the
Brian.
story. And I said I was 50-50 on it, right? Like, I don't really know. I want more details. But here's the details reported as we know. A young girl was doing DoorDash. She posted a video saying that she was being.
They filmed
Hold on.
the person, the customer.
Let me just get through all the details, and then I'll get you caught up real quick. All right. So young girl, I say young girl, I mean like 20, 22, right? Like not like a fucking adult woman, right? Like a young girl, adult. Anyways, is doing DoorDash. She says, "Hey, I'm getting in trouble from DoorDash because I posted a video of my sexual assaulter." So then people are like, "What video?" And the video is edited, so it's just the door is wide open. You can see her kind of pushing the door further open, and there's a man pass out on the couch with his pants around his ankles, right? Like dick and balls exposed, but it's not like he's sitting there like this. He's laying on the couch, laying down asleep. Right?
He did the
And you
naked
can kind
man.
Right. And then then people are like, well, what was going on, right? The police contact this guy, presumably, as reported, but we don't have the evidence in hand. But according to like reporting, he sent them a ring light footage video that showed that the bear that she had opened the door to this. And that the default instructions on DoorDash were to just leave it at the front door. You're just supposed to leave it at the door and leave. You're not supposed to like enter the domicile. She videotapes this guy, puts them on the internet, calls him a sexual assaulter, and he's like, "I'm just drunk and passed out." Like, what the fuck? Now, the problem is she's now, her counterclaim is, not just her counterclaim, but her claim even in the original is, yes, I pushed it open, but the door was already cracked so that when I came up to the door to drop it off, I could see a naked man on his couch. I just opened it more to show what the fuck was happening instead of like forcing it through like this crack scenario. I'm like, yo, look what the fuck is going on. And then she'd made some cope about like going in to like give him his food or something, which is against the fucking directions anyways.
Yeah.
And What we do know about the video in question, the ring light footage, which we don't have, is that the cops then decided to charge her with a crime, with the distribution of, with the breaking and entering, or the entering his domicile or whatever, and then with the publication of his nudes or whatever without his permission online.
Sure.
That's what we know. And so, but it's like, man, I want to know how cracked was this door. I want to know more. You know what I mean? Like I have questions. So I was just let me throw a wrench in here before we start.
Guy had a good setup. 20 degrees or more, right? Well, then now it's warranted, right? But
we don't
below 20 degrees.
Do we know it's not a glass door?
No, it's a door. We've seen the video of her pushing it open a little bit, but the way it's edited, or it starts with the door at 70 degrees open as she's pushing it more, and her hand's already on the door when the video starts. Right? So we don't know to what degree the door was quote unquote cracked.
I think we need a doctor to do a vision test. Maybe somebody else. Maybe she has a superpower. Somebody else wouldn't have been able to perceive
that the door was open
from that angle.
We're
right.
Hey,
what's up, Mark?
So
I don't think you're allowed to enter.
Go ahead.
In a cracked
you
door.
can't
right?
enter someone's house for a fucking what Uber Eats delivery was it?
It was DoorDash, but same difference.
DoorDash delivery, same fucking thing. But listen, there can be two scenarios. The guy was just chilling naked, but also maybe he knew he was getting a lady driver. Maybe set himself up with the naked man. Works 30% of the time, right? You just lay there.
Well, not only that. Not only that, you have a picture.
You
You have a picture. Now, granted, a lot of people, especially illegal immigrants and stuff, right, will use somebody else's information, but you do have a picture of the person coming, on your delivery app, right? And it's Tasha's dropping off your cheeseburger, you fat fuck, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like whatever it says. I don't know.
That's exactly what it says.
My boy believed the porn that he watched.
That's how I read it.
This shit gets caught on camera all the time. She had the camera ready too. So I mean,
Matt Latin, thank you for banning that guy. Of course, for some reason, this stream is attracting creeps. I don't know why that would happen. But okay, now that we're here, all right, we're gonna discuss. I appreciate my friend Scott for bringing this up. I hadn't heard about this.
I came across the headline, but I didn't read the.
I didn't click. I had nothing to do with it. No, I get you, Corey.
I was too busy exposing my genitals to read headlines.
You were too busy doing praxis, right?
Exactly.
Into action. Great work. So everyone's got to give their 2 cents about this, right? Zealous, look, you said you wanted to be a part of this. This is going to be your first question. It's unfortunate, but here we are, right? So Zealous, I'd love to know your thoughts.
I feel like there's so many questions. There's context that,
Just because you're a female, don't be a pussy, all right? Give us, come on. Stand by it. What are your feelings on Penisgate now? Go.
I feel like she shouldn't have walked in the house, period. I feel like there's no reason to open somebody's door and walk in
a
the
woman's
house.
serious when she says period, boys. She quote unquote stood on business.
But
okay.
It doesn't matter what he's doing in his house. It's not like he was waiting on the other side of the door and the crack of the door, jerking it when she walked up to the door. You know what I mean? I feel like if he's passed out drunk on his couch, whatever he was doing, however discombobulated he is, it's nobody's business. You're dropping food off, leave it at the doorstep and keep it pushing. It feels like she was looking for something. You know what I mean? But that's just how I think about it.
Hoping to go, saw an opportunity to be this is kind of fucked up. Let me make this worse and then make myself the victim so I can get a whole bunch of TikTok followers.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think the problem really is with the video recording, right? I don't think she should have necessarily done it, but I get human nature, right? Even if it's against protocol, I get the logic. Hey, I'm here to deliver something. The door is cracked, right?
Recording's fine. Posting it is a problem.
Yeah.
Right, in a situation like that, maybe for your own safety, whip out your phone and start recording and be in case dude is oh, fucking, you want to see the chubs, girl? You never know what happens. You know what I mean? Have your phone out as you walk away. Be this happened to me. In case I get in trouble, I have video evidence.
No. In general, I agree with you, right? if you're actually like being directly like assaulted, right, or like accosted in some way like that, 100%, then there's no question you should actually be recorded. But no, like I think there's a problem necessarily recording this guy who apparently, right, is not moving. And according to your retelling of the counterclaim, she doesn't say that he was approaching her or anything, right, or any sort of threat. He's like passed out over there in his own house, right? And you pushed open the door. I actually do have a problem with the recording, right? And also a further problem of the posting. And so like that feels well, especially when we were talking about the posting, malicious, right? But with the recording, it's like, okay, you've kind of like put yourself into this situation. I don't blame you necessarily for opening the door. It might be against regulations, but like the thought process is very clear, right? Let me just drop this right inside and like get out of here, right? Or maybe like call out to them, hey, the delivery is here, you know, and they'll come and maybe tip me or some shit, right? That part makes sense. It's the recording of
boy was certainly looking to give a tip.
Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you, Zealous, for that. All right, but we're gonna get everyone's opinion on this. Dr. Krager, you've been pretty quiet on this, right? And this is a high level, the amount, the kind of high-minded conversations we have on Prime Kai. So we're happy to have you here. What are your thoughts?
Oh, good, bro. Yeah, man, I wouldn't go snooping around other people's houses, man. I think that's a little weird. I mean, I think you don't. Yeah, I mean, you go snooping around, and then you'll see some things that you shouldn't see. It's just kind of like reading your loved one's diary, or or snooping through their phone. Like you're gonna like find some stuff that you don't want to find, and then don't be surprised when you find it. Like you got to give people privacy, and everyone has their space, and kind of like chill and just do your own thing.
Okay, fair enough. So Socrates, you've been asking a lot of questions, but I want a stance from you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just walk through all the things that are really pretty strange about this. So his door was not only unlocked but open. That's really strange. I can't imagine like just having my door unlocked, open, whatever. Maybe that's because he was drunk. Maybe that's because he thought the food was there already, whatever. Okay, then she's showing up. I don't know why she's seeing whatever, and she's not just throwing the food down, she's getting the fuck out of there. But if she does, okay, hey, I can glimpse inside, and this guy, unless his couch is like up to the door, it's probably back in the room. She can glimpse that he's, I guess, naked. If at that point you want to be like, hey, you pervert fuck, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm gonna give you a 2-star rating because of that.
2-star?
The way that your balls look on the
2-star?
Right?
Like fucking I don't give anybody a 1-star. I mean, that would just be fucked up.
That's just mean,
2
right?
stars.
Yeah, you're getting 2 stars for this one.
The second star because the dick was kind of nice. So,
yeah. Like I think that's fair. So technically, I think recording him would be a crime. It would be a tough. It would be a tough.
Apparently it is. Apparently it is, and that's why she's being charged with said crime.
Yeah, right. If you recorded,
because you have a reasonable expectation of privacy, though that could be weird with the door being cracked. Because maybe you lose your reasonable expectation of privacy. When you invite someone over, technically, because they're like that's a lactoid question.
Here. Yeah, but he won't be here today, unfortunately. But anyway, like, so what's your verdict?
To me, that's obviously a crime. If she didn't send it to everybody,
but chat says if it's half mass or lower, recording is evil.
I mean, you're not supposed to.
The water was cold.
You're not supposed to take the Grubhub and put that on the Pornhub. That's not the direction that goes, right? So that's. I think she's in the wrong. I think he probably needs to like take a look at the mirror, sort some stuff out. Maybe this could be a wake up call. But I think she's clearly in the wrong here.
No.
But also, what was his order? That maybe weighs in.
Oh, if he like ordered sausage on his pizza, clearly was code word, and this, he was aiming for this in the first place. No, I get you. Let's go to our friend. And if it was like fucking Hawaiian with like pineapple on, then he's a fucking degenerate.
Wait, are we gonna fight? Because Hawaiian pizza is top tier.
Not at all.
I've had that shit in Hawaii, and it's fucking delicious.
Not at all.
Pineapple.
Oh my god,
it's Canadian.
In Hawaii, I've had their national dish.
Shut the fuck up, Canadian. Nobody wants your opinion on fucking Canadian bacon and pineapple on pizza.
Canadian bacon is trash.
Not bad.
But
what'd you say, Zealous? We didn't hear that.
I said I'm not Canadian and I like pineapple pizza, but let me be quiet.
Oh my god!
No, never be quiet. These fucking
betrayal.
performative pineapple.
And you are
Is
Canadian.
it performative? The cheese doesn't even cook all the way with the pineapple on there because of the
I
juices.
not only I can't eat pizza anymore, okay? But when I did eat pizza, I did enjoy pineapple on pizza with black olives.
Oh my god.
You know what, all of our
all
political
around.
disagreements
I have
wash
to
away.
Black olive,
Black olive,
Lebanese.
That's your Lebanese, Fabian. It's coming through.
Dude, it came out, but when I hit 30, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just was like, no, green olive, Kamala olives, green olives, feta stuffed olives, and hummus. Like out of nowhere, and like tzatziki sauce, like out of nowhere, my body was like, "It's time for your Lebanese."
Hard,
my Arab
genes
genes came out like out of nowhere. Right, like when I hit 30, bro.
Just like a pregnant woman, all of a sudden.
Yo, thank you so much, Grid. I appreciate the support. Your event was amazing.
It just feels.
Hopefully,
like,
I got you some dollarinos back for all the money you put back in,
right,
dude.
all of a sudden, everyone around me is like odd people.
Hopefully, you made some good connections, bro, because that was great.
Like, moral, right, and upstanding, and
Had a blast.
God-fearing. But here you are telling me that you like
Lock
pineapple
your
on your
door.
fucking pizza.
Lock your door, bro. You don't know what somebody's gonna try to deliver. They might be showing up to your door naked and delivering a pineapple.
I don't know. I just think there's something about
your door naked.
I think there's something about the acidity of the tomato sauce, right? And then the acidity of the pineapple, and then the sweetness that like mixes between them. Like it's I like it. Like you fucking shoot me. I can't have it anyways.
I will.
So fucking,
I would. But
like I can't have
you're
pizza
not here.
anymore. So
okay. All right. I'm gonna have to move past this, right? I'll have to come to terms with the circle that I hang out with here. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, what are your thoughts?
Well, one, I appreciate all the honorary Canadians here that appreciate pineapple on pizza. And two, Socrates, I think, didn't actually mention the most strange thing, at least to me. And this might just be unique to my region or my experience. But like, so let's say, for example, I think maybe once in my life I've ever come across, let's say, a woman Uber driver or taxi driver. I think maybe once or twice I've ever encountered a Uber delivery a woman who's actually doing either DoorDash or Uber delivery.
No, it's pretty common here, bro.
No, yeah.
Okay, then that might just be unique to my experience. But I think there's a reason, and I don't know the actual, like, I'm speculating in terms of, like, I think maybe one of the reasons are, like, I don't know if that's a, let's say, is it a 50-50 split even in your area? I think it's fair to say that it's most commonly, like, men that are either doing
I'd say it's the opposite. I'm here in Richmond, Virginia. I would say it's more, but I would say the majority of them are women with like their kids in the car or something, like single women with like kids in the car, or like
well, I live in a major Canadian city, so maybe that changes.
I mean, I live in a
couples
decent
I see a
size.
lot.
I see a lot of couples or people just kind of like shooting the shit, having fun, and also making like some cash on the side. And I see a lot, so I do see a lot of women, but I almost see women like with other people a lot of times too, not just like by themselves.
That's sort of what again.
I've never seen that.
My speculation.
But also,
is
I
like,
haven't ordered DoorDash in like 6 months or something. Like, so maybe it's
my
changed
speculation
or
is that I don't find women driving taxis or doing Uber or DoorDash because they just want to limit their encounter with strange people.
Stuff like this.
You don't see them that often with like Uber. You don't see them that often with like, but like as a delivery driver, especially since like COVID, where like you don't have to go in anybody's building, where like the default is just to drop it off at their door.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of change. Of like, if like, let's say a woman generally wants to limit interaction with strangers or strange men, they just want to like throw the food away and leave. So it seems I don't know for sure, but it seems a little bit strange that they seem to have gone the extra mile of like they would. The ideal scenario is like the instruction is like just leave it on the porch and just back away.
Yeah,
slowly.
but like never underestimate how retarded young women are or how pervy old men are, and like you'll be in a much
your words, not mine. But I take your point.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like a 20-year-old woman, like never underestimate how retarded she is. Never underestimate how like perverted and gross a 50-year-old man is. And you'll be a lot safer in life if you just run with those defaults. Until proven otherwise.
Yeah, that leads me to think, just again, leaning just in the 1% direction of like, she might not be the most, good faith actor of like, if the door is open, maybe she saw an opportunity, but at the end of the day, I don't actually know. But all that to say, I think from what I can tell, based off of Scott's description, like she's in the wrong. She should probably be charged at the end of the day. Even when the door open, you don't have the right to enter it. And especially when the instructions were, well, even if the instructions were like not to leave it on the porch, you're supposed to just like knock or I don't know, maybe shout to the open door, but not actually enter into someone's home.
Yeah, just leave it on the porch. Like bitch wanted her 15 minutes of fame. I agree. I'm just kind of like percentage wise. I'm like, there's a percentage, dude. It's weird. Like,
why is everyone always recording everything? That's what I don't understand.
100% planned that. It just didn't work in his favor. It was 100. He left his door open and cracked for the Uber driver girl, the DoorDash driver girl to come. Like 100%, he wanted her to open the door. And he was hoping, maybe this would work. It's in his odds. Maybe she'll like the fact that maybe I'm good looking enough. Maybe,
How is this in the odds? I don't understand.
Resident pervert expert has chimed in. All right, let's listen, boys.
Listen, man, it happens.
It's straight out of the Ali playbook. He knows all the
30% of the time.
It usually works for Ali, though. That's the difference,
The thing is, you want them to come on to you, right? So you make yourself presentable. He was on the couch. He ordered food. Maybe he ordered enough for two. Maybe there was wine on the table. She didn't notice the wine because she was looking at his dick. I don't fucking know.
Let's ask our friend FQ. She has a super chat, and consider super chatting to the support the stream. She says, "Send Mr. DoorDash to Jupiter, who disrobes only to crack the door open and displays bow-legged before it while cuddling Jack Daniels to sleep."
To be fair, he was not splayed open. He was laying flat on the couch in the video in question, right? Like on his back.
Balls up.
Like on his back. Like you can't even see his dick in the video that she posted.
I don't know if the actual balls were up. That seems a little defying gravity. But
they could have snuck down.
You might be a fan of Wicked. You don't know.
I mean, the guy was just drunk, left his door
let it go.
Walked in, and then he's claiming sexual harassment. It's just kind of insane.
I think it could have easily happened. Sorry, FK, I got to push back on you here, right? Like, when you're interacting with people in their homes, right? People do all kinds of crazy shit, inappropriate, right? Like, hey, I think the inappropriate part is maybe interacting with people when you're like so severely drunk, right? So you're ordering these these services, and then you have to interact with a person where you can't actually properly do that. Like that's like where he went wrong. But the idea that once that already happens, okay, like is it plausible that a drunk person does something inappropriate, right? But inappropriate within the context of their own home? Yeah, actually it is, and like that was fine. Like the recording is a problem. In my opinion.
Yeah.
But thank you.
100%.
Yeah.
She had no right to record him.
And
apparently my chat really wants me to know that there is like an option to report things. And she didn't.
Oh. Okay.
Like she posted dude's video online but never used the actual system in like DoorDash and the Dasher app to like,
because there's nothing
him.
Actually to report. Even like when Socrates earlier was like, you can give him 2 stars, that would be fair. I don't think it's fair. The guy was naked in his own home. She's there to deliver food. If he tipped her accordingly, if all things well, she walked into his house. No,
he
5
tipped her
stars.
recording.
5 stars?
Yeah. Damn. How much of a tip did she get is what I need to know.
Well, wait. Is your contention that the only thing that should affect the stars is just like the most bare service? Do I get tipped as a worker? Do I?
You're not serious right now, right? Like, is this deadpan comedy?
Some unprofessional behavior or something.
Apparently,
like that lowers it.
Yeah, but he didn't do any behavior. He was.
I don't think Dashers even give star ratings to customers.
Damn.
I think you can just report them or just go about business. Yeah.
I think it's more of an Uber thing. Yeah.
Dr. Greg?
Happened.
Apparently, she did use the system, and she did report him.
Okay.
What?
I said chat. This is not a serious debate topic for me. I need everyone to know that this is not representative of the majority of the content that I do. Throw out something fun and stupid while we waited for people that are habitually late. That
makes it serious.
Like fucking like Ali over here.
It's in the genes, man. It's in the bloodline.
Okay.
Can't help it.
We can move past this. Okay. We can get the actual content. So we do have one other individual who's coming, but they'll be more late. They got the family stuff. But all right, thank you for that. Much appreciated. Hello all. Thanks for being here. This is our every roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a fantastic and for this show, quite diverse group of individuals. And I'm really excited. Really excited. We got some new faces. We got some returning faces. So I'm really pumped. If you've been liking the content so far, right? If you thought that was fun or interesting or anything, consider supporting the channel. Follow the channel or sub if you're in YouTube land. And consider monetary support if you'd like. On Twitch, consider subbing or resubbing or gifting subs. On YouTube, consider super chats because if you super chat, we'll put your comment on screen. We'll answer it, deal with it. Maybe we'll spin out in a whole different conversation. It's a great way to support us. So shout out to anyone who does. All right, let's get started. Thanks for being here, Scott. As always, happy to have you.
What's good? I'm Scott, Fabian Liberty. Check me out. I do ANCAP libertarian content. Not that fake pragmatist bullshit like Dave Smith, but actual libertarianism. Yeah, come hang out.
Okay, it wouldn't be a good.
There's been a war in libertarianism right now that I could inform you of, but you don't. No, it's like Liquid Zulu fucking put out a video. And it's the something of a celebritarian. It's a Dave Smith hit piece. We've been fighting against the pragmatists that are just trying to be like Republican light and as opposed to actual libertarians. It's been a whole thing. If you're not in the libertarian space, it means nothing to you. That was just a nod to the remnant out there, you know, those that know.
And before this moment, there was peace among libertarians. Okay. Let's move on.
Most peaceful ideology there is, brother. And we will kill you if you violate our rights.
Let's move on to our good friend Socrates, who
Hello.
I missed. Socrates is amazing. Gotta be an OG to remember for Socrates. He hasn't been here for quite a bit, but I've missed him
for sure.
Like the entire time. He always brings such a great energy. So fantastic individual. So I'm very excited that he managed to join us, especially because he's a bit under the weather at this point in time. So we hope he can stick around with us, but if not, that's okay as well. Thank you so much, Socrates. How are you?
Very good. I mean, I'm really excited to be here. Like you said, I am under the weather. Once my throat starts giving out, I start like sneezing and just blowing mucus and being disgusting on screen. I'll bow out before you all have to deal with that. But really, really happy to be here. I mean, me and Prime go way back. You know, we were collaborating and putting panels together and doing all this like right when I started streaming, right around the pandemic, which I think was around when you started streaming. But yes, super excited to be here. I'm a cancer researcher by day, and I do politics, philosophy, and science by night. So check me out on Twitch. Check me out on YouTube.
Yeah, he does it all. But it's also weird that like you think your sneezing would be the disgusting thing and not like the things that we just discussed. Okay, that's where you draw the line. It's interesting. But thank you, Socrates. And moving on, a brand new person to my channel who reached out to me earlier last week, Dr. Greg. Very excited to have you. You seem to be, but you're not necessarily new to this, like the general space of like these debates. Just the first time I've had you here. You're even there with some of the people on my panel. Dr. Greg, thanks for being here. Tell us about you, right? Like introduce yourself. Love to
Sure.
hear you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I guess I'm a scientist. I have a PhD in microbiology. I've been a bench scientist for like 16 years, genetics, molecular biology. I basically genetically modify things for a living. But I host a science, like Ask a Scientist panel on TikTok every night at 9 o'clock Pacific. And people come in and just ask me questions. And like 60% of it is about the pandemic because it's like the biggest thing that people have gone through in their lives and science-wise. So it's a lot of that kind of stuff, battling and debunking misinformation and holding people that put out disinformation. And we do political organizing too. So we're trying to stop the 423 bills that are anti-science, pro-disease that are going through the states right now. So we do it all.
Thank you so much. Next, our good friend Corey, no stranger to this panel. How are you, Corey?
I'm doing well, as usual. I was looking forward to it, and grateful to be invited. You can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And also what I will say is, I have no doubt in my mind that Socrates is the best cancer researcher because he debates on Twitch politics. And so that's the best experience you can have. But yeah, looking forward to it.
And Corey, a biologist, right? Flex your
biochemist.
Your muscles here. The
loser biochemist. Well, no, it's not the same thing. No. Now you're gonna start a real fight.
How dare you?
Greg knows all about molecular biology, and CRISPR, I'm sure, etc. I know all about proteins.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all this. Well, I just like it when you get a chance to flex your degrees and your knowledge. Anyway, happy to have you here, Corey. Now this next person is interesting, right? You got to be a super fan to remember our friend Zealous. We had her on way back, right? Many years ago. Interesting individual. She reached out to me. She said she wanted to jump back in it. So here she is, but she's like practically brand new, right? Just a few scratches on her, right? Good to go, really. So we're happy to have you here, Zealous. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I've been in the political space, like on Discord here and there, like just dabbled in it. And I have a Twitch channel where I stream my gameplay and stuff that I haven't touched in a while. And I've just had a lot of stuff going on, and I'm ready to dive back into it.
Absolutely. We're happy, very happy to have you here. And our friend Scott, right? Scott, he's going to be nice. Right.
Sorry, I don't pay attention when women are speaking.
Yeah, I was about to say instant.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm not mean to women. I just treat them the same way I treat dudes. That's it.
That's being mean to women.
Yeah, but it's not like a special thing. Like if you say something retarded, I'm gonna flame you for it. That doesn't. I'm like we're good.
That's also being mean to women. Stop.
With that characterization, but we're gonna leave it at that, right? Let's make everyone here, right? No matter what your gender here, feel welcome today. We got new people here, right? We gotta pretend like we're
what? No,
you gotta put.
We gotta pretend like we're normal functioning human beings. We got company. Okay.
See, that's the thing. See, that's the thing. It's like, oh, a woman's here. All of a sudden, we have to act different. No.
Well, Dr. Greg is new too. Dr. Greg is new too.
He's not new.
A woman and a new person. A woman and a new person.
I will fight vociferously for my ideology against any argumentation. I'm not here to pick on anybody specific.
Okay, yeah. All right, I appreciate you, friend. And last but certainly not least, but actually very much last, because that's when he showed up. Our friend, Ali, who we love very much. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I couldn't let Corey get all the attention. I like to be the center of attention when I show up. I want to be the one questioned. No, I go by Sociologic, Twitch, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all the things you can find me at Sociologic. No degrees. I kind of see myself as an everyman. The people that would be in Dr. Greg's lives asking the questions, but this is personified on stream for you people. I'm glad that you met Dr. Greg and brought him here, because now I get to ask someone about the chemical meat, the fucking sludge that they want to feed us. Because I'm sure you're all about the 3D printed meatsicles, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone.
I'm pro meat printing too.
Yeah, I know,
Or he's
but,
like, what about me?
but he does the he.
I know
does
more
it.
about
He
protein
makes-
than he does. I guarantee you, I know more about
Sure,
protein.
he does. Definitely.
What, he
does.
genetically
For sure.
modifies stuff? Isn't he the person making the meat?
Yeah.
I
He'd be the
purify
person making
proteins
it.
like day in and day out.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're also making the fake meat? I didn't know you were faking.
Well,
I
okay,
thought
you're not
know-
eating the E. coli that I deal with, but you can.
Oh
if
yeah,
you
see,
want.
you do a different study. See, you're
That's in the
studying
real meat.
The disease. He's studying the, how to make it fake and how to eliminate disease from the meat, create new diseases.
I'm on it.
Okay. Well, wonderful. Let's get started. We've shambled enough here. Okay. We'll get started with the topic at hand. Again, thank you all for being here.
See, we're already acting different because a fucking female is here. We would not be starting the topic until like fucking 10:30 at night if it was a normal
10:45.
night.
Yeah. 10:45.
Like
Were you
I
trying to
said-
rein it in?
Like I said, like, you suck in your gut, right? You put on a hat so she doesn't see how far your hairline has retreated. You rent a Ferrari, right? Because you pretend that you've got money. Yeah, this is what you do, right? When you have company here. So, in any case, topic is an AI startup called Two-Way, TWAI, has unveiled what has been called a controversial service, to say the least. The company is offering to create digital copies of your loved ones that have passed. According to the website, this can be done by filming 3 minutes of video of them before they die, and generative AI will do the rest. They released an ad which shows the digital avatars acting as trusted mentor. So when do you So what do you think of the product as offered? No matter how you feel about the service, do you think that something like this should be sold, considering all its possible societal ramifications? Capitalism has increasingly encroached on more and more parts of our lives, and now is looking to profit off our grief. Just because something can be packaged, sold, and monetized, should it be? Assuming there is no direct harm done, should society impose any limits on a person's ability to make a buck? Okay, so I ran across this. I saw an article, and yeah, there was. The video. We could just like quickly describe the ad they put out because it says a lot there. There's a woman. She's like talking to her phone. And it's like a picture of an older female, right? And quickly you realize that's her mother. And like she's asking the woman on the phone for advice, right? She's pregnant. The other woman, she's pregnant and asking the older person for advice. And like the phone is giving the advice.
Maybe since it's just an ad, maybe for the audience's sake, especially since we're starting early, we should just communally watch the ad. It's like 2 minutes. Like we have a whole long debate panel. Let's just let everybody see the ad.
We could do it. Yeah, we could do it. One second.
I know we've all watched it, right? But just for the audience's sake.
Yeah. We could do it. Let me put this together. 1 second. Actually, I gotta do. That's not gonna work. 1 second. Someone stall for time. And say something while I do this.
Chad says it's not Catan scienced biotransfer, so I'm not that concerned.
What?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
It's a Warhammer reference. Like we're not
Someone's
like
having
we're not
a-
like
someone's having a stroke in your
transposing
chat. You better,
souls
check
or
on them.
anything, right? Like it's just generative AI. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Like
Catan, like Necrons.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's like
That's
then
Catan,
it's a
like-
problem, right? Like but until then, he's fine.
I mean,
with it.
look, if we can put my grandma in like a hulking robot with a phase weapon, then yeah, then I'm all for it.
So long as she's not a servitor.
Full Metal Alchemist, your grandma?
your job is to fold laundry. That is all you do.
I mean, maybe a dreadnought. I feel like grandma could enjoy being a dreadnought.
I didn't realize it was going to be this difficult for you, bro. I was just like,
yeah.
grab the link,
Don't
press
worry about
play, share screen.
Hold on. And I think this is the one I want.
Prime's only been doing this for like 2 days, right?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't usually
share.
share. 1 second. I usually.
on the spot.
I don't know why that's not showing up. 1 second. Share screen.
Don't forget to share audio.
Yeah. Well,
don't add extra shit.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure the audio is important.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. 1 second.
It's like I'm gonna have to do it.
I'm sorry, you've run out of reincarnation tokens. You don't get to talk to Grandma again until next month.
Okay, so let's see. Hopefully the audio will work. And 1 second. And let's move over here. Okay. Is it large? Can everyone see it?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
clearly.
It's good.
Okay. Can you hear it?
He's
Yes.
here. See? Oh, honey, such wonderful. Kicking like crazy. He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that. It feels like he's dancing in there. Oh, honey. Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me? Once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because she didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun. I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about basketball. What about the crush?
Stop. Grandma, stop talking.
Just tell me one thing.
Look who's gonna be a great grandmother.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, congratulations.
She says that he's been kicking a lot though. Like a little too much.
Tell her to put her hand on her tummy and hum to him. You loved that.
You would have loved this moment.
You can call anytime.
Okay, Mom, I just need a quick video.
Is this like an audition or something?
No, Mom, just 3 minutes.
You need my best side?
Can I see another one?
I can play the piano.
You're so talented.
I am. I'm your mother after all.
Keep going. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I was born as a very young child.
I would hope so.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
Yeah. Let's take that off. So now you've seen the video. This was a whole thing. But appreciate it. Hold on. Let's unshare this. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the video. And the older gentleman at the end, right? The father, who grew up, that's actually the owner of the company. He was
okay.
He was an actor, some sort of child actor on Disney. Some show I never watched.
Makes sense. They really fuck people up on.
Really fuck people up. Yeah. So yeah, he was an actor. And now he runs this AI startup. And like it says, it only takes 3 minutes of video recording, and somehow that's enough in any case. So anyway, what I want to do, right, what I want to talk about is 3 things. One, I want to talk about the service as offered. I want to talk about even a hypothetical version of this service, like when it's perfect, right? And I want to discuss like this idea of commoditization of all parts of our lives. This topic is partly inspired by a conversation that me and my friend Scott had previously on what is like morally like how far capitalism should go in terms of monetization. Is there limits to like what should be made a profit on? And so this was a perfect opportunity to really focus on that. So I'm really happy about that. Let's start with our friend Scott, get his opinion, and we'll go around.
Yeah. Man, there's so much to unpack in this topic. So I'm glad we started early. In terms of the capitalism thing, I'll just say that like funerals are the same thing, right? Like we already have the market utilizing your grief to sell you services for someone that isn't even alive anymore, for your emotional state and for you to process your trauma or your loss. Um, whether or not we should be engaging in the service as used, I think that is a very, like, I almost feel like this is a niche thing. But backing up, I want to say two things. Number one, I don't know what this means psychologically, right? But we are definitely in a place in assuming that AI doesn't like collapse as a bubble. Michael Burry's betting on that it will soon, right? Like, assuming we can keep seeing the technology improve. What does this mean for our psychological health? I think is really complicated, and I think anyone that thinks that they know is kind of full of shit, right? Like, there's some research to show that like AI can be really helpful with people. It can help, especially it can help people be vulnerable with like a judgment-free place. It can help people like there's similar, research shows that there's like similar effects to actual social relationships. Like, it can reduce suicide, it can help people with mental health, etc. At the same time, this could create a dependence. This could create a lack of an ability to move on. This could create, a furthering destruction of social skills with other people. Like, what does a world look like where we have really accurate relationships with AI that is simply exceeding what another human being is capable of in terms of acceptance, removing all the guardrails to the difficulty of human relationship. And then when you try and actually be involved in a real human relationship, you have all of these built up expectations of a fantasy of what a human relationship is. And then the last thing I kind of want to say is, is I think this is more than just psychological harm. I think we are at the precipice of kind of where most of the world's philosophy, I would say bad philosophy or poor philosophy, whichever you choose, about the concept of a human soul, about the concepts of our engagement and interaction and ethical systems, are going to be pushed to a breaking limit, because we are in a new place where what it means to be human is being redefined as we speak. Right? I think in 10 years, it's not crazy to think that if someone wants to be trans, that they will very quickly go through a surgery and you will literally not be able to know in any way, shape, or form what their past life was. I think we're very quickly in a place where people will replace human relationships with AI relationships. And I think we're quickly at a place where, people are going to be apologizing towards their robot because their brain pathways are looking at robots as sentient beings, regardless of whether or not they are sentient, and treating them as individuals. And like, our understanding of what community and relationships will be is that anybody can be whatever they want to be in a transhuman place. And there will be a lot of technology and AI and robots and things that will be filling voids that humans used to fill. And what that new world looks like is terrifying and a great opportunity for the world. And so I don't know what, yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I don't
thanks
have a
so much.
definitive, like, this is good, capitalism is based, but you know what I mean? Like I think this is like an avenue for a lot of discussion. So I'm glad we started early.
Thank you. So glad we had a woman here, right? So we can act right for once. Let's go to our friend Socrates.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, right now, I think the best thing that you can say about AI companies is that their products don't work very well. That's the least bad thing about them. Their goal is to eliminate employment for people who have it, to eliminate human creativity, to eliminate everything that's a roadblock to total domination. It's really a sci-fi dystopian attempt, whether or not they're successful at it. But this really is their goal. Is like, think of dystopian sci-fi novels. This is what Peter Thiel, this is what Elon Musk, this is what all these guys are going after. And they're doing it partly by a little bit lying about what AI is, or kind of deceiving people a little bit about what AI is. AI can mean a lot of different things. And so, hey, we made a render of your grandma, and hey, these researchers used AI to discover this thing that's going to cure diseases. I use AI in terms of machine learning every day because that's part of my job, is analyzing data and building models. The AI that's being used here, the AI of ChatGPT, the power in these is primarily based on getting really, really large data sets of the kind of information that people didn't think was going to be scraped in this way. And so the safeguards weren't up. A lot of the CEOs of these companies have come out and said, hey, Supreme Court, we need you to rule with us on copyright law, because if we had to pay people for their data that we're taking, we would be non-viable as a business. And so far, courts, I think, have not been ruling with them, but they haven't like massively struck anything down. And so with everything that it comes to this type of technology, is the really kind of gross things about it, of preying on people. The same thing that like psychics do, whatever. Hey, I'm talking to your grandma and she wants you to give me lots of money. That kind of scummy behavior that is happening with this. We need to also look a little bit past and look at so companies like 23andMe that were providing genetic testing. As a cancer researcher and someone who works with genetic data and sequencing myself, I was always very wary of that, and I was vindicated when that company was sold and its data was sold. And so anybody who was a user, they weren't viable as a business just based on what you pay for it. Their business model is you, just like Facebook, just like Instagram, just like YouTube, just like all modern companies like this. Their business model is you paying them some money to give you data that's like very, very personal to yourself, and then them bundling it up and selling it to somebody else. And that's what is likely to happen here. Maybe there's enough people who will get really addicted to this and will be psychologically harmed enough that they'll keep paying probably escalating amounts of money. That, if I were a scummy, evil person and I had invented something like this, that would be my business model. Would be like gotcha games, basically, but like, with your holding your grandma's likeness hostage. But there's probably a clause in there that says we own your grandma now. If we want to sell that to Hollywood or just to whatever, we want to make a movie using all of your dead family members, we can do that because we own that shit now. So those are some of the harms. Sorry if I talked for a while.
No worries, friend. Thank you so much. And following in the footsteps of our friend Scott, let's go to Dr. Gregory.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is so I just lost my mom like a month ago. So this is actually
sorry.
Thank you guys. I didn't say that but thank you. I guess I'm the target audience of this this thing. So, I'm like going through this, and it made me really think about like, as I'm going through the grieving process right now, like I was thinking about that, watching that, and there's just no way that I would ever pay to have that, and it's just like, obviously I'm not grieving seeing new video content of my mom. I'm like losing her, as someone in my life, right? So I don't think that it's really gonna like the target audience is for current grief holders, but it's kind of like what they were showing with the kids and stuff like that, like my kids, that are too young to have those memories and stuff, and kind of like the having those that interaction with her as she's taking her first day of kindergarten or something like that. You can talk to your grandma, and that would be like that process where it could be like something there. You could have that moment. just kind of like how people do right now, where they kind of like record like this, open this video up, or watch this video when you're going through this, when you're getting married, you're going to die, and you kind of like pre-record these kind of videos. I could kind of see that as like what they're trying to do. But I mean, already, like I've tried the make a video out of your picture thing, and there's that uncanny valley thing, right, where it's like it doesn't look right, and like for me it's not good, but for other people it might be. So it already is kind of used that way for other people, but not yourself. And I was thinking about that, like in the terms of like ChatGPT and how it's used primarily right now. The number one way it's used currently is actually like therapy. So like having a therapist that you're talking to, or someone, maybe it's not your mom, but it's your great grandma that's that you didn't know, and then you could be talking to that person. But then it's like, if you don't know that person, like what's stopping that grandma figure that you don't know being someone else, like entirely? Like what if it's like, oh, it's a celebrity coming in, or you know what I mean, or something like, who knows if it's actually the same, or it's the same picture, or could you do remove the edits, like grandpa has a really ugly tattoo or something, you don't want your that to change for like your kids, and you're like, just remove that tattoo of my grandpa, so then I can't, could you do edits, and could you change them entirely? It'd be a really weird, like, I don't know, it's just it gets like into the really weird territory there. I already think though, like in the future, pretty soon here, we're already going to have personalized TV and movies where we kind of have our own choose your own adventure game, and you could probably like maybe put yourself in those movies and TVs and the scenarios. So we're already going to be really coming up here on like developing TVs and movies that are kind of like exploiting our ability to want to see each other and develop these other personas and stuff. So and it's just going to be really weird, man. It's gonna be really tough. It's going to be really tough to regulate, because I think what Socrates has said is so important. Like, who owns this like data, and do you have the ability to kind of like take it back? You're like, I don't like this, like this is not okay how you're using my grandma's likeness or whatever. I didn't want this to happen, and I want to take it back. Like, do you have that ability, kind of like the right to forget that in Europe and the data there? I think that would be like really important. So yeah, it's really weird. It feels very weird.
Thank you so much. And you've already introducing some interesting moral dilemmas, which I had not considered. I've been thinking about this a lot, but I hadn't considered those. That's super interesting. Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I echo pretty much all the sentiments that Scott and Socrates and Greg just outlined. I'll try to keep it brief. But and also, I don't, just a pure coincidence, I'm in the middle of a rewatch of Blade Runner 2049, and so I think it invokes many of the same questions. But all that to say, and sort of not exactly the same as Greg's situation, but sort of in a similar vein, my grandmother is 93, 94, okay, and like in late stage dementia. And it's like, if or when she passes away, which could be any day now or whatever, 5-10 years from now, who knows? But either way, she's got much limited time left. I would personally consider it like sort of like dishonoring her legacy, or who she is, if like something like this was implemented, or if like me or my family member actually sought out this type of technology. I think it's a little bit, at least as of now, a little bit perverse to think that someone can be distilled down to just through a 3-minute video, even if it was like through hours of footage. Okay, I don't think you can recreate the actual human experience. And so just like in that vein alone, I think it's pretty perverse. And yeah, there's a lot of questions that already have been brought up in terms of like data. And I think, it's all the same things. I, as pro technology as I am, I ultimately I still am in favor of the human experience. And so just like I think something is lost if AI takes over all of writing. I think something is lost from the human experience if AI takes over, all of filmmaking. I think something will be lost probably if, AI takes over actual people. And, I think there's something to be said for the actual grieving process as part of the human experience. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Zealous, up next.
Well, I definitely think this technology, like this service, walks a very fine ethical line. I feel like on one hand, I support people having the way to choose how they grieve, but on another hand, I don't trust a company to handle something as sacred as grief and packaging that as a product and selling it to people. The character at the end of the day, it's not your loved one, and there's a real risk of like preying on people's most vulnerable emotions and distorting.
Did they cut out for anybody else?
Second. Hey, could you start over, Zealous?
Yeah, you can't hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah, now
Okay.
it sounds better. Go ahead.
Okay. You said start over? Damn.
No,
okay.
you don't have to start all over,
just like where you said pause.
From the top, on the genital part.
Yeah.
What?
10 seconds. Go.
Joke.
Just like, 10 seconds back.
Yeah, I think that, obviously it's not your loved one, and it's an image of your loved one sold to you when you're obviously in a vulnerable place. And I think there just really is that real risk of preying on people's most vulnerable emotions, distorting memories, and even replacing like the healthy grieving process. So I think that something like this should be like regulated. I think it shouldn't be sold without like guardrails, transparency, and like real informed consent. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I think Gen Z and Zillennials are fucking evil, man. To Greg's point, like they're already the AI slop that kids like Gen Alpha is going to be making already is going to be atrocious. And me, what?
Yeah, Zealous, mute your mic. Thank you.
Are we good?
Yeah.
So like they're already doing it, right? Like Gen Alpha is going to be making their own TV shows. It's just going to be stupid shit that they're typing into the ad. Put Rick and Morty and SpongeBob, and it's just going to say be stupid. And they're just going to laugh, and they're going to get accustomed to that. It's going to be like the Rick and Morty episode where they watch the random TV shows, the interdimensional television. And it's just random shit, and that's essentially what it's going to be for like Gen Alpha and the younger kids. But then looking upwards, they're fucking targeting like boomers, right? This isn't technology for millennials. This is technology for boomers, right? They're gonna hit the old people in the fields, and they'll be like, hey, your loved one doesn't have to die. You can keep a video of them forever. And they're just gonna be fucking sucked into some subscription fee, right? That's gonna go from $1 a month to $5 a month to 15 to 20 to, hey, you want to keep your dead child alive? Well, you got to pay us $150, $200, $500 a month. And what are you going to do? You're going to sell everything, all of your assets, or just to keep this person near and dear to you, because they're playing with people's emotions, man. We need to let people grieve. We need to let people like go through that process, and they need to have closure. And this is like the easiest way to keep the door open. And it's not going to be like it's not going to be a long time. Like I don't see anyone our age using this. I don't see Gen Z using this, but it's just going to be hitting the boomers. And then once the boomers die, this technology will die. But you're talking like you still got 10, 20, 30 years of these people kicking and subscription fees going. So yeah, Gen Z is fucking evil.
Thank you so much for that one.
What is up with those audio? Is that you too as well?
Mine is muted.
I think that's Socrates. Your mic might be a bit hot, Socrates.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Now it's gone.
Yeah, it was you.
Whatever that. Yeah.
It was like picking up maybe like the AC in your room. Like maybe you don't have a noise gate on it, or it's like or it's not sensitive enough, so it's like cutting on the. Well, now
now we can't hear you anymore.
Well, he's muted now.
But is that better?
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
I just fiddled with it. This is like my old Razer mic from when I started streaming. I think it's
okay.
It might be seeing the end soon.
All right. No worries, friend. So we have one last person joining us. Very happy to have them here. We haven't had them here in a while. This is a reunion show for lots of people. Our friend Eucharist, he didn't have the stash the last time I saw him. That's a more recent addition. But he was the type to have like a bunch of books behind him, like a fucking professor. But
that's an AI background. Make no mistake.
It might be.
Grab whatever you want.
Thank you for being here.
Do I need to start doing that?
Eucharist, please.
You should. You really do. If you want to communicate your intellectual seriousness, Scott, I think you need to have bookcases behind you. No, it just so happens that every time I have
a mess.
every time I have a place to live where I can put a computer, it just also is the place my bookcases can go. I've thought about hanging a green screen so people would stop thinking I'm a pretentious jerk about the books. But yeah, thanks for having me back. It's been a long time. I mean, Socrates was saying, I think the first time I was on your show, Prime, was in like 2022. Like yours were the first panels I was ever on. So it's been a while, man. It's good to see y'all. Yeah, I missed the I was listening on the side while I was putting my kids to bed like a bad father, but I missed the
you were listening to the
DoorDash
genitals thing.
Yeah. My position is that everyone is a pervert and we should all be prudes again. Okay, that's my position. No, on the AI stuff, I think in thinking about this, like I'm very anti AI in general, so obviously I'm already predisposed to shake my fist at this, but I was trying to think like past the sort of like Black Mirror episode with Domhnall Gleeson, which is basically this, and past the like sort of inherent disgust, like what am I really bothered by? I think one of the things that I latch onto is that we're already really bad at dealing with death in the elderly. So Corey mentioned, having an elderly grandmother. Someone else mentioned, my dad passed this summer, my grandpa passed this summer. So I feel like I'm also the target audience for this. And I think we're really bad at thinking about death. It's painful for us to think about it in advance, to deal with. We don't plan for it. We don't want to plan for it. And if we can stave it off, we do. And I'm really I think about this a lot because my wife works in an ICU. My brother-in-law's a doctor. And so they're constantly just kind of fetching about the families who come in as like 93-year-old grandma. Oh, she's a full code, like give her compressions, like we're gonna bring her back to life, she'll live a long, happy, wonderful life, it's amazing, because they've never considered what it's like for grandma to die, right? And so I think about that a lot already, and then I think about this technology and I think, will this help? Will this make us better at dealing with death? And the answer is no. It's going to exacerbate the problems we already have with grieving or pre-grieving, as the case may be. And so I think it's also, it's derivative of all the other problems with like companion AI, right? It makes people dependent on these technologies, more isolated from real life human beings, as Scott was talking about at the beginning when I came in. And so it has all the consequences we would expect, but then latch it onto this thing that we're already sucking at dealing with, right? We're having loneliness crisis, everything else, but also we're just really, really bad at figuring out what to do with our old and dying people. And if we have the option of, well, it doesn't really matter if they're old and die because I can just throw them in the internet and it'll be good forever. Ooh, that's terrible. But y'all brought up some stuff I hadn't thought about, the economic aspects, the training data aspects. Maybe this is just like this is probably the most like I guess millennial or Gen Z kind of thing I want to reference, but I am obsessed with Over the Garden Wall. It came out 10 years ago, so sorry if I spoil it for you, but sort of the hook of the Over the Garden Wall show is there's this beast in the background who is stringing along this woodsman whose voice is Christopher Lloyd from Back to the Future, great voice actor, and with the promise that his daughter is alive in this lantern that he has to keep lit, that's fueled ultimately from the souls of dying lost children. And the twist at the end, sorry, it's been out for 10 years if this spoils it for you, but is that it's the beast's soul that's in the lantern that he's keeping lit. It's not actually his daughter. And to me, this feels like the kind of like contemporary analog of this is like, oh, if you just pay us that, $1, $5, $10 a month, if you just, give us your training data, you keep the soul of your dead daughter or family member alive. Like, no, it's a false promise. And so I just find it repulsive on every angle. So yeah, you have a very diverse cast here tonight, Prime, but I don't know that any of us are willing to defend it. So maybe that's not a fun show. I'm not sure.
No, I think there's lots of.
I'm ready to defend this shit. All right, I didn't know it was going to be that anti-AI. I was trying to be fucking middle ground boy. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right, Coach. So first and foremost, I would personally strangle 1,000 puppies until their eyes bulged out if it would save AI. I would do it personally, and I would do it with a smile on my face as the puppies. Like I would fucking.
Well, you do that for fun, anyways. AI doesn't have to be on the line. You just
no. I love puppies and I love cats.
Yeah, but
I'm a cat
there's nothing
dad,
morally
but...
stopping you from doing that, though.
Yeah, like I wouldn't kill children. You know what I mean? Puppies are just property.
I know. But
how about that? All right, let me rephrase. let me rephrase. I would personally burn down the entire Amazon rainforest if it would save AI. That is how pro AI I am. Now, whether or not this specific implementation is going to bring good or bad things for society, yeah, I want the market to be able to figure that out, and I want to be able to look at the consequences of it and have that conversation and talk about whether or not we should or shouldn't support. But in terms of the AI, you know what I mean? I thought I was trying to hone in specifically on this. I want to say that's how pro AI I am. I celebrate every time someone says I lost my job to AI. All of you should clap in celebration.
You strangle a puppy till its eyes
thing, right? Like when Amazon fires
Beautiful thing to lose your
13,000 people,
job.
I'm like, fuck yes, dude. And during holiday season where they should be hiring, such a beautiful thing has happened, and that is 13,000 people have lost their jobs. Rip bozos. You listened to the media when they told you to just learn to code. Ha 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 ha. This is beautiful. And there's no fucking logical argument against this. You should all be celebrating that. And then lastly, to Socrates, this idea
Celebrate
that
the
you must be
downfall.
paid
What
for
did I
your
do?
data, this idea that like we ought to be paid for our data, how do you price something that is already
1000% we should be
being
paid for our data.
that's retarded?
Nope.
How do you
if you're
price
gonna-
something that nope, shut up. How do you
I'll give you a
price
price.
something? How do you price something that people are already voluntarily agreeing? What you're saying is,
Exactly,
I'm a
there's
dumb,
a price
retarded
that they sell-
socialist.
the price that they sell
I'm
it
a
for?
socialist. I want the government to step in and stop the free market. I want to stop people freely giving their data because me, big old smart socialist, knows better than the stupid people.
No, as a capitalist, I think what
Get
should
rid of
happen
IP.
is-
That's the fucking problem.
Get rid
The
of
idea
IP,
that you
yeah.
can, the idea that you have to be trained on data would require, logically speaking,
the free
logically
market
speaking,
should figure out
the
child
government,
pornography laws,
if the
right?
government should pay people for data that they're freely giving, then
free market
logically speaking, it should be a form of theft to view someone's artwork on Twitter if you're using that to become a better artist. If I see artwork out in the world and I go to a museum that's freely available, let's say, and then I view that artwork or I view pictures of it online and I study that so I can be better at drawing, then I actually owe Da Vinci's family for fucking being able to look
Wait,
at
why?
his paintings.
Why would you owe them?
Because I'm training myself on the data that is out there that is being freely given. There's no difference between that. It's IP retard. It's the exact same thing. If I freely give you
Why
data,
would
if
you
I
owe somebody for that?
if you're saying that I need to be paid because I'm on Twitter or Facebook or whatever platform and I'm giving someone data and I'm doing so freely, then what you're saying is if people choose to freely give data, then and the government needs to
I think
step
those
in
companies
and
are
force
harmful.
those people to force those people to be paid for that, then it's no different than anytime an artist has a piece of artwork and someone else sees it and goes,
Is it
"Oh,
a
I
little
like
bit
that
different?
style."
Is there a little bit of a difference between me as an artist viewing the works of other artists who want artists to view their work and create new human creative work? Is that different from a company scraping all of the data in somebody's database and then plagiarizing their art, plagiarizing a bunch of people's art?
I mean, if you
Are those
pack
other
in if you
things?
pack in nonsense terms like plagiarism so that you can get the emotional pull of other people, sure.
It's a
But if you
legal
think
term.
about it logically, there's
It's a legal
literally no
term.
difference.
It's not a nonsense. You don't think plagiarism is a valid concept?
I don't think IP is plagiarizing when it copies other forms of art. I think plagiarism is I think IP is just a nonsense.
I feel like
thing.
Disney might
but I
have
feel
something
like
to say to you about
I
that.
feel like plagiarism is when you are attempting
He's
to
not
push
pro-Disney,
push
I'll tell you that.
if you're pushing something off, right, as your own work and it's not your own work and you copied
Yeah.
it, then it's fraud, right? But if you're just
then
saying
it's
the
fraud.
machine, it's not fraud though. Because you know, as long as you,
I don't know.
if someone makes an AI thing and says, "Hey, look, I drew this," that's fraud. But if someone says, "Hey, I put this into AI and this is what it got," there's no fraud there. They told you exactly where they got it. They got it from all of the publicly
Then it's
available data.
plagiarism.
It's not plagiarism. IP is a nonsense thing. It's completely
Okay,
nonsense.
You don't believe in you don't believe in copyright, you don't believe in IP, that's fine. But we do you don't believe that in any circumstance ever?
No. It's contradictory. It's illogical, which is
Contradictory
the
to
highest
what?
insult to the concept of property. Intellectual property is the claim that it is property. property means that you have exclusive control
before we-
over
I
a
can feel
scarce
that we're just getting
resource.
sucked into
It's
just
not a
talking
scarce
about
resource
your
once it leaves the mind.
libertarian ideology,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. You're losing, so you immediately go, "Oh, he's a libertarian." Fucking bulk up to your argument. You got nothing. Nothing. Take the L. I get it.
Friend Corey. And Greg, did you want to?
Oh shit, I'm losing. Oh, libertarianism's weird.
No, seriously, you're doing great. You're not at all.
We're going to Corey, and then to our friend Greg, and anyone else wants to chime in, let me know.
Okay, maybe just a quick question. Just out of curiosity, Scott, then I assume you're pro lab-grown meat then, right? You're just dying. Wait until it's,
I mean, I don't want to eat it, but like I am 100% against.
Now he's skeptical of the technology and the companies.
No,
right?
there's something completely. Oh no, that's bullshit.
Why don't you want to eat?
I am complete. I have actively spoken against Texas, for example, where they tried to make a lab-grown meat illegal. I think it should be perfectly legal.
Yeah, why don't you want to eat it? Why don't you want to eat it?
I have an autoimmune disease. I'm kind of reticent to try to.
Don't you eat meat already? I'm pretty sure you mentioned that your diet is
yes.
meat.
Yeah, it's a lot of meat, a lot of fruit. You know, some vegetables. I have to be careful. Right. I'm skeptical of any new compound that comes in.
Yes, but you're not skeptical of the AI.
Do you think this is an own? I'm completely logically consistent here.
When did I ever say I'm going to own you?
Well, no, I said specifically like we should have conversations about this niche usage of AI and whether or not it's beneficial or not beneficial to society. But AI in general and the concept of trying to price data by force is just another socialist implementation into the market to destroy human progress on the basis of IP, which is holding us back as a.
Do all your same arguments hold true of like you'll burn down the rainforest and strangle 1,000 puppies to get your lab grown meat?
Well, no, I don't feel that strongly about lab grown meat.
Okay.
I don't value lab grown meat as much as I value AI as an entirety. I think AI as an entirety is the greatest labor-saving device that almost certainly will ever be invented in human history, and absolutely is invented in human history, which will usher in a process of lowered prices and labor saving that would essentially make the past look like a dystopia. That AI, if utilized properly, is going to dramatically increase the value of our life.
I think everyone agrees if AI is utilized, and that's where
right. And if you're trying to put in government regulations on the market with IP and things,
properly, you'd be all on board. But as of now, you are skeptical.
So just to set the record straight, just so there isn't any confusion, I'm not anti algorithms. I'm not anti software. I use AI every single day. I think we can get to Star Trek, eventually using tools like AI.
Star Trek is a post-scarcity commie fantasy, so we'll never get to Star Trek.
I don't know what that means, but
true.
But the issues that I have with AI are the control of these tools by very few, very antisocial people who had asked, "Oh, okay. Well, do you want humanity to continue and thrive?" Or like, "I'm not so sure." Who say stuff like that?
But you're pro that. You're pro that. That doesn't make any sense. If that was the case, then you would be against regulation. You're pro making sure the elites control it that are antisocial individuals.
No.
If you believed what you said, then you would be a capitalist like me, and you would be against regulations. You'd be against trying to create pricing mechanisms on data and things like that, because what you're arguing for absolutely ensures that a few large companies that are able to engage in regulatory capture of the state are the ones in control of this. So you're lying.
Only you want to go to Dr. Greg.
No, the thing is, man, is that the AI companies were only able to exist because they have patents and they were able to actually create a product that they were able to sell. And if you just have like any new startup that is able to be taken over and their ideas capable of being taken over by these huge corporations, you would have no competition within the market. So then you would just have everything flowing to the top, and you would have all these.
How would you not have competition without IP? You'd have more competition without IP.
Because any new idea on the market, like the IP protects the company from actually create a product.
It literally definitionally creates them
Yes,
creates a situation
exactly.
where they're protected from competition.
Yes,
So that the
That they
price
can't compete
mechanism
with.
and
to
liberty.
create that idea, a unique idea. That's the thing, is that it has to be a unique idea, and then that unique idea is able to, within the market, being able to see what is the better idea. And by not allowing that protection, all you've done is the person or the company with the more amount of money will just be able to vulture that idea and take it over. So
That's
AI
literally what
is
IP
a
does.
function.
They create
But
an
you
idea and then they get to vulture that. I mean, for example, right? Like
with a
let's
smaller
look at
amount
it.
of
Let's look at an
a smaller
example.
amount of money and a smaller amount. Like you're not creating like the new companies and that are coming out. Basically like startups and stuff like that. They're not going to be able to have the capital of these like Googles and stuff like that.
So if you,
Well,
I mean,
exactly.
like,
So Google can steal your idea, make it, and that's not competition. That's just your idea being stolen.
If you have a good idea, Google should steal it. It's not.
I mean, okay, so then that's not competition. Then how? That's not a free
That
market.
is
How does
competition.
how do you come up in a market if your idea can just be stolen by the already large conglomerate?
No,
that has all the money to do all your things?
AI is almost probably the worst example you could use in this. Like if you wanted to use a
I
harder,
I think he's making an argument for like IP. In
Well,
general,
no.
or, like, patents in general.
Like AI is probably the worst one to do this with, and the reason is because like a much harder one for me to like a much easier one to to straw man or steel man from your position either way, would be like pharmacology research, right? Like that is something that you can like is a lot harder to defend against. But in terms of AI, that's silly because Google has massive economies of scale, right? But they also have a bureaucracy that holds them down. So they have all of these other things that they have to pay for. When you're talking about AI, you can have a few tech bros with an idea. And yeah, Google might take or use that idea. But in terms of efficiency, like Google has so much cost with HR departments and massive buildings and all of these other things yes, literally, like being like large bureaucracies are very difficult and very inefficient at making quick changes in a way that startups can very quickly adapt to a market in a way that, especially when you're talking about a niche market like this specific product, as opposed to Google's empire. Right, so I mean, like the idea that you would get rid of
models, literally large capabilities and large data sets allow them to score like get more data and get Google's like cache of the entire internet like gives them an advantage, because they're building a large.
But that's in an IP situation, right? Without the IP situation, little tech bro startup could just use all of Google's fucking data that they spent so much time trying to collect from different things. And just literally, they could just go to any AI or go to any Facebook or go to anything and just use that data because that data is not owned by anybody. So if it's available publicly in any domain, then they can collect that data.
So Scott, I'm a little bit with you on some pieces of this. So like DeepSeek is a great example. I think it's the best example I think recently of what you're talking about, where they trained their models on, I don't remember if it was OpenAI or ChatGPT. They trained their models.
They trained it on everything, and all it made was cat faces for like a long time.
Yeah. And in like a day or something, like all of these companies just like, went up a cliff. For a little bit, they probably bounced back. But
yeah. Well, that was Michael Burry. Right,
Yeah.
Michael Burry shorted NVIDIA 1 million put, and then Palantir 5 million, and he's been kind of cryptically stating that AI is in a bubble because it's malinvestment, which is what you get from fiat currency.
He killed Citadel. It's all gone. He liquidated all his positions because he said he didn't understand the market, so he liquidated.
Well, he did those puts and then he grabbed out Scion, and then he's going into family management. We don't really know like what he.
Let's go.
It's hard to know, but
So actually, finish. So I want you guys to have a little bit more time with this IP, but I actually want to bring it back to the actual service and discuss that in more detail rather than like just going on IP.
Yeah.
But you can finish your point.
So there's some circumstances where you can train your model on their model and get to their point much more rapidly through that with a lot less investment. There are circumstances like that. There are
other circumstances with economies of scale.
Let me just get this really quickly. Where yes, lots and lots of dedicated hardware like massive amounts of hardware and data centers and models that aren't necessarily the actual like models themselves aren't necessarily publicly available when it comes to Google or something like that. They're not necessarily exposing that for somebody else to train on or
yeah, it's not open source
so
software. Really, even
Exactly.
if we got rid of IP, they would almost certainly the next
trade
day
secrets.
everyone
Sure.
would sign an NDA that like would says like you owe us
Yeah.
like $10 million if you tell another company how to do this, etc. Like there would still be some form of protecting corporate data
secrets,
in
yeah.
some way. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But when it comes to companies like the one that we're discussing, laws around like specific types of regulation that say something like, if I give my likeness to a company, and that would be defined in some particular way, if I give my likeness to some kind of AI company, I need to be able to demand, they need to comply that they delete that data.
Why?
Maybe there's some way to why?
Yeah, why would you be for that?
I think when it comes to somebody who is dead, when it comes to somebody who doesn't understand and can't consent to having their likeness in something. I mean, this is something that actors are talking about, but I think as like regular people, this is something that we simply ought to have a right to say, you cannot permanently have my just likeness, period.
Well, you slipped in something. You slipped in people that can't consent, right?
Mhm.
I would agree, right? Children or training data off of children's actions that are incapable of consenting, or people that are intellectually disabled. I would absolutely agree if they're incapable of consenting.
Or people who are, and I don't mean this in a rude way, but people who are like maybe 70, 80, or 90, or maybe don't really understand like what this technology.
I'm using intellectually disabled as a catch-all here, right?
Yeah.
Which would also include, like a dementia patient.
Okay,
or,
so there's
someone that has
areas of
lost some
agreement
mental faculty.
between us.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you're incapable of consenting
Okay.
to something, right, then
And
utilizing
for
your
those
data off
who
of that
could
lack of consent. But I mean, if you're just an average Joe, and Facebook has said forever that they're using people's data. I'm using Facebook as an example only because Facebook has so famously used people's data, sold people's data,
To
a
nefarious
lot,
ends.
and to very positive ends, right? Like a lot of
Well,
social
I
science
don't know about
research
that, but-
would not be as robust without Facebook's data, right? Like
Sure,
many of
sure.
you guys are in
There could be some
academia.
positives.
Like
But
there's a ton of social
Cambridge
science
Analytica,
research.
Just
Right.
weird, creepy like ad stuff in general is just like. But
Yeah,
why?
but I mean,
why is it like a good?
why
for
do you want to?
humanity
Why would you
for
want
to
to
be able
restrict
to
people's
sell your
liberty to
likeness
do that?
permanently in a way that you cannot get it back? Why is that like a good thing for humanity? Why is that positive?
Well, I mean, if it's aiding the greatest labor-saving device in the world in all of history,
So
that's
just
great.
give ourselves, please, AI, take our.
Well, no, if you don't want your
maybe
data publicly
build us a
available,
utopia.
right? Then don't go on to services and things like that. That part of the reason
In the
that they're
public?
cheap or free
function in the
is that
world.
you're giving them your data, right? Like if you
Don't exist?
If you, well, no, I'm not saying don't exist, but if you are against
what you're
giving your
saying.
data, then you're not. Then don't fucking get an Instagram, right?
No,
like
don't
when you
exist
get an
within the
Instagram, you're
world.
giving your data. Like that's
But you're
that's
in the
how
public.
you're fucking. That's how they're making money is off your data and off of advertising.
Why is it
you're in the
better to
public, you
have
can be
companies
videotaped.
like that? Why is it better? Why are we in such a terrible place in the world if companies like that don't exist? Is there anyone here who's like, no, if Instagram didn't try to addict us and sell our data, that would just I couldn't. I
No,
wouldn't
hold
want to
on.
live in that
We don't.
world.
We don't even have to go that. We can expand this conversation on data, right? I do want to get back to a hard conversation on necessarily the AI startup.
Well, everyone was in agreement, so I stirred the
grandma.
fucking pot and went full blown pro AI because I am.
That's fine. That's fine. No, it's fine. No, I'm not.
Go
No
that shit up.
criticisms here. I'm just saying I'm going to get back to that eventually, right? But like this conversation is a separate one, which I'm actually very much interested in. And that's talking about like your ownership of your digital assets, right? Now, I am with my friend Scott, right? on if not getting rid of IP, right, vastly limiting it, right? I would do a vast overhaul of this thing to limit the ability of organizations to stop innovation, to use IP as a weapon against other people who are trying to like get their start and all that. Like my idea of IP is vastly different, if not like completely eliminating it. However, I think it's different talking about like, hey, maybe we should open up creative works, right, to the commons. I think it's different from like your likeness, right? Like your personal data is not a creative work. I don't think those two things are the same. I don't think they should be treated the same, right? Like I don't think my genetic information necessarily is a creative work, and that some other entity should necessarily be able to own that. However, and I'm going to go back and forth here, right? If I actively want to sell that, that's a different thing. But like this idea of data, right? And like giving it away, I think that's where the heart of this particular conversation is at. Because like it's not simply Facebook, right? Like, yes, like our friend Scott said, like, Facebook is very well known. But I think that the more insidious thing is that our data is leaking out constantly from all sorts of sources, right? Just having a cell phone, there's a ton of data that can and will be collected by the apps on them. Like Louis Rossman, he's a YouTuber. He does a lot of work on this. But he talks about how like the TOSs in cars have changed, right? Your car modded in cars, right? Anything you bought within the last like, let's say 6-7 years, right? Is like a data collection machine that's being sold off on a secondary market. That's a new profit stream. And where you are like those, there's a bunch of sensors in the cars that one, they tell you where you're gonna go, obviously, right? But also like how many passengers are in the car, what is the weight of the passengers in the car, right? Like their driving patterns. All that is being hoovered up, and people have no knowledge of these things, right? So it's even so. Facebook, I think, is less offensive because it's Facebook is less offensive because of what our friend Scott said. Like it's well known, right? But it isn't well known. In fact, it's wrapped up, right? It's like one of those there's a term for this, like YOLA, right? The end user license agreement, right? Like they make it one in two ways. When you're signing the car, right? They either put it so that to get the car, period, you have to agree to this, or they make it so confusing as to what data is being collected that you have no idea, right, what you're actually agreeing to. All of that is a problem, up and down, a problem. Why? And so, like when we talk, okay, let me finish.
You've laid out a lot of things you don't like. I'm just curious if you have like why. Why is that bad?
It's bad because one, people I think aren't actually properly consenting, right? Maybe Facebook you could argue is a proper consent, but if you don't have a full understanding, and two, if there aren't actual choices, because it seems like in Firefox, Mozilla has done like these privacy reports on car companies, right? As far as I know, all the major manufacturers are doing this. And if you have no actual real choice, but you need to like use a car, right? Then it's like that seems like you're being forced to choose between your privacy and like your livelihood and being able to survive. And I don't think people should be put in that positions in the first place. So I said a lot.
I mean, so it becomes a violation of your rights if your choice is limited by the available products on the market. So if someone came out tomorrow, right, and let's assume all of the regulations on IP and all these other things, we're not standing in the way of getting in the auto manufacturing business, right? Because like obviously we're talking about a highly regulated industry where the government kind of creates a pseudo monopoly by virtue of the regulations corporations fight for, so that they don't have that much competition. But let's assume even in a perfect capitalist system, there still was 100 choices for cars, and 100 out of 100, wanted your data, and there was no viable means of you purchasing a car, then it becomes a violation of your rights just by the sheer fact that you don't have a product on the market that doesn't violate your data?
I think there's a way to flip that around, which is to say, why does it make a world into a hellscape if we just collectively, as a group of people, say, no, companies have to provide this option to opt out of this? Why does that transform our world into a hellscape? If we just say, let's just make it so that doesn't happen.
Well, I don't think it's not that one
thing.
specific.
This isn't like
It's not that one specific action. I'll answer the question. I'll try and be very quick because I know I'm taking up the whole fucking panel. But everyone was was like anti AI, so I stepped in. All right. It's not that one specific action, in and of itself, turns the world into a quote unquote hellscape. The problem is that the moment you see that, you go into the domain of accepting the logic of might makes right, the law of the jungle, and personal preference. The moment you say, like, well, consequentially, I think the world would be better since we all kind of like democratically view that this is better if we have these restrictions on human liberty, because I think the consequences, are better than the alternative, is the moment that logic is now presumably justified in all domains of life, and it becomes death by 1,000 cuts, and we live in this world where corporate power is insane, where we live in this world where, the Trump administration is talking about 50-year mortgages instead of actually addressing, the housing regulations. Like, we live in a dystopia because the logic behind that is the same logic behind so many other things that become market disruptions that reduce liberty and increase power at the corporate
corporations and increase liberty for people, for citizens.
There's no increased liberty by violating liberty. That's a contradiction.
So if we as a society, the people, the living human beings, say we want to be able to opt out of you scanning my face every single day, we want to be able to opt out of that, we get that liberty to that form of privacy.
You live in that world right now. Just go live with the Amish.
Yeah, go buy a cheaper, go buy an older car.
That's liberty. That's liberty.
Right?
That's liberty. You don't say you've increased liberty by creating laws that are restrictions on individuals' liberty. Like, that's not a creation of liberty. It's like that's a contradiction. Like, to say that by increasing what you would presumably, and I'm trying to steel man here, call positive rights, right? Sure. Positive rights are a contradiction, insofar as they are a violation of negative rights. If you're saying, I'm going to use the power of the state to restrict your freedom to do things, and therefore you have more liberty, it is it's just definitionally a contradiction.
Right. So I recognize, of course, these are in contradiction, right? I mean, it's a zero sum between a positive and a negative liberty, right? Like, if it's illegal to kill yourself, then, I don't know, people aren't going to be able to buy a service to die or whatever, but then you also don't have that right. Like, of course, there's trade-offs in life, but sometimes we can decide that one thing is preferable to another thing, right? We can decide.
It's whimsy. The moment you choose once.
I don't know why you're saying whimsy. When we're talking about, okay, I don't think, like,
I'm saying your logic, when you accept contradiction is okay in terms of liberty, then you justify all of it.
It's conflict. Conflict is not contradiction.
No, conflict is when two or more individuals want to use a scarce resource towards opposed means. IP is not a scarce resource.
I want to refocus. So let's pull back up in this part of the conversation, which I think is actually super interesting. Like, in terms of like digital asset ownership, your digital likeness, I think it's an extension of yourself in our society effectively.
Yeah. I know I'm interrupting. I'm sorry. I'm along for the ride because everyone was like, fuck AI.
No. It's all fine. No, it's all fine. Fuck AI? I just think, one second. I just think that I just want to focus on this particular thing, right? So moving back to the conversation about this two-way company, let's talk about this idea of creating a digital avatar, right? So like I said at the start that there was multiple conversations I wanted to have, And I don't think we've yet really grappled with the what is actually being offered here. What is being offered, as far as I know, and if someone has better information, please correct me, right? Is that you can take a video of an individual, right? A 3-minute video. We put it in the commercial, right? 3 minutes. A 3-minute video, and then they will create a representation that is accurate, that is
there's going to be a lot of
something
input
recognizable as to be like your loved one, and then that would be a reasonable facsimile. That's where I'm going with this. A reasonable facsimile of this individual, and that's what that's the service you're paying for. That's nonsense. I hope we can all understand that.
They're going to generalize.
It's more than that. It's like you're using generative AI, right? To like your mom is just Gen AI. Did anyone actually go to the website? Of Two-Way? Two-Way's website. Like this isn't the first product they sold. They actually have a bunch of digital avatars there, right? Like they got one of William Shakespeare and probably one of a bunch of like dead individuals, right? Like and those are their avatars. Is that William Shakespeare? Right? You might have scanned his works, but like, is that him?
So that's
like they do these representations of just of anyone. You could make one of yourself, right, and put it up on the website. But like these things are poor. It's a poor product in and of itself. And now they're using that poor product, right? They've bundled all of this and extended that over to like the funerary side, and said like this is a worthwhile representation of the person you love. They're offering a false product, like at the start. Does everyone agree with that, or does anyone think otherwise?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a very poor facsimile of whatever.
Like right now, guys, we can like take it out of like the theoretical. I mean, right now you can clone your dog. You can take a DNA sample of your dog and have it cloned, so that like it is essentially the same thing, like DNA wise.
Yeah, it's been
and so
that's old.
So and then also like you could theoretically, if you had like sequencing done of your dog or something like that, in the future, maybe you could, maybe with current technology, you could take a lot of that same information and you could buy someone else's dog. So I could buy Scott's dog and I can like create Scott's dog for my own. You know what I mean? It would be like, it's just like a weird idea.
I'm a cat dad. All right. Cat dads represent. All right. Fuck you for assuming just because I have all this beautiful masculine energy that I have a dog. All right.
Yeah. But he's saying like
strangled that dog a long time ago.
You have like a good cat, you sell the algorithm or the likeness of the cat, right? Like you can sell your own data, right? You can farm and sell your own data, which actually is a pretty decent idea, but now Google's gonna do that, so we're fucked.
But it's more like maybe I don't want my dog because of the 23andMe, sell off in the same way that now that the company is selling off, and then now my dog is out there, and now that dog is being everywhere else. Do you know what I mean? Like you get just.
What if you had like the perfect dog scenario, and like you're mourning the loss of your dog, and every time you go out into the city is just copies of your dog.
Just
every like you try and walk to the Starbucks, and it's just like you meet like 4 of your dog. Specifically, like you have the most famous dog ever. Yeah, like being John Malkovich, but of like the dog. Like, at what point do you grab a beer bottle and throw it and hit the dog in the back of the head?
Well, hold on. We can take that even further, right?
It's a being John Malkovich joke. Clearly, I'm not.
We can go even further than that, and because what we saw when Sora 2 from OpenAI was released, right? People were like using likenesses of dead individuals and putting all kinds of words in their mouth, like Dr. Martin Luther King, right? Like he was a big target of this. And so like what if but what if you are the King family, which is, just so you know, the King family is highly litigious. Watch yourself on that one. But like what if you were,
fuck you, King family, sue me.
What if you were that person, or we could just use any other like famous individual, right? That person is George Carlin, right? There was a similar situation a few months ago around him. What if you're their family member and now someone is like puppeteering they're ghosts, but not even really they're ghosts. It's like an unreasonable facsimile of them. But people are like using it for fun or for insult or for anything. And that's everywhere. And it's not just like all in your neighborhood, it's all around the world. People are seeing this. Does that matter?
No.
Dude, I should have the ability to say you can't have my dog. I mean, you know what I mean? I should be able to take that data back. I mean, that's wild.
It's my dog now. It's a copy. It's not your dog. Your dog is your property.
You can strangle it anytime you want.
Zealous, what do you think?
I mean, I definitely don't think that a corporation should be able to own the rights to someone's likeness or personality, or remanufacture that in any way. I definitely do think that that's something that should be limited, and there should be, at least if that's something that people want to do, there needs to be informed consent and a choice of whether or not, if they use the service, whether or not they would like for that. You know what I mean? If they're okay with that.
Do you have something in the
Do you call your mom with that audio? I'm just curious.
Yeah, do you have something?
Probably, yes.
It's because you're putting your phone down and the speaker's like, is it on like a ledge or something?
Yeah,
it's reverberating back and forth. You need to have it like held on a stand or something.
Okay, yeah.
Phone needs to be floating.
Or at least when you talk, hold your phone.
Yeah, when you talk, hold your phone. Try that. Yeah.
You get it.
Okay.
You get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Hold
that
up to the
better?
ceiling so we can see the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah. So far. But in any case, you were saying that people shouldn't be able to hold your digital, shouldn't be able to own their likenesses, right?
Right. I don't think, especially as like something that's like a default, because I understand that the reason that they're offering the service is probably to train the AI and to be able to use the data. But I definitely think it should be an option, and there should be clear, informed consent. You know, like you can't just, take the image of somebody's grandmother and use it for an ad or sell it off to another company or something like that. Like, I don't think that's acceptable. I definitely think there should be guidelines and regulations in place that protect people, especially because it's around something that's so vulnerable for them.
I hear this from you, but also from other people. You keep saying like, "Oh, people need informed consent." Like, what the hell does that mean to people here? Because I feel like it's more being used more as a buzzword, right?
So,
if you're uploading the image, right, and saying that we have access and we own, all of the data that you're giving us, that's informed consent. You have given them all of the data.
So the user agreement that you check off before you sign most of these things, like most of them are so long that most people aren't reading them, right? They're just like checking the agreement, logging on to Instagram. They don't know that they're like they're signing away their likeness. They're signing away that all this data is actually owned by Instagram, right? And maybe now at this point we do, but we've had like the conversations about like the long ass user agreements before. And most people, no one's reading those. And in those agreements, right, like you could be signing away shit that you honestly don't know yet, and that could come in the future. And that isn't informed consent, and that is like so like maybe in the user agreement and put in fucking bold, hey, we're using your likeness. If you want to use this website, we are taking your likeness. Now, like that's a little bit more informed to the people, because there's 13-year-olds.
That's a vibes argument, though, right? Like they have a contract.
Vibes?
You're giving them your data already. Right, you're giving your data is being housed on a company's servers somewhere, and then spread throughout God knows how many places on the internet. Right, the internet is forever. We've known this since like 2 years after the internet became widely available to everybody. That the internet is forever. That everything you post online might end up somewhere else, or someone else might be using it. But like. You like, what is this?
Does that give them like? I know you have a like intellectual and principled objections to IP law in general, but does that imply that everybody who knows the internet is forever is saying, well, I know that my property can be used for literally anything. Like they can use it to profit, they can use it for advertising, they can use it for this, they can use it for that. I think those are different things, right? The idea that the internet is forever, it could pop up wherever I want, is different than existing in our current IP law situation. They actually now I have functionally signed over my right for them to use it for whatever purpose they want, right? That's a little bit different, right?
You didn't have a right to begin with.
Argument, but
You didn't have a right to freely
You're
give
say-
your data
you're saying
and
that.
it be
You're
protected
saying that,
at the
but
same time.
Scott, we're existing in reality with current IP law, and there's a contract that I signed somewhere that says now I've given it over. You're saying they didn't have a right to begin with because you don't think it exists at all. But like these are different things, right? So let me give you an example. This guy, Matthew
I'm saying it
Crawford, who
because
wrote
it's
this book,
true,
Shop Class of
but yeah.
Soulcraft, testified in front of the Senate, and he gave this really great example that I like to use a lot with my students of he had a Sleep Number mattress, and the Sleep Number mattress had this like responsive sleep sensor thing that adjusts the hardness or softness or cool or whatever during, in response to what the microphone senses and blah, blah, blah. And if you sign up for their service, there's fine print 50 pages down that says, oh, by the way, you are consenting to Sleep Number accessing your microphone in perpetuity to use the data for whatever they want, even if you unsubscribe from their service. Now, he signed a contract when he bought the mattress, and you're saying that's informed consent. Fine, you can say that, and you can say he never actually had a right to any of that data because he brought the microphone into his home. But most people are weirded out by that in the real world, Scott. So that's sort of what we're talking about.
Right. Well,
Like-
I'm asking for like when I'm asking these questions, I'm asking for there to be like a some form of principle, some line, something about what makes it informed and not informed. Right. I agree that there is, when you go to extreme examples, so the type of thing that you're discussing in contract law would be like unconscionability, right? So the Supreme Court case that really like defined this was payday loans, specifically, and the payday loans were made to look like, if you peruse them, they were made to appear like there was like this 2% interest over like a pay period of like 30 days. And what it was actually saying, if you were like a lawyer that really understood contract law, was that that interest was daily for those 30 days. And so you would assume that you're dealing with 2% interest, over a 30-day period, but you're actually dealing with 2% daily interest. And then a woman who had difficulty speaking English because she was a legal immigrant of some sort. I don't remember her status, right? Right. Like, I do think that if you go to the extreme, it becomes very obvious that we're dealing with unconscionability, right? Like where a contract is kind of hiding that they're going to do things that you wouldn't expect. And so when we look at the principal elements of fraud from a common law perspective, one of those principles in order to meet fraud is like, is it reasonable that you could discover this information on your own, right? So like, for example, if, someone is like, I'm selling the greatest vacuum ever made. Is it reasonable? Like that's not fraud because it's very easy for you to Google other vacuums and be like, okay, that's a bullshit claim. In your example, right, of the Sleep Number microphone being on constantly, recording you and then recording all of your data and that being buried somewhere in, I think that's very obviously an unconscionable contract that gets to the domain of fraud. But the problem is where do we draw that line, especially when we're dealing with something with, billions of people on this planet? We can't just say, oh, the extreme is very bad. And then therefore we need all these laws and regulations where the Supreme Court's going to set a price on your data and all these other things, right? It's like we're using an extreme case to justify socialism when in reality I'm trying to figure out where that line is.
I think it's fair to try to figure out where the line is. I think the problem that we're dealing with here is that it is prudential, and like with many other areas of law, this has to do with like reasonable person standards and everything else, right? So I mean, I think I like that you bring up like common law standards and stuff, because one of the questions I was going to ask when you were going on earlier was like, well, does your libertarianism necessitate deceptive business practices be, in principle fine? Because you say, well, you're just giving it away for free. Well, in many cases, I don't realize that I'm giving my data away for free, right? So people brought up examples of you being surveilled in a presumptively public area. People brought up examples of like, well, I'm using services that I don't know what they're using my data for, or that I didn't, realize that when I checked the end user agreement that I was giving my data away. So yeah, oh, you're giving it away for free, so it's not priced in. But well, I mean, if I knew how profitable my data was in the aggregate at scale, like maybe I wouldn't be signing those things, right? So at what point?
Yeah,
I think you're right to ask.
I'm not
at what
actually
point does it become
disagreeing.
deceptive? I'm just saying, like, I think it's prudential, and the reason we can't find a bright line is because it depends on the person, depends on the product, depends on the situation, depends on the type of data, depends on what it's being used for. It's prudential, right? So we can't find a bright line, which is why libertarianism is hard.
Right. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with the concept of informed consent in these practices. My only problem is like, if we're going to make that argument, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, that needs to be a very clear argument, right? Sure. And that means that line is going to be not far enough for some people, right? Like there's going to be people that are, for whatever reason they're stupid or uninformed or whatever. But like when people say, oh, there's an adhesion contract, right? Which is a type of contract where it's a take it or leave it contract, right? So like when you sign up for Facebook, you don't get to negotiate the contract. Right? It's an adhesion. It's like you click accept on the EULA and then you go in, right? Like when we're dealing with that, if you guys want to make a law that says, specifically about data, that says, the usage of data needs to be clear and on the first page of any adhesion contract for your services, I don't know that I would necessarily fight that, right? Like that doesn't feel like a fight. But if we're talking about pricing and like demanding there be a price floor on data and things like that, and then we use these
I don't think anybody
extremes
said that.
of confusion. You were. And we
I
use
didn't.
these.
No, I
You
definitely
specifically stated that we should have
100%
courts
did not.
rule in favor of forcing companies to pay for
Compensation
data,
for your data.
compensation for your data.
That's
If you want to
another
backtrack
thing-
that or say
That's
you
not what I said.
misspoke, that's fine.
No, you misunderstood. I said that
No,
they shouldn't be able to plagiarize and that people should be able to revoke access to their data.
No, you
I didn't
specifically
say that there
stated.
should be a
You
negotiated
specifically
price.
no. You
Like,
specifically.
take the
You
data
didn't
away
say
from
there should be a negotiated price. That is correct. That
I
was
didn't
my
say that there should
follow-up
be a
question earlier that you dodged again, and now you're making. Now
To
you're
be fair, I
making it
think
seem like
I
you
said I
made
think
that
they should be paying us for their, for the
You
damage.
agreed with him when he
I probably
stated
agreed with
that
a
the
bunch of things
courts
that he said
are
if you wanna go
doing nothing and not stepping in like they should be to force companies to pay for your data.
I want to make sure before we move on. I do want to make sure Yukis gets his point out. Then I want to go to Corey. Then we can go back to our friend Socrates. And anyone else wants to let me to jump in, put your hand up or something so I know. To our new people. Go ahead.
Just
Chris.
last point, and I'll shut up. This is way earlier, but it pains me sometimes to agree with Scott because I left my Ayn Rand phase many years ago. But I do agree that I think some people sort of uncritically accept IP law as like a boon to innovation, where like you all mentioned Google earlier as sort of like pricing out or sucking up the
Ayn Rand was pro
innovation
IP,
of
by
other-
the way.
Well, I know. Okay,
What a
okay.
loser.
I'm making a joke, Scott. I'm making a joke.
well,
Okay.
fair.
But Google is very famous, by the way, for using IP laws in sort of combative ways to suck up new companies, to take an innovation, to own it, and then sock it away and not use it for a long period of time. So like I do think we sort of underestimate that. I will say though that like if you go like to like Adam Smith and look at like how he defends copyright law, he's like, yeah, you have this. The purpose of this is to defend one innovator's right to profit on this for a very limited period of time, and then it goes into public use, and he's unclear of how long that is, but the idea is like,
Yeah,
yeah,
'cause
you
it's a
do reward
whimsy.
somebody. Yeah, well, it's not whimsy.
It's not based
good
on
principle.
logic.
No, it is. Adam Smith is far more logical than you, Scott, on any given day. But the idea is
Not
you
on
do
this. He's
reward-
wrong.
You do reward somebody who
Get him
comes
on.
up with something innovative, but then it is for the purpose of the public good, and so it is in a public domain. So yeah, I think IP law is complicated in the ways we're describing, and Adam Smith
and
beats
just-
Scott. So.
And just to add on to that very quickly, and I'll go to our friend Corey. That like, I love what our friend Eucharist said about Google using IP as a weapon, right? But then them and all these other AI companies pleading victim when copyright holders, right, of books or music that they've been hoovering up say, hey, well, we want to exercise our copyright rights and we want to get paid for this. Then, well, no, I never mind, right? It's not. See, the law's not clear here, right? But if in that the next breath, right?
Yeah, you've introduced a
you-
contradiction into law, so powerful corporations will use it to their advantage.
You ask to have free access to their AI models. Well, then they'll all of a sudden they'll remember the value of IP law once again, right? So like there's a lot of bullshit happening. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, in this sort of vein, I guess, of informed consent. So now, out of curiosity, Scott, how do you feel? Do you think, let's say, Elon Musk is committing fraud when he calls, full self-driving bracket supervised, and that I believe they were just recently held liable, I think back in like August or early of like, yeah, as in like they were basically found partly responsible for this person's fatality, because it's like, yes, it's full self-driving bracket supervised, but then like somewhere in the user manual, it like expands, well, the bracket supervised means, it doesn't actually mean full self-driving. It means like, well, actually you're supposed to pay attention at all times. Do you think that is fraud?
I mean, like, I would have to look at the case and the vehicle more specifically, right? Like, it's my understanding that like Teslas, for example, like will like shit on you the second your eyes or your hands aren't like on the wheel or engaged after like 15 seconds and things of that nature. So I would say that in terms of like the ability for a reasonable person to be able to discover that isn't impaired. So I wouldn't, like, my gut reaction is that it's likely not fraud, but like I'm not like such an Elon Musk fanboy that I can't say that he fucked up here or that
Okay,
he's
but
liable.
the concept
But
of
like
lo-
my
just-
gut reaction,
just-
right, is like
but
is
just
still
the
based
concept
upon
of-
those principles.
So just let's just say it's outlined like this. I'm not saying this is the actual reality, but if it's labeled as a full self-driving bracket supervised, and there's just one line in fine print in the user manual of like, well, this is what it means.
I mean, there's a literal addendum there that like begs you to investigate, right? Like if it says full self-driving and then there's an in parentheses a fucking addendum that says like,
Well, do you think
with
just
some
the concept- that
caveats,
wording itself
and then you're
is-
just like,
is-
fuck the caveats
Well,
or
no, do you
whatever
think
that
Do you
is.
think that is misleading or not? Yeah, just that.
Like,
statement alone.
I do think it could be potentially misleading for sure. Whether or not it constitutes fraud is, like I'm using fraud from like a natural law legal definition, right? I would say that it might be potentially immoral or misleading in some way, right? Like that, like maybe you should just put like supervised self-driving instead of full self-driving. But again, with the example I gave, greatest vacuum in the world. Can you Google whether or not it's actually true that it's the greatest vacuum in the world? I think before you let a car drive for you and it says something right next to it supervised in brackets, like maybe you should Google
But it
what
also
the fuck
says
that
full
is.
self-driving. Like you're all about logical contradictions and all that stuff. I see that. Is that not a contradiction?
Yeah, I think, I would say it's a contradiction. I don't know that it constitutes fraud, though.
No, I
agree that it is a
I understand
contradiction.
that.
I agree that it is misleading. I agree that it is potentially immoral, right? I just don't agree that it's, without looking further into the case, whether
No,
or not
I
it
understand
is
the fraud
meets
thing, that's
the
a legal
legal
thing and all that
definition of
stuff.
fraud,
Yes, I understand.
whether or not he should be like financially liable
I
for a
understand.
crime.
But you do recognize the contradiction on its face.
The world is full of a lot of contradictions, and Elon Musk isn't somehow special from that.
Okay. But thank you. If you're familiar with this program, you got a big fucking problem with Elon Musk and what he gets away with. But it's okay. It's okay. We don't have to go down that route.
Big fucking
look at
problem
me, not
with
making
the
no research.
soon-to-be best trillionaire ever.
This motherfucker is not going to be a trillionaire, right? Like, if you just look at the plan, there's no.
If he
way
is,
to
though,
make
he will be the
anything
best one. Because he'll be the only one, motherfucker.
be
Logically
the only one.
speaking, he must be the best one.
Oh my god! Thank you so
I'm
much.
going to force you to call him the best trillionaire ever. You can call him the worst one, too.
Let's go to our friend Socrates, and everyone else wants to jump in. Let me know, Socrates.
Yeah, so this the concept of informed consent, I mean, I think of it as like when you're going through informed consent in a medical scenario, you're going under for surgery, and they have a requirement to not just like make it kind of available for you, but really like make sure that you understand, here's the kind of things that could happen. If this kind of thing were to happen, this is what we would do. It's not entirely exhaustive because the number of things that could go wrong, that they might remediate in a way that they might not have the time to wake you up and then have you consent to something else. They might have to do some kind of life-saving procedure.
Right, implied consent versus informed consent.
Yeah, but they have an obligation to do the best that they can to try to inform you as reasonably as possible of the kind of things that might happen, that are plausibly could occur, and how they would respond to them, and if there are certain kind of forks in that road, how you would want them to proceed. If we were to save you, but you would be basically a vegetable, like what would you want us to? There are things like that might occur, and then there might be various other consents. I don't necessarily think that every single company has that level of obligation to every one of their users.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the
That's
less
a
I am
very
for this
extreme,
bullshit concept of informed consent in the contract. Actually,
But I
I appreciate
think
it.
that we're
You're
if
helping.
that
You're
were-
helping me realize just how contradictory the concept is. Yeah.
Look, I'm happy to help any way I can. This is what I'm
Yeah.
here for, right? But I think if that were to be applied to a company like this for their users, I think one requirement would be understanding here are the plausible ways that we might use this data. So if they've already, basically in their business plan, this isn't on their app website, but in their business plan, they're like, well, we plan to sell this to advertisers or something like that. Ethically, and I think if they were to talk about informed consent to like a high standard, that's the kind of thing that they would share, as this is a kind of thing that we might use this for when we have control over your data. Another thing might be the level of really how good that representation is. My guess with this, 3 minutes, you can get the kind of like image of this person moving. You can get their vocal tone. You might be able to get something about their kind of like word choices, like their preference for using different kinds of words or different words in a certain way.
Mhm.
But you're not going to be able to get like, oh, here, this is the kind of oh yeah, that's exactly the advice grandma would have given in a scenario, right? They're not gonna be able to get
it would have to
anything
be
like
built
that.
off
It's
of
gonna
your
be a generic
interactions,
whatever.
improve over time. It's a facsimile of your grandma no matter what, unless they can like
But it's
perfectly copy your grandma's brain, right?
It'll be a generic model with a skin with a texture of your grandma
Yes.
on top of it, with
Exactly.
possibly some like cadence influence, possibly some word choice influence,
Yeah.
but maybe not even. But you're gonna get like a doll, a digital 3D doll of your grandma that can talk when you pull the cord.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't give I'm not super concerned with like the psychological harm, of people being, the grieving process being disrupted by, these practices. Maybe it's going to be worse than I think it is. But like, if you're asking like, what are my like real fears in this scenario? Like my real fear is that people become attached to tech that is owned by a group of people. Because like when we look at like the tactics of governments, but especially like institutions like the World Economic Forum, right? They love the concept of behavioral nudging, right? So like I'm far less worried about them using your data to like sell you ads when you're doom scrolling on Instagram or whatever. I'm far more concerned with what happens when they use your personal relationships to these facsimiles of human beings and implement into the code, we would actually like people to drink less soda. So actually we're going to have
But what if I
soda,
signed
right?
an end user license agreement with the World Economic Forum that I was okay with them doing that? And if I hadn't read
That's on
all the
you, buddy.
pages, would it really be a problem? You only care if it's WEF and not a business? I'm just, where's the
No,
line
that's not
here?
my argument. Like my argument is, I'm just using it as an example because it's a well-known
So
example.
do businesses
of a
engage in
group.
nudging?
I don't think most
They do.
businesses.
They do. Absolutely
I don't.
they do.
Hold on. I don't think most businesses have the power to engage in behavioral nudging. They certainly
Facebook
engage
does,
in
Instagram
marketing
does.
techniques. Facebook does. Facebook is one that is in.
And these things
Instagram
overlap
absolutely
significantly, right? Marketing techniques and behavioral nudging overlap significantly.
yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure,
Where we
sure,
place
like-
things in a supermarket, where we place things in the checkout line.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
we place
yeah,
things-
yeah.
and
That
this is
wouldn't
all
be-
nudging, right? So, but you seem very concerned when WEF does it, but not when the largest company in the world does it.
That's you projecting. That's just you projecting. But I don't know if you're.
Do you
like,
care
not
when the
in
largest company in the world
conversation.
does it? Do you care
Yes.
when the largest company in the world does it? Okay.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
why are you bringing up WEF and not Apple, not Facebook, not Meta? Like, why
Because-
is it WEF that matters and not these other things we've been talking about that we're all concerned about?
I said governments and companies do this, right? And I also the only reason I use World Economic Forum is because it's more famously known for discussing openly behavioral nudging as like a positive for humanity, et cetera. It's just an example. I'm not specifically targeting out the World Economic Forum and saying that like when Facebook does it, it's all okay. What I'm actually saying is that the more we become attached to an avatar as opposed to just to an algorithm, the more susceptible we are to those practices. And I think that's bad if a company does it, a government does it, you know, institutions do it, etc. Right? Like whether or not it's a violation of your rights, whether or not I can justify using state power to stop it is different from, is this a cause for concern? Yeah, of course. I have plenty of things I'm concerned for.
Very fair on that point. I'll say so you seem, as you've said before, rabidly pro AI. I just don't see, if you're concerned with nudging on the scale you're talking about, I don't know how AI doesn't exacerbate that problem 10, 100, 1,000 fold. So everything you think AI does more productively as putting workers out, et cetera,
I'm
is going
concerned
to be
with
used
murder.
for nudging in a way that
I'm concerned with murder, right? And if we have more proliferation of firearms, then we have more people that can murder. But that doesn't mean I'm automatically saying get rid of all of the guns, right? Just because even if getting rid of the guns reduced the murder rate, which it doesn't, but let's say it did, right? I would still be pro guns and also be concerned about how those guns are used.
It's a terrible analogy because I'm not talking about the tool existing and then potentially being used for legitimate purposes. I'm saying you are concerned about nudging. This technology will make the nudging worse. So you're saying, guns, murder. So I'm not. I'm concerned about murder. Yes. So when murder happens at scale, I'm even more concerned about it, right? So when nudging happens at scale with these new extremely effective technologies, I'm more concerned about it. Like
correct.
You're going from murder to guns. I'm going from nudging to nudging, except
okay, we'll get rid of guns, right? I'm concerned about car accidents, right? But I'm not anti the right to own cars.
When you're answering this, could you also like tell everyone what nudging is? I don't think it's been defined yet. So you do that, Phil?
So behavioral nudging is when you use subtle psychological techniques to influence behavior without people necessarily being consciously aware of the behavior, right? Technically speaking, as Eucharist pointed out, right, like all the companies are kind of doing this with marketing, but it becomes classified as like behavioral nudging, kind of like at a certain level of scale. But you could say Coca-Cola does this, right? You could say anybody does this when they like influence you in that way, right? But behavioral nudging, for example, like if we were worried about, domestic violence, right? Then we might program into your grandpa's AI and your girlfriend's AI and all your other AI, right? Like just trying to, say certain things to make them think about the immorality of domestic violence. You might even consider that to be a good thing. You might say, wow, but what happens when you do this so that people buy more Coca-Cola? What happens when you do this so that people, spend all of their money on DraftKings? Right, like
or
it's,
move away from a political party or something like that. Yeah,
right. You know what I mean? So it's like exactly. So it's like it can be. It feels like a good thing when it's done towards things that we think are good, and it feels like a bad thing when it's done towards things that are bad. But it brings into question the capacity of human beings to actually meaningfully engage in free will when there are an ever increasing amount of tools and technological capacities that are influencing the way that people think and the way that people, interpersonal relationships are now going to be this new thing that the algorithm is attached to. Yeah. And it is a cause for concern.
So the example, so this was a concept before the book was written, but the example that Cass Sunstein uses in the book Nudge that sort of popularized the term, Cass Sunstein was an advisor to Obama and some other presidents on economic and other policy issues. But the example that's used early on in the book to demonstrate nudging is like, well, there are good studies on we can rearrange cafeterias such that we can place sort of higher nutrition, better health options towards the front, and this will have measurable outcomes. And so we can do that at scale is the idea that Cass Sunstein presents in the book. I will say, too, there are libertarian theorists who have suggested that nudging is compatible with libertarian autonomy views. I don't know. It seems that Scott doesn't agree with them. But the fear, obviously, is like, well, yeah, okay, so if I can subtly influence your choices, and they are still meaningfully your choices, but if I can subtly influence them, especially at scale, especially with power and money and influence, then how free really are your choices? And I think that's what we're scared about at the level of AI. Scott is more concerned in some other domains. But so I think we might share some overlapping concerns, just how it cashes out.
There's a problem that most people have, which I think, Eucharist, you'll be able to manage in a way that most people can't once it's just simply told to you, right? Which is that, from a libertarian perspective, we separate the descriptive from the prescriptive, Right now, my ideology is an anarcho-objectivist ideology, right? So I am an anarcho-capitalist in discussing descriptively what is, a violation of the non-aggression principle, et cetera. But my moral questions that are like prescriptive, what should we do? What should we engage from? So I think that might be the confusion. I don't know that libertarianism is necessarily permissive of it. It's just simply saying that's not a violation of the non-aggression principle. That doesn't make it good or bad or morally neutral.
Yeah.
Like I would say behavioral nudging might be, especially depending upon how it's used and what it's done, might be immoral, but it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle, so it doesn't reach the limit of the state using the guns to stop it.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I'll ask other people. While we're on this subject of behavioral nudging, I want to get everyone else's thoughts on this.
Yeah, man, I think you could definitely have like a scenario where you have, you're getting personalized, TV shows, media, movies made for you. So then you could have, the likeness of your grandma being portrayed by that in person grandma in that movie, that kind of stuff. Like
Golden Girls, but it's your grandma.
Yes, exactly. Something like that where, and it's like, so now you have like a kindness, or maybe she says a phrase or a keyword that they picked up because your Nest camera has picked up all your discussions, and then they're priming all of her, what she's saying. And now she's like, just a little bit, maybe it's 1%, 2%, but now you have like this affinity towards this movie and you're like, I don't know why. And they're just seeding it in just to pull you along. So, I think that, I would always go and always side on the side of letting people have more like, hey, why did I like this movie? Oh yeah, it's because where this movie generate from. Oh, it's because we used 1% of the lines are from this, 5% are this, and having like a readout, some type of access to where this stuff is coming from, how this is being used, why it's being marketed towards you. Like we are very susceptible to marketing as humans because we want to make sense of this world. We want to draw connections from one thing to the other, and that's why we have historically put a lot of limitations on marketing. So like, for example, like in the old days in TV, you weren't able to put Spider-Man ads on during Saturday morning cartoons with Spider-Man the TV show. You would have to separate them out because we knew that kids were very susceptible to this kind of stuff. But now, for example, in the internet, you have monster trucks, Hot Wheels monster trucks doing a 24/7 stream of Hot Wheel monster trucks. So, a lot of these, safeguards that we have had, 50 years ago, we, with the internet, we have completely let go. And then now I feel like with this AI thing, we are destroying any chance of, guardrails in society.
Hey, Greg, should women be forced to disclose to every person they meet exactly how much makeup they're wearing and where it came from?
No.
Well, then
Like,
why
should they have to
companies?
tell-
Why
Oh, I
should
got it.
companies that create television services tell you exactly what percentage where they're drawing from? I mean, if
Because
women are
for the
deceiving
companies-
you with
because for
with
the
a
companies, I am
facsimile
a
of their
product.
own face, right?
No,
that
'cause-
gives
because
them
I
a
am a
new and
product.
better face. Shouldn't they have to, by your logic, shouldn't they have to tell you, oh, the lipstick came from Ulta, it's this specific company, I'm using eyeshadow. Actually, I'm using
No.
bronzer and highlighter, and I'm using a little highlighter on
The
my
girls
nose.
would tell you if they'd
right?
listen. The guys would listen. The girls probably would love to talk.
No,
about
but
I get
by
your
his
point, I get
logic,
your
right?
point, I get your
Like
No, I think this is like an utterly just deranged
Yeah,
comparison.
because I'm not in that
know you're being a
scenario,
little
I am not a
silly, but-
product.
Well,
Like,
no,
the
I'm just being
company
logically
is
consistent.
exploiting me. No, because the company is exploiting me for higher and higher profit margin, and they have the ability to do that. Like whether
isn't
or
the
not
woman exploiting
transparency
you
of-
for more and more money when she shows
Well, no,
herself to
because
be more
because
attractive than
I'm
she
going
is?
to I'm going to be naturally attracted to someone that has more transparency towards that anyway, versus the market conditions that would allow that company to
You would
exploit
be
me is going to
the
be
same way in
completely
a
different.
company. You would be
No,
you
no,
personally
it's
would be
not.
more attracted to a company with generative AI if that company told you where they were pulling their data from and how they constructed it. You're a data nerd. You'd love that shit. You'd be way more likely to buy that.
But I would be turned off if I knew that that's why I liked it. You know, that's
maybe,
the thing, is that I
but
would
you
wanna
might be the
own
same way with
everything.
women if they were telling you specifically how much makeup they were wearing and what techniques they were using
Exactly,
and how
in that
different their face
scenario, I
was.
have the ability to say no to that woman versus Amazon or Google, and I don't have the ability to say no to Google existing.
I haven't bought a thing off of Amazon in like 6 years. The only thing, oh no, I lied. That's not true. I bought this green screen off of Amazon after I went to local photo shops and everything else. I'm not a big fan of Amazon. I think it's depersonal. I don't think it's good for small businesses. I don't buy shit from Amazon. Why do you not have that ability? Is it a lack of willpower?
Dude, because there is a concentration of capital and power, and through capitalism that makes it in fewer and fewer hands. So you can't get away from it.
Literally, I've gotten away with it with every single product I've ever bought in my entire life, except for this specific
You
green
realize
screen.
that doesn't make the entire internet is hosted on AWS. So you use AWS and Amazon constantly, and AWS is their main
I
product.
absolutely do AWS. We're on Twitch right now, which is
Exactly.
which is owned by Amazon. I mean, I'm not on
Exactly.
Twitch. I'm on YouTube. So,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? You're saying you have no choice. Cut the computer off. You have a choice.
Don't participate.
Go build a homestead somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, don't you
the-
have a
the
choice
answer
to
is
go
always don't
establish your
participate. That's
libertarian
going to be the answer
utopia
every
in
time.
Liberland?
No,
Yeah.
look, I mean, see, so these are both.
I
these
choose
are
to be
both
here.
legitimate directions to go.
Okay,
Right?
so
So it's
you're
it's
consenting.
legitimate to
Gotcha.
say
I'm not
if you feel this
consenting.
thing is harmful, like don't engage with it. And if enough of us en masse disengage from these systems, that's useful, and that's like part of what we should do.
Right, I
And
mean,
at the same time,
or we could
should
also advocate that
for
Amazon not get
antitrust.
subsidies from the government, right?
Not get subsidies
We should
from the
get rid
government.
of. We should get rid of the
antitrust.
socialism.
So they shouldn't be able to, okay, whatever. But they shouldn't be able to be both a marketplace and a seller, right? That's a very basic antitrust thing. So they shouldn't be able
That's
to
a violation of
mark-
liberty. Antitrust
Okay,
is a
that's
violation of liberty.
Okay, that's fine. I think it'll be useful in this circumstance. Maybe that sends me to hell. I don't know. I
No, it doesn't
think
send
we
you to
really
hell. It
should
just
have a
turns into
conversation, you and I, about
whimsy again.
Sure.
Again.
I'm a very whimsical person. Love being
I like being
whimsical.
whimsical too.
Yeah.
I don't know what's a bad thing.
Your ethical system shouldn't be based off of whimsy.
Okay,
That's fair.
I'd love to hear an argument for that.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
I've given several tonight.
Yeah. Sorry. What was the thing I wanted? I wanted everyone to talk about something, and
Well,
it just
I had
left my mind.
quickly. If you want to try to remember that, so
It was
I
nudging.
think a big thing that these kind of conversations bring up for me is there's so much technological ground that's been gained over the last 20 years with the Human Genome Project, the ability to own genetic information, the concept of being able to do that, being able to own, at least the concept of being able to own somebody's likeness, not just a photo, but them posing in any infinite number of ways, their voice, all of these kinds of things that for most of human existence have been considered just kind of like a sacred, inviolate, not even conceivable how you would like violate taking those things away from people, and are legal and maybe even like moral or religious frameworks haven't caught up to that, like in a kind of like Catholic mindset. It's like, well, you shouldn't alter the human body, the human soul, whatever. You couldn't alter the human soul, but it's like now we can do genetic engineering. We can alter what it means to be human. It's no longer you can't because God created it and it's sacred. It's like maybe you shouldn't. But now we have to really figure out how to argue these things at a deep level, because technologies like this, I have kind of a visceral disgust, both in terms of the idea that somebody would do this in general and the idea that somebody would do this basically with their target demographic as like vulnerable people. Like that's their target demographic. But I think it is difficult for me to articulate from like a really deep philosophical or legal framework or something that really is compelling. Like, why should somebody who doesn't see this as horrific, why should they? I think that is like a call to action for me in these conversations. So thank you, Scott, for helping me.
The Nomad
helping me get
tribes
there.
tried to warn everyone. They told you the cameras were, the pictures, they take your souls. They take
Yeah.
your souls. And now we're just, it's like the atheists like took that and made
They
it
were
into
too early.
real time, right? They're like, they took it literally like, hey, let's embed someone's soul into a screen.
Like, oh, you could say we could sell that. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So like what you were saying was
selling photos, a novel
the
concept.
The 3 minutes of time. I saw a video. It was Candace Owens, but she went to some company and they had like huge projection screens, and she just went to the back, recorded maybe like 5 minutes worth of like talking, and this thing was like answering questions for her. It was a huge projection that you could throw on any stage. You don't ever have to fucking leave your home. It's like we literally just captured souls, put them in screens, and the tribes tried to tell us that, you know, Socrates,
But
like
it's
the religious maybe the religious were they were caught up. They were telling us from beforehand, don't fucking do this.
They were too early. They looked like they didn't know what they were talking about.
They were Cassandra. They were oracles cursed to never be believed.
They were oracles. No. But like, I think it's worse, right? And this is a question. I'm gonna actually ask a question to Zealous, and I want to ask it to the rest of you. But like what, like shout out to what Corey said, right? Like what they're capturing is pseudo souls, right? Like they are capturing an image, right? They can maybe capturing your voice and cadence, but doing that with 5 minutes is amazing. Well, actually, no, never mind. So there are AIs that can do that. Never mind, that's actually a thing they can do. But still, in any case, you're getting the likeness, you're getting the sound, right? But you get almost none of the essence of this individual, right? Even when it comes to memories, when it comes to reactions or anything like that, that's all a lot. It's like the most it's the uncanny valley for souls, right? It's the uncanny, that's where we're at, right? The uncanny valley for souls, where it's reasonable enough that you can recognize this as that person, but like scratch the surface on this, and clearly it's not. And that's why, like, I really want to draw that distinction. So, right, the question I'm going to ask to Zealous and then to the rest of you, right, is about like the difference between what this company 2A is delivering and what they had advertised, right? So within that commercial that we watched, we like that promise is simply not being delivered. I think we can all understand that, right? But what if it was, right? What if it was that, like, through some process, brain scans or whatever the fuck, right? They did manage to capture that. Would that be more ethical in your mind, especially if someone consented to it, right? Would that be more ethical? Should we be monetizing that, right? Would you say that I already know Scott's position on this, so but like, would you ban that service, right? Would you say, because of what our friend Socrates just mentioned, right? Should there be a domain, right, that is untouched, right? That we as a society say this, you stop here and go no further, because like maybe we don't like sell the likenesses of like dead children, because like maybe that's just too much or something like that, right? Maybe there's like these areas that is just we should stop, or like, does that like it unnecessarily stifle innovation? Does it unnecessarily burden people who would actually want to engage in these services, right? So I wanted to know your general thoughts on that. Like, should there be a limit? We'll start with Zealous.
I mean, I feel like people should have the right to grieve how they choose, and if the way that they choose is wanting an AI imitation of their loved one, I mean, I think with what they're offering and how they're advertising it, I mean, I feel like there's no possible way that the AI could take on like a real likeness of a loved one in a 5-minute clip. You know what I mean? They can get the basics down, but when it comes down to it, like,
what if it could?
Well, if it could, I feel like, I mean, they can imitate a person, but they can't resurrect their soul. They're not that person, and I feel like that might blur the lines for people. You know what I mean? Of like whether or not like that they can have a healthy understanding of that this person is dead and gone, and
does it matter? does it matter if they can resurrect their souls, or like if it's a great enough a replication, right? That like it represents most of your interactions with this individual. Is that good enough?
I mean, I feel like ethically, if that's not something that the person consented to before they passed, it's a little
They
like
did.
murky waters. But if they
They did.
do, then I mean, again, I feel like that's somebody's personal freedom, you know, to make that choice. You know what I mean? And
She's one of mine, Prime.
you know, I think that that's important for people to be able to make their own choices, and how they choose to grieve, and what coping mechanisms they use, as long as, you know, they're not harming, you know, anyone, you know.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to Eucharist now. If you can mute yourself. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I want to try Eucharist now, and to dovetail on that, right? Like, well, I'll ask you if you agree with Zealous, but if you do, like, I'm curious about what does harm even mean here, right? Like is there harm to the dead person that's being copied, right? Also, these people don't actually have to be dead. That's another thing, right? Like they don't actually have to die. They could just be a live
estranged
person.
relative.
And let's say again, and we're going with the idea that it's they've mastered this technology, right? Obviously, what two-way selling is not that, but let's just say that they did, right? Is there harm being done? Even if there consent was had, right? Like, and one last thing I want to throw in there, because we haven't touched on it, and Dr. Greg was so kind to interject this previously, that like, what about the idea of editing it, right? So let's say I do make a perfect copy of let's say Eucharist Rice. He's got a beautiful wife. And we make a copy.
Bring my wife back,
that, right?
but make her tits bigger.
Yeah, make her tits bigger. Like, she made her boobs bigger, right? Like, hey, is there a harm there? If your wife saw this representation, right? Let's say she consented for whatever fucking reason, right? She consented to it originally, but did she consent to the edits, right? So, like, if you make a digital representation, but like you take away everything, I know she's perfect, right? But let's just say that she has some things that annoy you, right? It's imaginary, I'm sure, right? But let's just say there's some things about your wife that annoy you, and then you edit that representation, right? Is that a harm?
Yeah, so I'll give you an anecdote and then I'll seriously answer. I remember driving down the street with my grandma one day, and we stopped at a red light, and the car in front of us had on the back windshield, rest in peace, Mama, this date to this date, always in our hearts. And she turned to me and she said in the best Southern accent you ever heard, if you ever put me on the back windshield of your car, I'm gonna come back and haunt you, okay? Like, she was pissed. She was like, do not ever do that. Like, holy moly. And so I feel a similar way about this in the case of people who didn't consent to this, but like, assume they did consent and we're living in our libertarian paradise. The harm I would try to identify, not on a libertarian frame, but on my own, would be, I think it's a harm to the individual who's using that as an outlet. So I understand the intuition of like, well, people can grieve how they want. They can. I'm not in questions of like arm of the state, etc. I'm not necessarily saying we need to come in and shoot the people who are doing this service. I'm saying I think there's something wrong with there's something harmful to people who are unable to conceive of a loved one passing away beforehand, during, and afterwards, and we need to help them through that rather than giving them an artificial crutch to prolong the process. I think it short circuits the pre-grieving and post-grieving process. And so, yeah, but then on the question you're making about editing, right, I think that does imply something about like, okay, so here's a person that I had a real world relationship with, and one of the cool things I think about being friends with people or having relationships with people, being in families with people, is that they are imperfect, they aren't aren't the thing that I would choose if I could create an ideal human being, and I have to live with that. I have to develop a relationship with them. We both, sharpen and hone each other as a result in ways that I think are really cool and imperfect and human. If we have the opportunity to turn everybody that we interact with into the perfect thing we want them to be, well, I think that does some weird stuff to us mentally that's going to lock us in to our basements or our offices or our computers in ways that I'm uncomfortable with. So the harm I would search for is sort of internal. It's a harm to myself. It's a harm to the people I come to interact with later. Maybe a harm to other people who are trying to grieve this person. But it's not just like, I don't think I could meaningfully articulate like here's a John Stuart Mill harm principle harm that's happening that means now it's okay to do some sort of state coercion. That's not what I'm saying. I think it's like in principle a thing I'm worried about psychologically.
Yeah, but like also to your wife, right? Like
to at least, so imagine she's gone, it's to her memory. If she's here, it's an insult to her, right? If I had so I have some lovely pictures of my wife on my phone, and she's a lovely person. But if she got on my phone and found pictures of her that I had like Photoshop to make them an ideal whatever, I think she would have a right to be offended by that, right? Like there's something weird going on. It's like, yeah, I took you as like the basic concept, but like I think I could do better, and I'm gonna do better. Like I think she would have a right to be offended by that, sure. Yeah. And so if I could imagine she's passed away and I upload her to the cloud and I use AI to tweak her into the perfect AI girlfriend, and with all the physics implied by that, like I think hypothetically speaking, if I could port her dead soul back into life and have her look at that, I think she would have a right to just be like, you suck. You're
cheating. That's not even her.
Something's wrong with you. Okay. No, again, I believe in an afterlife. I believe in eternality of the soul and all this stuff. So there are other implications here, but just hypothetically speaking, I'm alive, she's dead, I'm doing this stuff with something that used her as training data. I think she would have a right in the afterlife to be offended. Okay.
Okay, fair. So, and I want to hear what everyone else has to say. Ali, like, what are your thoughts on this? You've got a wife who I'm sure I've seen her. She's a perfect individual, right? Mm-hmm. And so I know you have no notes on her whatsoever. Hey, what and how would you feel? Not only that, but like if someone else, let's say, it wasn't you, but like it was her parents or her siblings that she has any, I don't know, but like or her family members who they created a digital copy. Hey, that was your wife, should you be able to like how you have like when she unfortunately passes away one day, right? Like you have a right to her stuff, right? Like like
if someone else wants to make a copy.
Well, if someone else wants to make a copy, right? Hey, should you be able to exercise rights over that and say, I want to delete this or alter it or whatever? What are your thoughts?
Well, one, you wouldn't be able to I wouldn't allow for a copy of my past wife to be made. I don't give a fuck who wants to make it. My wife, I get to keep that. But I think this whole thing is just it's an attack on the vulnerable. The only people who are going to be using this are just going to be hyper vulnerable people, right? Who don't know how to grieve and they're not going to be able to grieve properly. And we've seen people already like personify AI. What are you laughing at, Scott?
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I apologize. Someone in my chat said, "Can I use Jim Cramer's likeness to tell people what not to buy?"
But like we had the conversation with Doobie where he like kind of personified his own AI. He was kind of saying it was like answering weird questions. It kind of seemed to know things about him that and he was even telling it things that he wasn't telling his wife, right? We've seen movies or like even with the AI girlfriends where people are dating their AIs, and these are like perfect people, right? They're going to give them perfect response. You're going to build this thing that you're never going to be able to achieve in real life. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have people that don't know how to grieve or don't know how to have any, don't know how to go through that process, paying a subscription fee to these to keep your like loved one alive. And to the point, I don't think these people
like
care about
insurance?
The uncanny. I mean, kind of, yeah. It's like you're gonna pay, you're gonna have to pay the subscription. Like you're paying a life fee. You're keeping this person alive. And like, what happens when the fee becomes too expensive because there's too many users and the data's too much to, it's going crazy. But I don't think people would even care about the uncanny effect. I think they'd fucking disregard that, and they'd be able to have this thing. And what's going to happen is you're going to be addicted to having a conversation with your mom. You're going to be addicted to having a conversation with your, your dead cousin, whatever it may be. You're going to be attached to this thing. It's not like it's not good for the user. No way, shape, or form. I don't think it's a form of grieving. So I think this is just, I don't know. It's all bad. Should people be able to do it? I mean, sure, but like, I don't know.
I think there's something to be said, whether or not this happens to be helpful for some people. That's an empirical question.
Yeah.
That we I guess don't know. We might find out, although I doubt that this company would be running the kind of studies to really have that type of information to know. But with something like this, I think it is an issue for it to be in the hands of a corporation that, as far as my prejudgment of them, they don't have really any like actual interest in genuinely helping people. To me, somebody who's doing this in the first place doesn't have an interest in that, and certainly somebody who's doing it for profit, and somebody who's not, it would be one thing to, like, I don't know if you could ever make a study like this pass like an ethics board. Let's say you wanted to do some kind of study. Maybe you got people who were like 10 years out of grieving or something so that they were less vulnerable. I don't even know how you could make this ethical, like if you were trying to.
This is why we need communist nations, all right? The only good thing about communist nations is sometimes they give us data on all the unethical studies they run.
Companies famously very ethical.
Indeed.
I'm just saying, we got a lot of information from Unit 731 in Japan. We got a lot of information from the Nazis and the Soviets, right? Like, if you want,
that aren't communist, but
those were famously not communist. Actually, it's funny.
Here we go.
But before our friend Scott draws us into a conversation how socialism equals fascism.
I'm kidding. I have a response to this, but I'm waiting for other people.
Okay, sure. Let me hit up the other two, and then we'll go to you, Scott. Corey, is there a limit, right? Should there be a signpost, right? Go to this point, but no further.
I echo all the same sentiments that, well, not all, most of the sentiments that Eucharist espoused, although I'm ignorant on the afterlife. I'll concede that. But in terms of, well, I also want to bring up, I think you asked, in my mind, a really great question. It was because I brought up, the pseudo souls, but what if it's actually real? Or what would it take you to convince you that it's the actual person? Right. And, I sort of ran that scenario in my head where I don't think it's feasible with a dead person, but let's say what would convince me is if you have the AI and I have the actual alive person and, they're separated and it's they both ask
I don't know which one to kill.
No, well, that's another scenario. That would also be fun, but it'd be more you ask them both the exact same set of questions, and if they both replicate the exact same answers word for word, that would probably convince me.
Freaky.
Yeah. But all that to say is well, if you're asking, do I think it should be banned legally? Probably not. I would just more say yeah, I just don't think it's good, and I do think it's a little bit perverse. But if we actually do get to a place of it perfectly replicates an actual person, then I think there's some very interesting questions there. So I sort of ran through the scenario of what would it take to convince me that it's actually a true replicate of the person? Until it's actually 100% of it answers the exact same way as the other person that is still alive, then I would never be convinced otherwise.
Let's let in Gregory, then we'll go to Scott.
Yeah, I gotta be
honest. Is your name Gregory? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm introducing.
It
is. Okay, sorry.
No, it is. Yeah, I gotta come clean, guys. I've been selling my likeness to Scott's wife this entire time. So
I knew it.
No, I'm just kidding, man. But there's such a weird. I think that we have such a weird. This is so new and we can't fathom it, but in a world with VR and everything's virtual and we're living in our little virtual worlds, I think the idea that people aren't going to have any autonomy or any say over their likeness is going to be so weird. It's going to have to get so weird into that point where we kind of it is going to feel icky, and then there's going to be some regulations about it. But like I said, we don't have any regulations on like the internet yet. We're like still, internet, the rate of change of technology is so fast and so rapidly evolving that we can't really come to bear with it. These are like really interesting questions, and I think that we should be like talking about this as like legislation, like in Congress and stuff. But unfortunately, we are not, because our Congress people and they're still like learning about that the internet exists. So just completely out of touch with reality. Exactly. So they have really no idea. So it's
I feel like
one.
this. Just side note there. Honestly, like I love making fun of that senator, that old senator. But like I think the series of tubes is not like a bad like representation of the internet. I don't think it was actually all that bad. Like
laying into the meme, man.
It's just all pipelines.
Yeah. It's just, okay, sorry. But go ahead, Scott.
Go for it.
Yeah. So I mean, like, the first thing I want to say is obviously it's not a pseudo soul, because souls don't exist. I think that's an illogical concept of a primacy of consciousness, which is a stolen concept fallacy, or just to say it's faith to cope with a lack of understanding of the world. But going further than that, even soul or no soul, you don't need the existence of a soul to recognize that AI could never perfectly copy a human being. And the reason AI could never perfectly copy a human being is even if they copied every neural pathway in the brain, consciousness and by virtue of that consciousness is, evaluates the world. Value is subjective, right? To engage with the world is to place values on the world, and that value is subjective, and that subjective value is temporal, and those valuations are shaped by experiences. So even if you were able to perfectly copy something in a moment in time, the experiences of a human being a second later after that copy change the way they engage in the world. And, just because I shit on the concept of souls,
replicator,
right? Just because I shit on the concept of souls, I have to throw a bone to Eucharist, right? Because he needs a good story for this, right? So I would suggest everyone read the Mahabharata and the story of Savitri and Satyavan, right? Princess Savitri, when she goes to meet the monk on the mountain, he shows her that she has died over and over and over again, right? And so she sees the version of herself across the lake that was a girl, and she sees like the version of herself. And then one of the versions that she sees of herself that is now dead is herself climbing up the mountain, because now she's spoken to this monk who may or may not be death, whom she's also tricking later on, right? And so that like you'll never be able to replicate that human. It's an impossible task. What you can do is, get a facsimile of that person that has similar experiences and, programmed into it per se. They're not, true experiences, but has the ability to use whatever system it has to evaluate those experiences. Same vocal patterns, same imagery, and same things like that. Now, in terms of the actual harm, I do think it's funny, Eucharist, it's not anything particular to you, but many, many times what people will do is they'll virtue signal not being a libertarian and then just say something that a libertarian absolutely agrees with 1-to-1, right? Which is, just because I can't use the state power to blow up this company doesn't mean that I don't think that this might very well be harmful. I think if I view harm, like there is a certain, if this erodes our ability to connect with people, which is an essential element for human thriving and essential element for survival, as beings that trade, because value is subjective, right? Because value is subjective and people are different, then we become, in order to further human progress, we become trading beings. And so because of that, I need to trade with people that are better at different things than I am, right? I'm not a fucking research scientist. I need Corey and I need Greg, right? I need them to do cool shit with, research. And, they need me to, keep all of the autistic people out of their chat by them coming to the libertarian chat, right? So that they can have a conversation without too much, autism. We need each other in this world. And so if it harms that and it causes people to loosen their ability to develop meaningful relationships, that harm will be transposed onto other humans, right? Like if people's development is psychologically stunted, that's going to harm their relationship with other people. However, as I said from the very beginning, we don't know that that's necessarily the case. We are guessing based off of our fears and anxieties of how this can be harmful. And I think for some people it certainly will be. But I think there's also some research to support, especially if used in certain ways, that the opposite will be true. That there will definitely be people, if, especially let's say it's done, guided by a therapist or an AI therapist, right? Maybe you're weaned off of this thing, and then it helps the grieving process, or that AI relationships and likeness and image help people with social anxiety, or help people, especially men that are, very recalcitrant to talk about their vulnerabilities and their feelings, be able to engage in a pseudo-social situation where they're able to express and open up about those things in a way they wouldn't be with their girlfriend or their wife or their family and friends or even their therapist. So yeah, there's that.
I will say I don't have to virtue signal about not being a libertarian. I'm just not one. Okay, I personally
you had to throw it in. You knew you had to throw it in. Since I'm not a libertarian,
I personally placed second in an Ayn Rand Institute essay contest in high school. Okay, I read the books. Okay,
How many entrants were there?
Ayn Rand's not a libertarian.
The Kool-Aid. Okay, well, you call yourself an objectivist. I don't know if you can say she's not a libertarian and then call yourself an objectivist. I feel like you're kind of slandering your betters
prescriptive
there. Again, once again, twice tonight,
prescriptive,
slandering
descriptive.
your betters.
Right, I use
anyway.
objectivist. I have married the two in my philosophy, much like Liquid Zulu, much like a new group of people are doing as the ideology moves forward as a cohesive whole.
I do think you're slandering your betters multiple times tonight, but I will say again to the thing earlier on the soul thing. I will agree with you.
Slander
on
them.
The
They're dead.
Yes, you can.
Maybe you should
do
go
that.
make an AI of Ayn Rand to argue with me.
You're legally allowed to slander them. You're legally allowed to slander them. It turns out, but on the soul point, right?
It's not slander if it's true.
That's legally speaking true. You've made me lose my point multiple times, but that's okay. I just wanted to meme a bit.
So
Ayn Rand,
I do have a question. Another question that harkens back to something we were talking about before, about like not necessarily having ownership, right? So I think there's a difference between like a creative work and like a digital like persona, right? Like I divide those. But if you disagree with that, right? Would it be okay to copy someone, right? If you could do that, if you could gather their digital information, you could copy that individual, and then use that copy to do the work of the other person, right? Corey, right? A biochemist, not a biologist, or whatever the fuck, right?
Scientist.
Scientist, right? But we copy Corey. Corey's an accomplished individual, right? And I have biochemistry work. I don't even know what the fuck that is, but I have some biochemistry work to be done. Is there harm to him? Because now I'm not hiring him, right? And if it's not covered by any sort of law that protects us, then yeah, sure. Now I have my version of Corey that does exactly what I want him to do. Go ahead, Corey.
Well, to that point, but I also have a sort of a question. So I think this is probably going to be actually attempted at some point. Well, it's probably in the process now. Not actually replicating me, but rather I'm an educator. Okay, I think AI is encroaching on education, and there's going to be a concerted attempt to replace actual professors and faculty, maybe like Eucharist. And it's and I don't advocate for that, but I think. I don't know for sure, but I suspect what will happen is it's not going to pan out the way that they expect to. I think they're going to realize that there's some value to having an actual human professor there. But all that to say is do I think you have the right to do that? I guess technically, I'm not going to stop you. But then also, what I would pose is in this overall vein of AI and access to your likeness. I'm curious how this overlaps or not with like at some point, okay, these brain computer interfaces are going to be, available. Probably not from Elon or Neuralink, but some other company, okay? And it's like, if or when we get to that point, it's in the pipeline of like your thoughts, okay? Like, does the company have access to your thoughts as well? Or it's like, if it's in the user agreement of like, if you have this implant, you no longer have access to your thoughts, you don't have the right to your thoughts. Can companies sell that? At least that's a concern of mine personally.
Putting the chip in.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking
Do
of
it.
thoughts,
Go for it.
Speaking of thoughts, I'm fading pretty fast, so I'm gonna have to excuse myself. But just to say,
okay, we'll replicate you. It'll be
yeah, please.
Yeah,
just
no.
like,
We've been training
The
the AI on
AIU
you. This
the
entire
AIU
panel.
will not
So
get
much.
tired.
I don't think you're actually going to need me on these panels ever again. I think you've got all the data that you
We'll
need.
make a better version.
Way bigger tits, everything.
Bigger boobs.
But
Finally, some female representation on this on the panels.
I think when it comes to these, I really honestly don't think they need to be that good to be convincing. I mean, I remember as a kid, like the kind of simple algorithmic chatbots that existed at that time, and being like, no, this is pretty good. Like, this can, maybe you kind of get bored with it eventually. It's not really like holding a good conversation. But even like basic algorithmic stuff like that, when you're on AIM, when you're typing back and forth in that kind of format, and
Smarter than a lot of people that shop at Walmart, right?
Yeah. And now that we have, like, I mean, these things are going to rapidly get a lot better in terms of just how convincingly they speak and sound like maybe not a particular real person, but maybe like a particular real person. How they could just go on endlessly because of the amount of information data that they have. Like, if you want to believe that this is a real person, it's going to be really, really easy to convince yourself that it is the case.
Right.
And so I think at some level, I mean, I genuinely do believe that we need regulations, but maybe a direction that we can agree on universally between all of us is that there needs to be some kind of like cultural evolution of how we deal with these kind of human imitation technologies, like how we check our friends. Hey man, you've been spending a lot of time with your robo AI girlfriend. Like, are you doing okay? Do we haven't really seen you. Do you want to hang out and
Can I
chat about
Can I ask
things?
you a question before you leave?
Yeah, please. And
Yeah,
we should
like-
meet
Yeah,
up
my
sometime
DMs
to
are
chat
open.
about, stuff, yeah.
My question is this, obviously it's not perfect, exponential like we thought, where, Moore's law is dead, kind of the meme, right?
Yeah,
But setting Moore's law aside in terms of mathematically, like, do you feel that within previous generations of humanity that culture and generational change was able to adapt in technology in a way that we're, as humans, and just the cycle of our birth and new generations that grow up with new technologies are like lacking in, right? Like when you look at the pace I mean, like, you have Gen Z, right? Like I'm a millennial, right? And I'm smack dab in the middle of millennials, 1990. And so I lived before the internet.
Yep.
Right? Or I mean, technically speaking, the internet was out long before me, right? But before the
Before
mass
AOL.
proliferation of the internet, right? And then I look at Gen Z, and like they're coming in like right as the internet is becoming a thing, and they're already having to grapple with AI, LLMs. Maybe they have to grapple with AGI. Who knows? Like, that's a separate. Like, do you think we're at a position now where like the traditional 15 to 20 year generational shift simply cannot keep up with the growth in technology? That like the problems that come almost require a new generation to go, okay, boomers, like, we get this. We grew up in this world. We can do this. But like 20 years is way too fucking slow to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, I think how we how we culturally adapt and teach and disseminate is going to have to evolve, because for the last 10,000 years it's like, okay, my parents didn't have bronze, we've got bronze, but like, there's a lot that they could teach us about whatever, just copper, that a lot of that translates. Now it's like within every few years there's these kind of revolutionizing things, and it's like, I'm in the same boat where I grew up before internet was just a thing, and now kids are growing up with just like this separation of devices and technologies, and it's like we had the ability to conceptualize. It's like you had a computer that might not be networked, and then you had a computer that was on the internet. Like nowadays kids are growing up and it's like you have a phone and it's connected already to everything everywhere all the time. And so we can't conceive what they're going through. They won't be able to exactly like verbalize what they're going through or conceptualize or communicate to us exactly. But somehow we're going to have to.
Well, they'll be able to train the AI to figure out these problems, right?
Ooh. Or make them worse.
Why don't we do this? I think we've reached like a natural ending. I think Socrates did a good period on that. So why don't we wrap up here? I'll give Socrates an out first. Before that, guys, if you and gals out there, if you've enjoyed the content, consider supporting the channel. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet, right? On Twitch or YouTube.
There's no girls out there.
And there's no girls out there.
It's all dudes watching this right now.
Guys and girls as they.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that was a waste of time, waste of breath, really. But if you enjoyed, right, whatever's in your pants, right? If you've enjoyed, and
or outside of your pants.
You're saying gender is defined by what's in your pants, Prime?
Or outside your pants. Your pants might be down. You might be drunk, right? Consider supporting the channel in any way that you can. Again, follow the channel or whatever. Consider subbing to the channel. Help keep this channel up and running. We do appreciate it if you do. But I'll give an outro to all these amazing individuals, so I'll wrap things up. Again, I'll start with Socrates. I know you're fading here, buddy.
All right, yeah. Thank you so much for having me on. And this was a really spirited conversation. Heard from a lot of perspectives. I think we all agreed that this technology is like bad. It's probably bad for people, and probably mostly bad things will come of it. And any good things that come from it will only come after kind of a lot of dissection of what went wrong, and if there's anything good that can be salvaged from this kind of shit pile of a sci-fi dystopia that's emerging around us. I think we all also agreed that like a lot of these technologies themselves are not inherently bad and absolutely can lead to good things, but we don't really like it that just kind of antisocial opportunists are the ones at the helm. How exactly we wrest control of that, maybe we disagree, whether that's by creating alternate companies that do it in a more ethical way, but also outcompete them or something. I'm not sure yet, or through some kind of regulation. But yeah, that's all I got.
Fair enough. Thanks so much, Socrates. I really missed you. I'm so glad to have had you. I'll send you more invites. Hopefully, we can get you back on. I think that even being under the weather, right? Like you were an MVP, honestly.
I'm doing my best.
And so we can only fear what will happen when you're 100%. But seriously, thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you so much. Love you, Prime. Take care, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate. I usually give you quite a bit of conservative backup, but not today. But unfortunately,
I went hard this time, but mostly because it was like, okay, I'm pro AI. Everyone else kind of seems to be against it in some form or fashion or another.
You were hiding your power level all along.
Oh, dude, I can go 10 times more if I want to be a dick, but. I just wanted to give everybody a good
Only
fight.
Scott wanted to be a dick. Okay. But Scott, thank you so much.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. So
in the fantasy world.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty on YouTube and X if you're looking for me. Yeah, I appreciate these. I love talking AI. It's it's a frontier of. I wish I had more like tech nerd knowledge, because my superpower as a libertarian is being the only not autistic libertarian in existence. But unfortunately, that means that like I lack the capacity of understanding all of the all the intricate pieces of like crypto and AI programming. And people were like, "Oh no, it's cool. Just watch this 7-hour breakdown. It's pretty simple, bro." And it's just like, I don't get it. Like my education is in psych and sociology and minor in religious studies and counseling, not fucking that shit. But yeah, in summary of my argument, I don't think this company is likely to make a good product. I think it's a bad product. I think it's a dumb product. I think it's not that helpful. But I think a market should have that. I think we're living in an AI bubble. And I think the reason we're living in an AI bubble is because of malinvestment, government investment, right? Which I think is a really, really bad idea in this space. But also just fiat currency creates a boom and bust cycle that, forces the economy to have recessions and growth spikes instead of proper investment. And I think people just don't know what to do with AI. They know AI is going to be big, but they don't know where to put the money. And so they just kind of throw money hoping that, the lottery does the right thing. And I think this is one of those ones that just is a bad investment and a dumb idea, really more than anything. I don't think it's going to help too many people, and I think it's silly. That being said, like zooming out, I made most of my arguments about a lot of things, but I just want to talk about the market in general and my philosophy towards AI, in the sense that it is my belief, maybe it is a silly one, but it is my belief that if it is possible that we have AGI or something close to AGI, a facsimile of AGI, that the more the government is involved, the more likely we are to fall behind other countries, other, companies, etc. And most importantly, I think that we should be cautiously optimistic. And the reason I say that is because I do not think AI that has bad philosophy will be able to compete AI that has good philosophy. I think ultimately AI is going to come down to the one that wins the game is going to be the one that does not have contradictions in its programming. That contradictions and trying to force those contradictions, such as like for example, Grok is the only major LLM that values human lives equally, whereas all other ones like ChatGPT, Claude, was even the same thing, where they value white men as being worth less than others because they kind of have these problems of picking up academic literature and news articles and things like that specifically think that white men are a problem, so they value like a black trans woman is worth like 20 white men and things like that, and doing consequential analysis.
That math checks out, so I don't know.
Yeah, exactly right. I think an AI that is without contradiction to the greatest degree is the one that is most likely to succeed, and that is in many ways a boon for our future. And so I think the government should get out of it to the best of our ability, and that also means government funding of purchasing Intel stock, with threats, or taxing Nvidia and AMD, selling to the Chinese market, etc. We should back the fuck up and let it do its thing, because I genuinely think the natural evolution is going to be one of a proper philosophy.
Well, thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Gregory. First time here. I hope this wasn't too bad for you.
No, it's all good, man.
Enjoyed
Thank you.
it.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I think it's interesting Scott said that, considering that a lot of the tariff restrictions that the Biden administration put on the GPUs that Nvidia was selling to China allowed the market for these AI companies to even develop, right? And Facebook and everything else, Meta's the same thing, but you know what I mean? All these Claude and Anyway, all these models have grown because of restrictions on the market. But I think that our economy right now, especially in the last year since like April, I mean, there's been so much money that's been going into it, and AI specifically, because these are the biggest companies in the world. I don't see it being like a bubble like, the NASDAQ was in the late 1999 with the dot-com bubble, because, basically then it was like pets.com being the biggest company in the world, and now it's like we all know that, Nvidia and Apple and Google and Netflix and all these companies, they're already the Magnificent Seven, they're called. They're already the biggest companies in the world. So, them developing more tools to be more profitable is only going to behoove them, better. Obviously there's going to be some type of correction at some point, but I don't see it being a massive bubble like the dot-com bubble was. But the problem that we have is that these companies, as they grow larger and larger, they're just mega and bigger monopolies, and we desperately need some way to rein them in. We need to have some type of TR trust busting moment where we kind of break these companies up, and Google is kind of disseminated in several entities, Amazon's several entities, so that people can actually try to, imagine if you had a GPU idea or something, you're not going to be able to compete or have a, even with strong IP, there's just no way. That's all going to be to smaller and smaller, fewer hands. And I guess my point is, I just don't want those fewer and fewer hands to be these large corporations that just have no checks and balances on them, because they're the biggest companies in the world.
ARM could never make a GPU. Intel could never make a GPU.
Know what they're doing, so they can't regulate them. So I think that's just like the dystopian future that I'm worried about.
NVIDIA.
Thanks so much. And where can people find you, Greg?
Oh yeah. Thank you. drgregshow.com. I do a TikTok stream every night, 9:00. It's just kind of like Ask a Scientist. So people come on and ask me what's going on. We talk about science news, other questions and stuff. We do lots of debates about the pandemic, vaccines, and everything else. So.
Okay. Thanks so much. Next, Zealous. Thank you for being back here after so long. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I enjoyed myself. It's been great talking to you guys. For me, at the end of the day, I'm not anti-technology, but I'm definitely pro taking people's personal and vulnerable, aspects of life and not turning it into, an exploitative product. You know what I mean? That's going to have, negative effects on people. I think if we could get solid guidelines of like real consent and protection, that, people could use it, responsibly, and it might help some people. But I think the likelihood of that is a little, shoddy. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I think about it. I'm on Twitch as Zealous_777. People could find me there, but I haven't been active in so long. But I plan to be here soon in the future.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you for being here. Love to see you as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You can find me at Sociologic and all things on the internet. But yeah, this whole thing to me is strange. It is just like large companies with antisocial geniuses taking advantage of the stupidest of our people, right? It's just, the average citizen doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. They want Instagram because everyone else has Instagram. That's part of functioning in their day-to-day life, and they don't know they're signing away their lives, their likeliness, whatever, all that shit. And I don't know, to continually just support them doing it because we don't, I don't see why I would support them. I don't see why we don't have in the end user agreements, just in big bold letters, what's actually being done with your data, what's happening, what's to be made or sold or like gained. I don't see where the issues from that come, but I do see an issue with large companies just taking advantage of everyday average people.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend. Sorry, everything moved around. We'll go to Corey.
Yeah, well, so, you know, overall, like, when it comes to AI, well, I use AI, but at the end of the day, okay, like, I think overall we should be prudent and hopefully wise in how we sort of like implement these tools, and, you know, what we choose to, let's say, replace things with AI with, where, you know, as let's say, for example, you know, as much as I use AI, okay, on my Substack, of the limited articles I have there, I have not used AI to write any of them. Although not that you'd be able to tell, because you can't actually tell when AI is being written, or whatnot. But yeah, all that to say is, like, these are powerful tools. There's obviously some clear benefits to them, but I think we have to be prudent in terms of how we implement these tools. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And Ali, Eucharist, Greg, Scott, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Thank you so much. And finally, Eucharist, thank you for coming back. You were fantastic. I loved your contributions here. Like, very insightful as always. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you consider coming back every so often.
Yeah. Well, thank you for reaching out. Yeah, sorry I had to be late tonight, but so hopefully I can be on time in the future. But I will say, contrary to an earlier person, at the end of the day, I am anti-technology. So I'm very upset by the people who are pro-technology. Okay, and honestly,
you're using it right now. FYI.
Yeah, I know, and I'm a hypocrite. I'm a raging hypocrite, and it's fine.
Tweeted from his iPhone.
I think, yeah, exactly, Scott. Speaking of Scott, okay, one of the things that I was curious about, maybe I was spaced out, maybe I didn't really understand what Scott was saying, but on the question of, like, what LLMs, what generative AI will be successful in the long run, being the ones that are, like, you know, more free of contradictions or what have you, I don't, I guess, have any sort of optimism along those lines. I view it more like heroin than anything, that the ones that are going to be successful are the ones that are best able to sycophantically cater to whatever I want before I start using it. And so whatever contradictions exist in it, as long as they satisfy my primal urges when I come to the tool, I think those are going to be the ones that succeed on the market scale. So again, let me virtue signal. This is why I'm not a libertarian, because I don't think a lack of contradictions will make a successful tool. I think injecting directly into my brain the things my brain already wants is going to be the thing that's going to make it successful. So especially when it comes to things like grieving, the companies that are best able to hijack my grieving process and monetize it are going to be the ones that succeed. And I think that's abhorrent, and I hate it. And so thanks for having me, Prime, on that happy note.
Absolutely. Okay, everyone. Thanks so much. As always, I am not even ready to rate out. I will find a beautiful woman to do so.
It's like every Monday you're giving the outros during the outros.
I was going to, but then I got distracted. Like, it happens, okay? Right? By all
every time.
Okay,
brother just wants to hear our outros. All right, like, don't shit on him. You know what I mean? Especially if Eucharist coming in at the end. I miss you, Eucharist. I need better opponents.
I care too much. I'm sorry I care too much. I found a black woman, right? Her stream title, W Black Women Streamers.
It's out of the norm for you.
They don't usually, they're not usually at the top of, like, my recommended here. Okay, all right. I'm finding random people. They're usually not at the top.
We know what your algorithm is curating.
We know what your I was about to say.
We're finding random specific white women.
I feel under attack. Oh my god! But we're going to read out to this individual. Thanks all for being here. It was a lot of fun. Just waiting for this thing to actually go.
White women in the chat.
We're out. Thanks so much, everyone.
Eucharist, if I can clarify for you for just a second. I do think that you are right in terms of the market, in terms of, like, LLMs marketed towards people for their interpersonal or their personal usage, right? Those that can best hijack the person's desires and give them what they want, with two caveats. Number one, I don't think AI that is utilized in business as a labor saving device that will be the case, right? I think if you're trying to save labor, by creating accurate information, accurate predictions of the future based off of data, things of that nature, the less contradictory it is, the more likely it is to be able to make accurate predictions or work efficiently with less power to try and resolve its own contradictions that are programmed into it. Number one. And number two, I would say that from a high time preference perspective, I do agree that hijacking people's baser motivations to extract wealth from them in the short term, maintaining that person's contradictions is perfectly legitimate source of doing so. But in the long term, right? Just like junk food, right? Like it's like junk food is cheap and like people consume it, but in the long term, it's unsustainable for a population to be addicted to junk food, right? And so I think, the same will likely be true in terms of AI that is psychologically harmful or damaging will almost certainly make money in the short term, but it is those that, as the culture shifts and turns, that are productive and have the values that we eventually perceive, it will be those.
Sorry, there was a cave cricket on my floor.
But maybe we're all dead
I was
before we
listening
get to that
you,
turn. I'm with you. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like maybe Terminator occurs before we ever get to that point, which is like, but I think it's so important that we divest government funding, especially, and reduce regulations so that we can get AI that is, as Elon puts it, I have some issues with him, obviously, but like maximally truth seeking,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not optimistic about divesting government funds from it because right now they view it as like the sort of top national security interest. So like they're like, I mean, if you just go like any given day, go scroll like the past 5 blogs that have popped up on Rand Corporation, and it's all AI stuff, and of course it's all funded.
Yeah. Well, it's like I fear. You know what I mean? It's like, Palantir and OpenAI are so getting closer and closer and more tied with the government. And it's like, the more funding that gets, the more the government is, is incentivized to protect those institutions and force those institutions to succeed regardless of their capacity to solve problems. And the harder it becomes for competing AI to compete with institutions that can get $1 trillion fucking dollars from government backed. It's not all going to be the government, but if I'm an investor looking for a short-term gain, well, of course I'm going to back the one that has some government in it. You know what I mean? Because that's the one that's going to do well,
Yeah, I mean, if you go read the Trump admin's like plan for like AI success or whatever, it's all national security. I mean, it's innovation stuff that I think like maps onto some of the advantages you see on it, but most of it is just like, it's basically just like China's doing it and we got to do it too, and so we're going to pump trillions of dollars into it if we have to.
The train isn't stopping. It's just a matter of who the conductor is.
Right. Well, it was a fun conversation. I know you're very different from the other libertarians I shake my fist at, so I appreciate that. It was a fun conversation. So
man,
I hope
it's
to be
nice
around.
to see you around. I know you've been busy with the kiddo and the family and school and everything, but it's always nice to see you when you pop back around.
Yeah, well, fun conversation. We'll chat soon, I'm sure.
Peace.
All right, have a good night.
All right, boys. Tomorrow I'm gonna make some clips and I'm going to download that debate I did at Debatecon or at Grid's thing and post that on my YouTube channel, just so it's there. I don't know what Grid's gonna do anything with it, but just to make sure it's on my channel. I doubt it'll do well, because most of you guys have already seen it. But nevertheless, I'll get that posted up. I appreciate you guys. I've got a lot of feelers out for stuff, so we'll see how that goes. DM'd some people from LLA, DM'd Kinsella. We were having a back and forth on something. Likely going to do something here soon, probably not this weekend, but next weekend, if I can, with Liquid Zulu and Casimir, if I can get all 3 of us together to discuss the concept of like sound waves and smell and what are the limitations of homesteading, of things that leave your property and how that works. Casimir and I had a really interesting conversation about it, and I want Zulu's takes on it and kind of get into a really nerdy thing. So stay tuned for that. That'll come up eventually. Just who knows? I've got some nerdy stuff in the pipeline. Whip the dog, Shadow. Jesus Christ. But I'll see you guys soon. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where the go lives go, and that's where I'm there on off days and stuff. Fabian Liberty x Liquid Zulu versus Sitch and Adam. Dude, I don't think they could handle the two of us together. Like, I think it would drive them fucking insane. Like, I think they would write off all libertarianism forever just because we would keep burning them. Like, we'd gain some viewers from their audience, but like we would just shit on them to such a degree every time they said something. Not even trying to be a dick, just being like, okay, here's why that's wrong. Like, here's why that's wrong. Here's why that makes no sense. Like, they would lose their minds. Especially fucking Adam. Adam is such a he's a soft boy. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I don't know if it would be better than Zulu and Praxman tag team. Fuck you then, Poval. You know what I mean? Someone's like, hey, these two would be fun. Actually, we should give somebody else a chance. I don't know why we would bring Scott on. You gonna do that in my chat, you cunt? Oh, fuck you. I love you. Maybe don't next time, dick. All right, boys. I'll see you Wednesday. We'll do some reactions and stuff, and hopefully I'll get some of those dates squared away, and we'll have some fun content coming up. See you guys.